Sarah's tired but kind face. Can I buy you both hot chocolate? There's a cafe just across the park. Sarah hesitated, pride warring with practicality in her expression. You don't have to do that. I know, but I'd like to, if that's okay. Lily tugged on her mother's coat. Mommy, I'm cold, and hot chocolate sounds really nice. Sarah looked at her daughter, then at Marcus. Whatever she saw in his face must have reassured her. Okay, thank you. That's very kind. The cafe was warm and decorated for Christmas, with pine garland and twinkling lights.
Octavius made in this bitch.
Chocolates and a plate of cookies. They sat at a corner table, Lily between Marcus and Sarah. So what do you do, Marcus? Sarah asked, wrapping her hands around her mug.
Octavius made in this hole.
Technology solutions, mostly. He didn't mention that it was one of the largest tech companies in the country. What about you? Lily said you're a nurse? But the kids make it worthwhile. Mommy helps sick children feel better, Lily said around a mouthful of cookie. She's a hero. I'm not a hero, honey. I'm just doing my job. But Marcus saw the love in Sarah's eyes when she looked at her daughter, the gentle way she brushed crumbs from Lily's face. He saw real heroism there, the everyday kind that didn't make headlines. Do you have a family? Sarah asked. Wife, kids? No, it's just me. I've spent the last 15 years building my company. Didn't leave much time for anything else. Marcus stared into his hot chocolate. My parents used to tell me I was too focused on work. They were right. They passed away before I could... He trailed off. Sarah's hand moved across the table, briefly touching his. I'm sorry. The simple gesture, the genuine sympathy in her voice made Marcus's eyes sting. What about Lily's father? Not in the picture. He left when I was pregnant. Sarah said it matter-of-factly, without bitterness. It's been just the two of us for 7 years now. And you're doing a beautiful job, Marcus said, watching Lily carefully arrange cookie crumbs into a pattern on her napkin. Some days I'm not sure about that. We live in a tiny apartment. I work nights so I can be with Lily during the day, but it means I'm always tired. We collect recycling for extra money because nursing doesn't pay as much as people think. Sarah looked embarrassed. I'm sorry. You asked a simple question and I'm unloading on a stranger. I asked because I care, Marcus said. And you're not unloading. You're being honest. That's refreshing. They talked for over an hour. Lily told Marcus about school, about her favorite books, about the cat they couldn't have because their landlord didn't allow pets. Sarah told him about her work, about the children she cared for, about the small joys that made difficult days worthwhile. And Marcus found himself talking too, about the loneliness of success, about building something impressive but having no one to share it with, about sitting in his penthouse apartment surrounded by expensive things and feeling absolutely nothing. You know what I think? Lily said suddenly. I think you need to come to our Christmas party. Lily, honey, we're not having a Christmas party, Sarah said gently. We could. We have our little tree and the cookies we made and everything. Mr. Marcus could come over and we could all be together so nobody has to be sad at Christmas. Sarah's face flushed. Lily, we can't just invite people to our apartment. And I'm sure Marcus has plans. I don't, Marcus interrupted. I was planning to spend Christmas working. Like I do every year. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard, Lily said with absolute conviction. Marcus laughed, a real laugh that felt rusty from disuse. You're right. It is pretty sad. Then you should come to our party. Lily was bouncing now. Please, Mommy. Please, can he come? Sarah looked at Marcus, embarrassment and hope warring in her expression. You don't have to. I know Lily can be very persuasive, but I'd love to come, Marcus heard himself say. If you'll have me.
Yo, Stephanie, how you keeping so healthy? It's all in the wrist. Come on, what's in here? It's all in the wrist. All you gotta say is it's all in the wrist.
Imagine if that pile of stuff to clean disappeared. Introducing Tiny Ball.
Leo's working hard, growing. Pampers is working hard, keeping him dry. Only Pampers Swaddlers has a keep dry liner to keep him dry. Pampers, the #1.
Oh, whoa.
Now less.
Driving is what drives me. When the day winds down, it's back to the daily. That's why I choose AAA Auto Insurance. Whatever the road needs, AAA is by my side.
That Christmas Eve, Marcus knocked on the door of a small apartment in a building that had seen better days. He carried bags from an upscale grocery store and, hidden in his car downstairs, several wrapped presents he hoped weren't too presumptuous. Sarah opened the door, and Marcus's breath caught. She wore the same floral dress from the park, but she'd let her hair down and there was color in her cheeks. She looked beautiful. "You came," she said, smiling. "I wasn't sure you would." "I wouldn't miss it." The apartment was tiny. Just 2 rooms, basically, with a kitchenette in the corner. But it was warm and clean, and there was a small tree in the corner decorated with homemade ornaments. Lily had clearly been busy. Paper chains hung from the ceiling, and construction paper snowflakes were taped to the windows. "Mr. Marcus." Lily ran to him and hugged his legs. "You came to our party." "I brought supplies," Marcus said, holding up the grocery bags. "I hope that's okay." Sarah looked in the bags and her eyes widened. "Marcus, this is too much. It's just some dinner things and dessert. Christmas dinner essentials." He'd actually bought enough food for a week, along with expensive cuts of meat and imported chocolates and everything he could think of. They cooked together, Marcus and Sarah working side by side in the tiny kitchen while Lily colored at the small table. It was the most domestic thing Marcus had done in years, and he found himself relaxing in a way he hadn't in memory. "Can I ask you something?" Sarah said as she stirred a pot on the stove. "Why did you really come? I mean, this apartment, this life, it's so different from what you're used to." Marcus thought about how to answer. "Because in one afternoon, you and Lily showed me more genuine kindness than I've experienced in years. Because when Lily said I looked sad, she was right, and I'm tired of being sad. Because," he met Sarah's eyes, "because sitting on that park bench was the loneliest moment of my life, and you both made me feel less alone." Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "We're not much. We don't have money or fancy things or—" "You have everything that matters," Marcus said softly. "You have love, purpose, connection. I'd trade my entire company for what you have with Lily." After dinner, they sat on the small couch, Lily between them, and watched a Christmas movie on Sarah's old television. Halfway through, Lily fell asleep, her head on Marcus's shoulder. "She really likes you," Sarah whispered. "She doesn't warm up to people that quickly, usually. The feeling is mutual. She's an incredible kid. You've done an amazing job with her. It's been hard. Single parenting. Never enough money. Always worried I'm failing her somehow." Marcus looked around the small apartment, at the handmade decorations, at Lily sleeping peacefully. "Sarah, look at your daughter. She's happy, healthy, kind, creative. You haven't failed her. You've given her everything she needs." "I can't give her everything I want to," Sarah said, her voice breaking slightly. "A bigger place. Her own room. Art classes, a pet, college savings. I try so hard, but there's never enough." "May I tell you something?" Marcus waited for Sarah to nod. "I grew up with everything. Big house, expensive schools, every advantage. And I was miserable. My parents were never around. I had stuff, but I didn't have what Lily has. I didn't have a mother who made homemade Christmas decorations with me, who tucked me in and read me stories, who looked at me like I was her whole world." His voice grew thick. "Lily is rich in all the ways that actually matter." Sarah was crying silently now. Marcus reached over and took her hand, careful not to disturb Lily. I want to help, he said. Not because I pity you. Not because I think you need saving, but because I can. And you're good people who deserve easier lives. Will you let me? Marcus, I can't take your money. That wouldn't be right. Not money. Well, not just money. Opportunities. Marcus's mind was already working. You're a nurse. My company has a medical division. We provide health services to our employees. We need good nurses and we pay well. Much better than county hospital, benefits, retirement, college savings plans. Would you be interested? Sarah stared at him. Are you serious? Completely. I can have HR contact you after the holidays if you want. You'd have to interview like anyone else, but I promise it would be fair. He paused. And there's more. One of my properties has apartments, nice ones. I rent them to my employees at below market rate. There's a 3-bedroom opening up next month. If you wanted it. 3 bedrooms? Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. Marcus, I can't possibly afford. You could afford what I'd charge. Trust me. And Lily could have her own room. You'd have space to breathe. Why are you doing this? Sarah asked, tears streaming down her face now. You don't know us. We're just random people you met in a park. You're not random. You saved me, Sarah. You and Lily. I was in the darkest place I've been in years. And your daughter saw it. She reached out to a sad stranger and offered him kindness. You both did. You invited me into your home, into your life. Marcus squeezed her hand. Let me do something good with the success I've built. Let me help people who actually deserve it. Sarah couldn't speak. She just held his hand and cried while Lily slept peacefully between them. That was the beginning. Sarah interviewed for the nursing position and got it on her own merits. She moved into the 3-bedroom apartment. She started building a savings account for the first time in her life. And Marcus became a part of their lives. He taught Lily about business and technology. He had dinner with them twice a week. He was there for Lily's school plays and art shows. He helped Sarah decorate their new apartment. 6 months after that snowy day in the park, Marcus sat on that same park bench, thinking about how much had changed. He heard footsteps and looked up to see Sarah approaching, Lily running ahead of her. We brought you something, Lily announced, holding out a drawing. I made it for you. It was a picture of 3 people. At the top, in careful letters, my family. Marcus felt tears sting his eyes. He looked at Sarah, who was smiling through her own tears. Lily wants to know, Sarah said softly, if you'd like to make it official. If you'd like to be her family, our family. Marcus pulled them both into a hug right there on the bench where it had all started. I can't think of anything I'd like more. They were married that fall in a small ceremony in the same park. Lily was the flower girl, wearing a dress she'd picked out herself. At the reception, she gave a speech that made everyone cry, about how she'd found a sad man on a bench and decided to bring him home. Sometimes, Lily said seriously, people just need someone to see that they're sad and tell them it's going to be okay. I'm really glad I met Mr. Marcus, and I'm really glad Mommy married him, because now we're all together and nobody has to be sad anymore. Years later, when people asked Marcus about his success, he didn't talk about building a billion-dollar company. He talked about a snowy day when a little girl saw him at his lowest point and offered him kindness. He talked about a single mother who invited a stranger into her home and her life. He talked about learning that real wealth isn't measured in money. The company eventually became the Sullivan Hayes Foundation, dedicated to supporting single parents and underprivileged children. Sarah ran the medical programs. Lily grew up to be a social worker, helping families just like hers had been helped.
The building.
Hey, what's poppin', Playboy? I just wanted to get this information in here just to teach our brothers and sisters some tactics to use to combat some some basically to use against some of these trolls that are gonna use this whole issue that the whole I'm gonna just deal with something serious for a quick minute and then I'll get to the sports. But I want to give you guys I want to give everybody out there that's listening some tactics to use to combat some of the nonsense that the coons and the suspected white supremacists are going to use in this whole Carmelo Anthony situation. Because guess what? I was right. The tape just got released. Somebody released a recording of the tape, and again, I was right. So, but they're going to do what they're going to do. They're going to try to say, "Oh man, it's not about race, dude." Don't be scared. I'm telling everybody out there listening, do not be scared to say that it is about race. Because a lot of people, they get a little cowardly and they get a little scared when people bring up that race thing. And they're like, they try to just, well, it's not about, I'm not saying it's about, no, say, and you're not begging. Here's another thing. Don't beg for them to admit it. You're not looking for justification for them. Don't get involved in circular arguments. Just come out and say, yeah, it is about race, whether they like it or not. Whether you like it or not, yes, it is about race. That's where you start, right? The second thing, this is how you combat their narrative because they want to use well, why did he have a knife? Why did he have a weapon? All you have to say, this is a counter argument to what they'll say. When they say, "Oh, why did he have a weapon?" Right? Ask them why in the police report was he not charged with having a weapon? Simple. And just shut up and have them answer that. Say, okay, if it was a weapon and he had an illegal weapon, which is it's not illegal to carry, it's not illegal to carry a pocket knife. It's not illegal. So in that, all you have to say to them is, well, say, why did he have a weapon on him? First of all, he didn't have a weapon on him. It's not illegal to carry a pocket knife. All you need to say to them is, okay, if he was charged with having an illegal weapon, how come in the police report there was no charge of him having a weapon? And just shut up and leave it right there. Don't even engage in any argument. Just say that word and have them justify it. Have them answer that. Now, let me give you the biggest counter argument to their nonsense. So you say, okay, when they say, well, he what he did was not right. He unalived this person, blah 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 blah. This is all you say to them. And you can take notes, write this down. Ask them because everything is case law. They say, well, according to the law, he's guilty, blah blah blah. Okay, say, okay, cool. Tell them to name a case. This is your second counter argument. Name a case where a black person is allowed to use lethal force and you believe it was justified. I'll repeat that again. Say to them, cite me a case, cite me any case, cite me any case. Try to bring up a case. Don't say anything. Just say, cite me a case where a black person was allowed to use lethal force against another white person and you believe it was justified. And just stay silent. Stay silent. And then Willis said, well, I can't name one. Well, guess what? I can name the opposite. I can give you 4 examples of the opposite. This is just a bonus. This is a bonus argument that you can throw at them. So you can say, Tamir Rice, Carmelo Anthony, Philando Castile, and then you just say, I can keep going. And just leave it right there. And that's just the basics of the argument. See, they will try to move the goalposts whenever you bring up stuff like this. Don't allow them to move the goalposts. Stick with the facts and stick with the argument. Because the other day I said they try to bring up the law and I said, wait a minute, Law is based on what's called case law. Case law means that something happened, right? And they use that incident to change the law or to create a law. That's why I said, okay, I said to H.C. Pig, cite me the case law. And that's what people got to remember. But that's all I will have to, that's all I'm going to say for now, because I wanted to get in before the trolls got in. Because you notice that some people, I'm not going to name names. If you need me to name names, I can name names. They will never ever say that the incident is racial. They will always try to justify it and say, "Oh, it's not about race." They will never ever say. At least I cannot recall this one person never ever say anything was ever racial. You know what? Yeah, that was about race. I have to admit that was about race. No, no, he will never ever say it. Pick up on that. That's a clue. That is a clue as well. But let me get to sports. Let me get to sports. I just wanted to say that. I just want to get it off the because the information is coming out. Because before I get to sports, I want to say this last thing. There is a reason why that video has not been released to the public. And they're already looking at ways to scrub it. They're trying to delete it, right? They're already trying to delete it or alter it, by the way. That's a fact. There's a reason why that video, usually when incidents like this happen and there's video evidence, there is always a way, TMZ, whatever, they always find a way to release this video to the public. The video has not come out. Why? If you're so convinced that this guy is guilty, that Anthony is guilty, you would have released that video a long time ago. And that's why I keep saying, I go, okay, cool. Why haven't they released the video? Plain and simple. The video should have came out a long time ago if you believe that. If they believe that, they would have released that video a long time ago, even before the trial. Even after the trial is over, technically. And the video still hasn't come out. That tells you that this man was railroaded. I'm sorry, this kid was railroaded. This kid was set up, and they had it in mind that they were going to send him to prison before the trial even started. He did not get a fair trial. Anybody out there saying he did not get a fair trial. There's a man who was actually a white man that came out and said, hey, he didn't get a fair trial, and he believes Carmelo Anthony should not be in jail, and he's getting death threats. So it's not even just black people that are saying he didn't get a fair trial. There's even white folks that are saying he didn't get a fair trial, and those people are getting death. Those people are getting unalive threats, I should say. But let me pivot to sports. Let me pivot to sports. Um, let's talk about some of the rumors that are going on around there about Austin Reeves. And I want to ask a question about Austin Reeves. You as a Laker fan, go Mike. Do you want Austin Reeves back on your team?
Doesn't matter what I want. It's gonna happen. It doesn't matter what I want. Obviously, if you're a Lakers fan, you want him gone. But Luka Doncic is best friends with Reeves, and he's gonna do everything he can to keep him on the team. So it's
Your mic is breaking up. Your mic is breaking up. I'm just saying it's hard to hear what you're saying because your mic is you're sounding like Megatron. So I don't know if it's a bad connection, but your mic is going in and out. But while Mike fixes his mic, I just want to say to everybody, man, it was a great NBA season. I enjoyed the playoffs. I I think the finals was great. It's unfortunate that in my just from a personal point of view, it's unfortunate that oh sorry, okay, Mike, you're back? Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. It's a bit better.
Okay, so my whole thing is it doesn't matter what I want. Reed's gonna come back to the team. Unfortunately, the Lakers are a circus, a literal circus. You would think after Brunson, just think about it. Brunson and Porzingis, right? Both guys played with who? Luka Doncic. Both of those guys got rings, leaving the Mavericks, leaving Luka Doncic. If you're Luka, you would think he would want to win a championship. But if they bring back Austin Reeves and don't make any real improvements to this team, that's going to say that Luka Doncic don't want to win.
I think the best option, in my opinion, I don't know if you agree or disagree with this, is to do a sign and trade. If you want to be respectable, you don't have to, but if you want to be respectable to Austin Reeves, I think the best option is a sign and trade. Basically, you sign him to the money that just to thank him for his service, basically, and then you say, okay, make a trade. Now the issue is out here is that I don't hear of any suitors out there that are begging or asking for Austin Reeves to be a part of their team. I mean, let's be honest. If Austin Reeves was available on the market and you would put on the market and say, okay, the Lakers say, damn it, we have to trade this kid. I don't see teams lining up. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any teams out here lining up to say, damn it, we got to get Austin Reeves on our team. Go ahead.
The Brooklyn Nets is willing to offer Reeves a crazy bag. And like I said, Reeves ain't going nowhere because Luka, you gotta understand some infamous. This is a players' league. So when a player says something, more times than not, the front office is gonna lean with the player. Like,
okay, can I touch on the Brooklyn Nets situation? They just came out yesterday and said that's not correct. They're not. That's just a rumor put out there. They're not willing to offer him that. I'm just saying that. I just want to correct you on it.
He'll be in a Laker uniform in the next season.
I believe so. I think you're right. I agree.
And especially since because you got to think about it, this team is Luka's team. So you think whatever Luka says, the front office is gonna do what Luka say. Like if Luka say bring him back, they're gonna bring him back. And look, Infamous, what I just tell you, the two guys that won a ring with the two guys that played with Luka, Kristoff and Brunson, they both left you and both got a ring. Both of them. So if I'm Luka Doncic and I want Austin Reeves to come back, that's going to tell me that Luka Doncic. That's going to tell me what like Nico trading Luka away. That's going to make Luka. That's going to make Nico Harrison look good. That's going to make him not look as bad for wanting to trade him because the Dallas Mavericks are about what? They're about winning championships, and Luka's showing you, just by him asking for Reeves to come back, he's showing you he don't want to win a championship.
Correct. I'm going to say something a bit controversial. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Reeves is not going to help you win the championship, and look, that's why the Mavericks traded Luka away. It wasn't just about him being out of shape. He's not a winning player. He's not he doesn't want to win. Like you might want to win 30 and 40 a game and 10 assists, whatever he's putting up. But a guy that wants to win, why in the fuck would I want Reeves back? And if I really tell myself I want to win a championship, you don't bring back people like Austin Reeves. You don't. You don't bring back DeAndre Ayton. This man said he want Ayton back. He want Reeves back.
Mhm.
How you gonna win a championship with How you gonna win a championship with these niggas? It ain't possible. It's not possible. You don't want to win.
You know how I know I agree with you on that. You know how I know Reeves is not serious about winning, and just like you said, Luka's not serious about winning either. Because I'm going to say something a little bit controversial. I believe that you need to get rid of both of them, in my honest opinion. But they're not going to do it. I get it. They're not going to get rid of Luka. They're not going to get rid of Austin Reeves. I get it. I get it. I don't believe they're going to get rid of any of them. But I'm saying the controversial thing would be, and probably the best thing, in my opinion, they should do is get rid of both of them. But they're not going to do that. But here's the thing that I know that Austin Reeves himself is not serious about winning. When he was bullied in the playoffs by the Timberwolves, right? He was physically manhandled. Let's keep it 100%. He was physically manhandled by the Timberwolves in that series. He is to a certain degree physically manhandled this year in the playoffs. What that screams to me would be, okay, if I'm being physically manhandled and being, abused on the defensive end, my off season would be focusing on getting my body stronger, especially my lower half. Pause. Getting your body stronger, going through defensive drills, defensive principles, all that kind of stuff. And then when I come back the next season, I completely look like a different person. My shoulders have filled out. I got some definition in my arms. I got some chest. I got some muscle. That would at least give me an indication like, hey, you know what? I'm taking my profession seriously and I'm coming back as a new individual and a new person. Luka, to a certain degree, has done that because when he was overweight playing in the playoffs, he was out of shape, blah, blah, blah. At least he came back in shape, right? Austin Reeves looks exactly the same than when he's his first season. No definition, no arms, no improvement physical wise, no improvement on the court, same player. And that screams of a person like they should be forcing him. If you're going to keep him and invest in him, he needs to invest in himself as well and say, listen, if I'm going to come back and be a part of the Lakers, I got to do my part. I got to hit the gym. I got to be in the gym. I got to go in the gym 24/7. I got to hire a personal trainer. I want to put on more bulk. I want to put on more muscle. I want to be able to be not bullied and hold my position in the paint, be able to bowl through guys and make it to the hoop with my physicality and my strength. He lacks that completely. If I was,
Yes.
if here's what I would do, and I'm going to throw a trade idea out there, and tell me if you would go for it. I'm looking at a guy that's on another team. There's been a little bit of controversy around him. They keep saying they want to keep him, but it's like, and I think he might be. He will. He looks like he might entertain going to a new destination. And I'm looking at that man on the Celtics named Jaylen Brown. Would you entertain that, sir?
Reeves for Brown?
I think it's going to take a little. It would take more than that. Obviously, I don't know how the numbers would work out, but yeah,
You gotta say what? You gotta say the full trade. You can't just throw
no,
out
I'm
if
throwing
they
it.
say
No, I'm going a step further. I'm building a trade around Luka and Brown.
oh
I'm building the trade around Luka and Brown. Not just
that's
not
that's
Austin
not
Reeves.
to me that's a trade because Luca can't defend. Brown can, but the problem is if you take Luca off the team and put Brown here, Brown's going to help your defense. But can Brown play make at a high level? Can he play point guard and get guys and make the right plays? Do I trust Brown decision making? No. I would not do
So
the
here's the
trade.
thing.
Luka for Brown, no. No deal
Here's
there.
why. Here's where I look at it. You got it. Brown faced off against Luca in that championship where Boston won, and he
They
was
were the better
abusing him on
team.
both ends.
They were the better team overall.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the one. I understand they were a better team. I agree
If
with you
you
on
if
that.
you if
But
you,
I'm
if
looking
you
at the
put
one-on-one matchup.
Brown on this team, it does not matter because you got to think about it. DeAndre Ayton is still on the team. DeAndre Ayton is a liability. You forget about that. Ayton is a liability. Reeves is a liability. The Lakers, what have you said all year long, Infamous? The Lakers have what? We have no bench. Our bench is one of the worst in the league. No bench. You still got Reeves and Ayton, two liabilities.
Mhm.
You got Dr. Connect who don't really want to be here. Like even if you get Brown, you still got a bunch of holes on your team. You're still not going to be good enough to contend until you fix that bench. You get Reeves and Aiden, sorry sack of shit, off the fucking team. You get Riddick out of the coaching box. I'm just saying, you're
I
still
I
gonna be
would just
slow.
I'll go. Here's the thing. I'll go knocking on the door and say just as a courtesy call, and say what would it take for us to get Brown?
That's not
It
gonna
may not.
solve nothing. That ain't gonna solve
I
nothing.
believe I
That
believe it
doesn't
will.
make you
Here's
better
why.
than you worse.
Here's why I think because you forget you have one of the greatest point guards on your team already, and that's LeBron James,
We
right?
don't know if he's
You
staying or
can
not. He has not signed the contract yet, so we can't just assume he's gonna stay because
correct,
we don't
but
know
I
yet.
think right, but I think the justification for LeBron staying is that he's got to see that the team is going in the right direction and they're serious about winning. I think that's why he's holding back. He's like saying, "Okay, I'm going to
But
hold
isn't
back and see
Brown
what you
under
guys are going
contract
to do
though?
before I do anything."
Brown's not under
Go ahead.
contract. Brown's not under contract.
No, he's not.
I don't think Boston would do a deal with the Lakers. I really don't think Boston would like Boston. I don't believe Boston is stupid enough to let Brown walk anywhere else. I believe those niggas gonna pay. If anything, they'll trade
Hmm.
Tatum. If it comes down to Brown, let's say Brown say, "Hey, give me this week, right, and I'll stay." They will
Hmm.
trade Tatum way before they
You think
let
so?
Brown walk. They'll trade Tatum and pay
I
Brown.
think
Hell yeah!
Tatum is their boy, man. I don't think they're ever going to get Tatum is like
But
their
you
cash
can,
cow.
if it comes down to Brown and Tatum, I'm telling you, we talking about a guy that won Finals MVP, shutting down, got him an NBA championship, first one since when? Since 2008. It'd be stupid to let Brown go anywhere else.
Yeah,
And,
they'd be
and
stupid
then
to let him
we
go,
got
but I think when push comes to shove, I'll be honest. When push comes to shove, I think they have a love affair and an affinity for Tatum. I really do. I really do.
and,
But
on top of
but
that,
let me.
I think Brown would want to play with LeBron? No. I don't think that either. I don't think Brown will play with LeBron. LeBron will have
That's
to
fair.
officially leave, and then he might come in. But I don't think
Correct. Correct.
anybody wants to play with LeBron outside of Luka.
Of the stuff he said about his son, because of the stuff he said about his son, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
But all the tension would be built up and shit. Like that would be that's like asking Michael Myers and Jason to stay in the same room. Somebody gonna die. You still there? Oh my god. Infamous. Yeah, I had to pull back in, but I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
And you
sorry
got
about that. Every time I get a phone call, it just knocks me out of this thing. Yeah. Um,
you
can
know
I
you
give
got to think
you
about this. Here.
go
Him
ahead.
and Brown, you got to think about that. You know what Brown said about LeBron's son. That's gonna be a lot of tension in one locker room.
Facts. I agree. I agree. Can I give you a trade that's actually out there? There's a trade out there that I think that the Lakers should really look at because I'm looking at my team, the Raptors, and I think the Raptors should make this trade too as well if it's available. Is Kal Ware is being shopped allegedly. He's being shopped around right now, and
Yes.
I think who
Who being shopped around?
Kal Ware from the Miami Heat, their
I
center.
ain't never heard of him.
See, that's why. See, this is why you got to watch the NBA. Kal Ware, he's a stretch big. He gives you he's a stretch big, gives you offense, great rebounder. Now his motor, part some of the issues has been with his motor, and they haven't really given him a real opportunity. But he was high. I think he was top. What was he? I think he was top 10 in the draft. Good big man. Go look him up. But Kyle Ware, apparently there's a lot of teams lining up for him. I guess they're going to probably look at the best offer. But Kyle Ware on the Lakers would be fantastic. Now you're talking about a legitimate stretch big. He can pop out, hit the three, rebound. The criticisms coming out of college was always his motor, staying locked in. But I'm saying he was young, and I think those are things that could be worked on. But I would love any team would love to have him on any team would love to have him on their team. But I think it's something that should definitely be entertained or looked at, and that's Khalil Ware. Now, why are they shopping him around? I think one of the major reasons why they're shopping him around is I strongly believe that the rumors out there is that Miami's gonna be making a play for Giannis, and they may be looking at clearing up some salary or making some moves before they're able to make that trade for Giannis. So we'll see what happens. Hey, somebody just hopped on the panel. Who's that? Who's there? Hello.
That's Dante.
Hey Dante, what's popping? Because I can't see from my phone here. Dante, you there? Oh, maybe his mic is not working. But yeah, Mike. Yeah, as far as that, I think that's the best deal out there is the Kel Weir situation. People are talking about it. I think that's definitely an option to look at. Um, as far as the NBA Finals and stuff, Fox is out of there. Fox, De'Aaron Fox will more likely not be a Spur for next season. And I think for his own mental being, for his own mental state, because them fans in San Antonio were looking to put hands on him, man. They're looking to put hands on this nigga. So for his state of mind and his mental, you know, faculties, I think he needs to entertain a trade out of there immediately. I don't think they can bring him back next season after the performance he put up in the playoffs. That was a lot of people are blaming him. Now, I don't put the sole blame on him, but he is a huge part of the reason why the San Antonio Spurs didn't even push it to at least a game 7 or have gave himself a chance to win because of his blunders and how bad he played in the playoffs. So again, he's definitely that's definitely a player that they're gonna have to look to move. I mean, give Dylan Harper, or if you don't want to even move him, Dylan Harper is your starting point guard, and De'Aaron Fox is your backup. Plain and simple. If Darren Fox the one doesn't want to agree with that, then move his ass. Dylan Harper going forward should be your starting point guard. Plain and simple. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And if this coach is stubborn, is too stubborn to understand that, and still wants to go with Fox, then his ass should be out of there. But that's the way it's got. That's the way it's got to be next season. I'm sorry. I would go to Fox respectfully and say, listen, we respect you for your service. Blah 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 blah. Give him the whole spiel and say, listen, we're going with Dylan. We're going with Dylan Harper next season as a starting point guard. You're coming off the bench. And if he says, man, you can't do that to me. I'm a starter, man. I'm a starter. I can't be no bench player. I ain't coming off no bench. Blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Then we'll entertain moving you. Then that's what it's got to be. Plain and simple. You got to be honest with me. Be straight. So no, Dylan Harper is our dude. Is our guy. No disrespect. No disrespect to you, Fox, but we got to go with Harper. And I think that's the best move. You got a young team. You got a young team with Wemby, who I believe is still under 25. You got Vassell. You got Castle. That's a strong nucleus right there. You keep Harper. These are the guys you got to build around. You got to build around Harper. You got to build around Castle, and you got to build around Vassell. Now, here's what you can do. If you want to make an even bigger splash, you might be able to package a Vassell and some other, maybe some picks and some and Fox and another player or something, and maybe make a push for Giannis. Now you bring in Giannis, that's going to take you to a whole nother level. That's, but I don't know if they have the nuts to do that. I don't know if they have the kahunas to do that, but that would take you to another level. But here's the problem: because of how good Harper is playing and the potential that Harper has, any trade with any other team, they're going to be asking for Harper. They're going to be saying, "Okay, cool, we'll make the trade, but you got to throw in Harper in there." Are they willing to do that? I don't think they are. I don't think they're willing to do that. So there's the problem you run into. That's a problem you may run into. Whatever they do, do not go after Kevin Durant. Please, I respectfully do not entertain no Kevin Durant trade. Do not bring Kevin Durant on your team. If I'm a GM out there, I'm not bringing Kevin Durant anywhere near my team. And that's no disrespect to Kevin Durant. We respect him for his career, respect him for his service, respect for what he's done in his career. But at this point, it just seems like this guy is toxic, man. I'm sorry. What do you think about that?
So you put it all on point. I mean, then I can add to that.
Yeah. But what do you think about, because here's the thing. The deal with Kel'el Ware, the one I was talking about, they said that you would have to take back Wiggins. You would have to take on Wiggins' contract. That's the only problem. So are you willing, would you take Wiggins and Kel'el Ware on the team? Make a trade for it, and then maybe throw them Austin Reeves and something else? I would take that trade immediately if I was the Lakers. So you would get Wiggins and some pieces, and then you would get Kel'el Ware and Wiggins, and then Austin Reeves goes the other way.
You're basically getting a steal for Austin Reeves. I only say that because if you keep him, they say that if we keep him, he's worth like $248 million super max. So if we get that trade, that's actually a steal.
Yeah. There's no way on earth there's no way on earth I would pay Austin Reeves a supermax. Are you crazy? You gotta be smoking some serious joints to give that guy the supermax. There's no way that man deserves a supermax. I'm sorry. He's got no. Hell no. Let him be some other team's problem, man. Go see. Here's the thing with Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves, I always keep saying, people who play for the Lakers, two things happens to your career. Your career gets overinflated or your career gets deflated. There's no middle ground. After you leave the Lakers, your career for the most part, gets destroyed. When you're with the Lakers, you have that Laker tax where people think you're way better than you are. Perfect example of that, D'Lo. D'Lo when he was with the Lakers, so hyped. People talking about him all the time. He leaves the Lakers, nobody's talking about him. He's not even in the league anymore. That's where the deflation comes in. You either get inflated or you get extremely deflated after you leave. Russell Westbrook. When he joined the Lakers, all the hype, all the stuff. His career almost got destroyed to not a point where he's a bench player now. You don't even talk about Westbrook like they used to because of his time with the Lakers and how he got exposed. I'm telling you, those bright lights will expose you, bro. Those bright lights will expose you. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right. When you come to LA, the lights are on you, man. I mean, some guys ain't made. A lot of guys ain't made for that. When you playing on certain stages, everybody's not made for that stage. We just saw Victor crumble on the big stage. We just saw the Spurs crumble on the big stage. So, hey,
Hmm.
man, when you playing in LA, when you playing in LA or you playing in the finals, that either you're gonna drop your nuts or you're not gonna have none at all. Especially playing in LA. LA's a big market. When you had several legends that played for the team, and every shot you miss, you get scrutinized in the media. I mean, that's
Facts.
what Dr. Knick is so. Because Dr. Knick came in, if you watch his post game interview, he was sounding confident.
Hmm.
But now that he's been through some interviews, seen what it's like, you can see his confidence is shot,
Hmm.
always shot. So, hey, man, that's the cost of
Hmm.
playing in LA.
But getting back to like, and that's why you know what? Say what you want about Jalen Brunson, man. That guy, I give that man the ultimate respect because here's the thing: he's obviously undersized, right? But when the lights are the brightest, and when it comes time to put your nuts on the table, when the game is on the line, there's nobody I'd rather have put the ball in his hands more than Jalen Brunson. I'm sorry. I keep saying it and I'll keep saying it again. When it comes, he has a nickname now. His nickname is Mr. Fourth Quarter, and his name is that nickname, Mr. Fourth Quarter. He's earned. He wasn't just given that nickname. He earned that nickname because when you know the fourth, because I kept saying, even in the last game, the final game of the season, I was looking at that game and I said, "Listen, oh my gosh, this is not good because Jalen Brunson hasn't even turned it up yet. And we know when the fourth quarter comes, we know what happens. He's like grand opening, grand closing. When it comes to the fourth quarter, you put the ball in Jalen Brunson's hands and you get out of the way. That's been the narrative throughout the whole playoffs. And even in the regular season. This dude is the ultimate heart. And and people forget he was injured. He got injured a couple of times. There was a couple of times in I believe it was in the Detroit series where he rolled his ankle or something, and he limped off. You remember? This is how I say that I respect Brunson. He went even in this series. He went back to the locker room. He hurt. I believe he hurt his ankle or something. Went back in the locker room, fixed it up, and got right back out there. You know how many times that has happened throughout the playoffs this season? Where Jalen Brunson, people thought, oh my gosh, he's hurt, he's done. Gone back, goes back to the locker room, gets whatever he needs done, and comes right back out there and plays like nothing ever happened. And that's why I give this dude the ultimate respect. He's a tough competitor. He's not the greatest on defense, but guess what? He may play a bad game throughout the first couple of quarters, but at least in the fourth quarter, you're gonna get everything out of him. He's going to give you that game in the fourth quarter. So, man, looking back on it, it looks like the Dallas Mavericks may have traded the wrong guy, man. They may have made a mistake. They should have kept. Maybe they should have kept. Maybe they should have kept Brunson. Just saying. Just saying. They should have kept Brunson. I don't know. It's looking bad right now, man. It's looking bad. Looking real bad. Real bad, Michael Jackson. So that's all I gotta say, man. Hey Dante, you got anything to say, man? Add to this?
After this, we
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say is, man, that Becky Hammond, she, her ass, she's a complete idiot. She don't have no idea what she's talking about. After all that talk she said about Jalen Brunson not being tall enough to carry a team to a championship and not being the 1A guy. Well, guess what? He dropped 45 points in your home court against your guy who happens to be the tallest player in the league and won an NBA championship and a Finals MVP in your home court. What that says about you?
Mm-hmm.
That says that you don't know about basketball, and that what
Mm-hmm.
that says about Jalen Brunson is that Jalen Brunson has what it takes to be a 1A. He has what it takes to carry a team to the championship. And last
Mm-hmm.
and Friday and Saturday's night performance, Saturday night proved it.
Mm-hmm.
What he did on Saturday night was David versus Goliath, and
Mm-hmm.
David was and what we saw was David going up against Goliath and taking it to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we witnessed.
You know what I noticed, Dante? I don't know if you picked up on this. Throughout the whole game, the 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 Knicks never looked like they were panicking. They always looked like they had the game in hand. Even when the Spurs had the lead, you can literally say like you can literally look at their faces and he said, "Hey, we don't care how big of a lead you guys get. We're just gonna walk you down in the fourth, and there's nothing you can do about it." It's like that guy that comes into the club and you're chilling with your girl, and he said, "Listen, man, I'm gonna take your woman from you right now, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it." And he just goes up to your woman and he just says something in her ears, and he just grabs her hands and just takes her with him. And you're like looking like, "Hey, hey, well, you can't do that. Hey, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing." That's what it remind me. It remind me of a guy that taps your pockets and say, "Hey man, I'm taking everything. You empty your pockets right now." And you're like, "No, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't empty my pockets." He's like, "What did you say?" I said, "Empty your pockets right now." And there's nothing you can do about it. You can't fight back. You can't do nothing. You just got to empty them pockets, man. That's what the Knicks. That's what the Knicks did to the Spurs. They were looking at him like, "Yo, you guys are lunch meat. There's nothing you guys can do. We're gonna we're gonna walk you down. You can take all the lead you want. You can have a 50-point lead. You can have a 20-point lead. You can have a 10-point lead. We don't care how big your lead is. When it comes to that fourth quarter, your ass is grass." And that's exactly what they did throughout the whole series. And we got to give respect to the Knicks. And here's one of the. I'm not a Knicks fan. Again, I was picking the Spurs to win. I will say that. But we got to give respect to the Knicks. They, how many times, Dante? Correct. Tell me, how many times did they lose in this playoffs? I'm talking the whole playoffs. How many games did they lose? Because I believe it's a record, isn't it? How many times did the Knicks lose in the playoffs this season? Does anybody have that information on hand?
Man, man, because
Man,
you ain't here for long
man,
people.
I got to do the heavy work. Let me find out. Let me find out. Let me just do a quick search here. And uh, if, oh, I figured I was gonna take the guess, but I figured let me just be at factual. They were 16-3 in the playoffs. I'll repeat that again. The Knicks were 16-3. They only lost 3 games in the whole playoffs. Think about that for a minute. Let that simmer. Now, I've already come on here and said there's nothing nobody can say to me to make me hate Wemby. This is called this is called the growing pains of trying to build a championship and trying to become a great player. You're gonna go through your pitfalls. It's how you respond from your adversity. Just like Goat Mike, when you work for Walmart, there's going to be some days that you're going to have your A game, right? It's not how bad of a game you have, it's how you bounce back from adversity. The true test of how great Wemby is or is going to
I
be
disagree.
is what he's going to come back with next season. Is how he's going to bounce back from this embarrassment or this adversity. That's the true test of a man. Is not staying down, is how you get back up. And that's why I keep saying I'm not going to have no ill will towards Wemby. I do believe that he'll bounce back, and he's still young. He's still got time. But go ahead.
I mean, everybody's perspective on it is different. You like Wemby, so you blind to a lot of stuff. But for me, I feel like Wemby didn't put his best foot forward. I feel like it's okay to lose in life. Like, for example, when you compare him to me, you can't compare Wemby to me in Walmart. I'm gonna tell you why. My ass at Walmart, right? I've had days where it wasn't the best, but did I give up? No. Did I not put my best foot forward? I put my best foot forward. Each and every hard day I had at work that wasn't the best, I gave absolutely everything I had in the team and some. When you watch Victor, that motherfucker quit. He quit, bro. In the second half, he did not give his best effort. He gave his all in the first half. In the second half, he just laid down because you're tired. In life, you're going to be tired. But you can't just, you know what I mean? It's like me, for example. There's some days I'm tired. I don't want to go to work. But guess what? My ass is coming in here to get it done. Victor Wembanyama, this dude getting paid millions of dollars. You quit in the second half. You didn't get your best effort. It's okay to lose. Well, how are you losing? Are you losing? Like, for example, when LeBron lost in I forgot what year it was. The year LeBron James lost in the finals, and he put up 50 in game one.
Are you talking his first trip?
2018.
Which one?
I'm thinking it was 2018, the year where JR took the ball to half court.
Oh yeah.
That nigga LeBron gave absolutely everything. He gave everything he had. When Kobe Bryant lost, he gave everything. When Jordan lost, he gave everything. When Larry Bird, what am I telling you? It's okay to lose, but what are you doing in your losses? Like, for example, Earl Spence. I know it's boxing, but when Spence lost to Crawford, even though Crawford destroyed him every single round, did Spence quit? Hell no. That nigga, he was willing to die in that fucking ring, trying to beat him. So it just tells you that Victor didn't want it. He didn't want it. He didn't want it bad enough.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. That alludes to my point that I'm trying to make, is that there's only a few players that were superstars or potential superstars that made it or won it on their first trip to the finals. Like, we got to be honest. Magic Johnson is the only one I can think that comes to mind that won it on his first.
I'm not mad that he lost. I'm not mad that he lost. I'm not mad that Victor lost. What I'm mad about is the effort. The effort was not there. The leadership, the dog mentality. Like, for example, in the last game, I think it was game 4, when they were up big and the lead started chipping away, Victor should have been over there yelling at every fucking body. Like, hey, look, guys, let's go. It's time to go. Let's go. And Victor should have been in the paint. Look, Victor only averaged 2-3 fouls. You know, every game he was averaging like 2-3 fouls a game. You're a fucking big man. Sometimes you gotta send a message. Sometimes you gotta foul motherfucker and let him know. You come in this paint, bitch, it's me and you. LeBron James, like, he's not a dirty player. I'm not saying be dirty, but I'm just saying, like, as the best player on the team, sometimes you gotta send a message. When OG drove to the paint and dunked on him that first game, that second game, he should have told him, bro, you come in this paint, if I gotta get a flagrant foul, so be it. But you're not coming to my house. This is my house. I'm the biggest guy on this court. You ain't coming in here. That should have been his approach. But it was too many times where Victor's demeanor, his demonstrativeness, his dogness. I ain't saying you should get flagrants, but I'm just saying sometimes you gotta set a measure. Like you come in this paint, bro,
Hmm.
it ain't happening.
Yeah,
Foul, no
and
foul, you gotta be aggressive, and he wasn't.
I agree with you. There's some games that his assertiveness and his aggressiveness was not there, and then there's some games it was up and down, and I contribute that to him being young and being quote unquote. I still
What
look at
about
him in
Chet
that rookie,
Holmgren? When he was
in
playing
that
against
rookie.
Chet, that's what make it so bad though, Infamous. When he played against Gobert, Gobert is a what? 3-time or 4-time DPOY? When he went against fucking Chet Holmgren, what did he do, Infamous? He was dunking the ball, holding the ball in his hand, not giving the ball to the ref. That could have been a tech, but you get what I'm saying though. Like when you put against
Yeah, I get
other
what you're saying.
people, you was playing your ass off, and then now you get to the finals. You know what I mean?
I
I understand you
I get
grown, but I'm saying like you can't show me you can't play like Victor is basically like when you're playing against the puppies, you playing the bully role. Now you get to the
hmm
finals, you the one getting bullied, and that's unacceptable. You
yeah,
let
I
time,
think
and you know what I mean? That's my
yeah, I
issue
know
with him.
exactly what you're. I think I know what you're saying. Basically, when he could bully Chet, but now he came up against a bigger dog, bigger than him when it comes to the bully factor. I think
Yes,
I think that
he
was
couldn't do
the
that.
right, and this is why I kept saying is how you bounce back from this. You remember I was talking earlier. I was talking about Austin Reeves. How I knew Austin Reeves never really wanted it was because when he got bullied by the Timberwolves, and you had thing
But
calling him the
also
B
the ass
word,
kissing too, infamous.
huh?
Infamous. The last thing, also the ass kissing. Victor Wade
Go
Bond was
ahead,
an
go ahead.
ass kisser. Victor Wade Bond
Mhm.
was an ass kisser. That's another problem I have with Victor. He needs to be an asshole. Like most of the niggas that got championships, those niggas
Mhm.
are assholes. Kobe, Jordan, Braun, Magic,
Yeah.
Isaiah Thomas, assholes. You can't be up here. You watch Victor, right? Every time his
Mhm.
teammate had made a mistake, like Castle or Harper or Vassell had made a mistake, what did Victor do? He dapping guys up. It's okay, patting guys on the back, telling them it's no big deal. Bro,
Mm,
if you want to win in this league,
that's a good point.
sometimes you got to be an asshole.
No, you're right. You're right. I can't argue with that. That's a good point. That's a good point. And you're right. I think some of the times he's got to get in some of these teammates' faces and say, "Hey, man, you fucked up, bro. If you do that again, hey." He's got to be a little bit more assertive with his teammates. And I think that's a part. Again, I'm going to reiterate that. I think that's a part of his maturation. That's a part of his growth. That's a part of him developing into a leader. I I'm wholeheartedly believe, and I'm willing to put any amount of money on it, that he's going to learn from this be fuel for the fire for next year. And I think he's going to come back a better player. And I think one of the things he needs to do is to get his ass in that weight room. Get his ass in that weight room. Talk to Giannis if you have to, and say, "Hey, Giannis," because we all remember Giannis looked like Victor in his first season. In his first couple of seasons, Giannis was like almost the same. Look how Giannis is now. That's what I'm saying. I'll talk to Giannis. Say, "Hey, Giannis, what's your diet?" Pick the brain of some of these players if you can, and say, "Listen, man, I need to put on some more weight. I need to put on more strength. Let me come. I don't want to train with you in the sense that on the basketball court, but let's hit the weight room together. Or tell me what your weight training regimen is like. Or tap into LeBron. Hey, LeBron, what's your weight training regimen? What do you do? What do you do?" And I think that's what he needs to do because it's obviously Mitchell Robinson was bullying him. You were bullied by Cat. Cat was bullying you, right? So I think definitely his lower body. I think his lower body more than anything needs to get stronger. His center of base needs to get strong. He needs to get stronger in the legs, get stronger in the ab area, the middle section. Me being a personal trainer, he definitely needs to strengthen those legs, right? The arm strength and all that stuff will come. Like you can kind of get by with the arm strength, but definitely the leg strength needs to be there. He needs to also work on his endurance. I think one of the biggest problems that Wemby was running into is that he was running out of energy. He's running out of energy late in the fourth quarters.
He don't got
He
that
needs to
dog in
he
him. You don't got that
yeah
dog in him. You can have all the energy in the world,
go
but if
go
you don't
ahead.
got that dog in you to fight and grit, bro, you know how many times Michael Jordan got tired in a fucking game, and that nigga just kept coming, kept coming, kept coming, kept coming. Even with LeBron, Kobe, KG, we see a lot of all-time greats. You don't think Jalen Brunson was tired? That nigga was
Mhm.
tired in the fourth quarter, but you didn't see him just roll over either. He kept
But you
coming.
know what I
He,
noticed
he's
about
he's back in the present, but he kept coming. Just saying.
that, and that's a fair comment. But you know one thing I noticed about Jalen Brunson, he's tremendously conditioned. Like he's probably one of the most
But even when
conditioned
he was tired,
athletes out
infamous,
there.
no,
Hmm.
but infamous, if you watch the fourth quarter, that nigga Brunson was gasping for air. But did you see him roll over? No. That nigga was huffing and puffing, hands on the hips. He was gassed. Even with all,
Fair.
bro, infamous, you keep away from this. Even with all the stamina he got, look at how Brunson was gassed in the fourth quarter. He was tired, huffing, puffing, hair waving like you know how girls' hair do when they tired and walking and the hair just
Mm,
swinging. Bro, Brunson got that dog in him.
mm.
That nigga had every excuse to roll over, do the fatigue, and he said, "No, fuck that. I'm trying to
But
win the goddamn ring."
here's the
Huh?
difference, though, Mike. I know you're not probably going to agree with this, but here's the difference. Brunson Brunson's team allows him to take because let's be honest, Brunson didn't play a great series in this series against the Spurs. But what Brunson's team allows him to do allows him to rest through the first three periods. Because if you notice, the first couple of games against the Spurs, he didn't play well the first three quarters, right? But which allows him to reserve energy for the fourth or when he turns it on because his team is so good, it keeps him in the game. The problem with Victor's team, unfortunately, right? And that's part of being young and inexperienced as well. When the minutes go back and look at the minutes without Victor on the court, the team was dog doo doo. They couldn't score. The
It was
defense
dog
wasn't
with the
there.
moment for it.
They had nobody to supplement. They had nobody to supplement the scoring when Victor
He
was
was
on the
getting
court.
dogged on the court. He was getting dogged on the court.
Not all the games, Mike. That don't that let's be
Man,
fair. Give
bro,
him
I saw too many plays where nigga was driving in the paint on Victor. Didn't give a fuck that he was there and was doing whatever they wanted. Bro, Victor's presence was not what it was against OKC. Against OKC, did you watch the play where SJ drove in the paint? He saw Victor. He didn't even think about layup. He just threw it
no,
back
he
out.
didn't.
If you watch this series right here, nobody was afraid to attack Victor. Josh Hart was
Uh,
driving in the paint on Victor. They were not
and you know
afraid
what,
of him.
Mike? And you know what, Mike? And it goes back to it goes back to something I was thinking about. I seriously believe that if OKC made it to the finals, I think they would have gave the Knicks a better fight because not just because of the experience for one, but I think the
I
match.
would
And this is why I
disagree.
keep, this is what I keep saying to people: matchups make fights. Sometimes it's not necessarily your team, but who you face, who you match up against. And I think that OKC may have been a better matchup just for the fact that they're able to sustain the scoring and their perimeter defense was better. And you were able with OKC, right? You're able to put two bigs on the court at the same time with OKC. You could put I think Chet can go up against Cat. Chet can handle Cat because guess what? The problem with Wemby is you can pull him away, right? He had to be pulled away because of how Cat was is an in between scorer. He can score he's a three level scorer, right? He's deadly from the three. You gotta go out and guard him if he's at the three. He can hit the mid range and he can drive to the hoop. Chet would be able to alleviate that to some degree, and then Cat would have to do that on the other end, on the defensive end. So the matchup there is pretty much kind of easier, even, right? The other matchup, you can put Hartenstein. Hartenstein can handle what was that guy's name? The center for the Knicks. I can't. His name escapes me right now. And then the other matchups are pretty even across the board. Now the biggest issue you would have is with OG though. I don't think there's a matchup on OKC that would be able to handle OG. OG would probably be the biggest mismatch. That's a problem you run into, in my opinion. But I think everybody else would be pretty much even, in my opinion. But I don't know.
Uh,
I don't know.
the,
This is just my opinion.
but the problem with that is that Towns don't got a guard. See, what made Victor great in the Thunder series is that he didn't have to guard Hartstein, which allowed him to roam on defense. So now,
Right.
if you put Towns, right, Towns don't got to guard Hartstein. Towns can help off of Hartstein everywhere else. So now Towns' job is actually, to be honest, Towns playing the Thunder, his job will be easier than playing the Spurs because Victor can at least shoot to make you have to at least have to put a hand up to some degree.
No, no, no. I'm saying Towns would go against Chet. That's what I'm saying. Chet, because if
Switching,
you go
no.
small ball,
Mike Brown's going. Mike Brown's not going to put him on him. What Mike Brown's going to do, I'm telling you what he's going to do. He's going to put somebody else. He's going to put like OG. He's going to put like an OG on Chet. And I think OG would really bother Chet Hung because he's physical.
I agree.
He's a little bit
That's why I
stronger.
said there was no mismatch. There's no mismatch. There's no matchup for them to nullify OG. I think OG would have been their biggest issue. Everything else
OG
across.
just
That's why I said OG would have been their biggest issue.
you don't got to guard Luke
But
Dort though. But everything though, Luke Dort had one of his worst playoff performances in his career. So I think
yeah,
personally, you could put Towns on Luke Dort, and he could just stack way off, and we just gonna dare Luke Dort to shoot all night.
yeah. I forgot about
And he
Luke
doing
Dort.
what he is.
You could have, you. I'm glad you mentioned that because even though Luke Dort didn't play well on the offensive end, you could at least nullify. Oh no, they got that other guy, Jalen. Remember they got that other center guy, Jalen, the guy, the light skinned dude with the dreads that they play at center sometimes.
Jalen
No,
Williams,
think about it.
if you play him in check, it's an even bigger mixed match because
No,
OG
that
can
makes
just
it
blow on
better.
Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams can't guard fucking. Wait. Wait, which one are you talking about? The big man or the second
No,
best player?
I'm talking about the big man, not the second best player, the big man. Remember
The,
the other
the
Jalen?
big man, he can't guard OG.
No,
He
no,
cannot
no.
check OG.
I'm saying this is why.
That'll be a
See, this is
mismatch.
now you even more convinced me would have been a better. No, I'm saying you could have went with a lineup. You could put Lou Dort on OG because Lou Dort is strong.
That,
I don't care what anybody says.
that
Lou
ain't
Dort's
gonna
strong.
work. He can't stay with
He's not gonna
OG.
stop. He's not gonna stop OG, right? But he can slow him down. I'm saying you go with Jalen Williams, who was a stretch big. You put Chet out there, right? You could put Chet out there with that Jalen. Then you got the guys on your perimeter. You got the ball eagle on your perimeter, right? You could throw him on Brunson, right? And that would allow. I think SGA would have had an easier time with that defense because who you gonna put on SGA? Go ahead. Who you putting on SGA?
You could put Mikal Bridges on OTA, and like I said, you don't got to guard Luke Dort.
Oh,
Luke Dort, you don't
he
got to
would
guard him.
eat him. He would eat
No,
Mikal
no, he's,
Bridges.
no, he's not because no, he's not because Towns don't got to guard his matchup. Towns don't got to guard Dort. He could just come way over onto fucking SGA.
No, but I'm saying who's he gonna? How is he gonna stop Chet though? They, you
We
forgot
put
about
OG
Chet.
on Chet. They put OG on chat.
You're putting OG on Chet.
I'm putting OG on chat, and I'm putting Towns on Dort because I want Towns to be the guy rotating over, cutting off
Mhm.
SGA
Yeah, but guess what,
off
Mike?
of Dort.
But guess what? When you do that, that opens up the perimeter, and you know they can shoot.
Caruso didn't shoot the ball. Caruso only had one good game out of the whole series. Do I believe
No, no, no,
Caruso
that's
on
not true. No, that's not true. Go
enough
back
big
and look.
games? You can leave him open. You
No,
honestly can.
no, 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 that's not true. Caruso was literally like their second best player in that series. Go
No,
back
they
and look. Go
last.
back and check the
There was a
numbers.
lot of there was a lot of plays where they showed, even on ESPN, they showed they were leaving certain guys on OKC open. They were leaving Caruso dead open. They were leaving Luke Dort wide open.
Hmm.
Jason Wallace at times were even left open. So I'm just saying, like, the Knicks have options, and on top of that, Mike Brown is no slouch. Mike Brown is no motherfucking slouch. Like, you ain't about to just come in here and just beat him. Mike
Yeah,
Brown
I think I
what he
think
is.
in my honest opinion, I think based on matchup, I'm just saying based on matchup, I think OKC would have given a bigger fight. I'm not saying they're gonna win. I'm not saying they would have won, right? But I think they would have given a better fight then. And you gotta
Not only
account.
that,
Here's the thing, Mike, and a lot of people dismiss this. You also got to account for experience. They've been there before. This was the Spurs' first time there with this team. This was their first. And you remember I was talking about the coaching, about Mitch Johnson. This was his first season as a coach. Technically, this was his first season as a coach, as a head coach. I didn't even know that. He's been with the organization since 2000. I did some research. He's been with the organization since 2019. He only got the head coaching position because of Pop getting ill. When Pop got ill, he took over mid-season, and then they promoted him to head coach. The organization promoted him to head coach for the season. So he's literally only been in the coaching spot for like a year. You could say technically a year and a half, typically. He's still young. He's green too. So you got the Knicks who have seasoned veterans, guys that are hungry, guys that have been in the league for a while, against a young green rookie team. And I think that's what's now if you put them against OKC, OKC has already been to the finals, right? They already know what it takes to win. That's why they're who they are, right? I think you would have had a better style fight. The fight would have been better, in my opinion, and they would have given a better fight. But that's just me. I mean, people can have a difference of opinion. I'm not gonna argue against people's opinions, but in my opinion, I just believe it would have been a better fight. You know, it is what it is. I wanted to talk to I wanted to talk to Texas about this UFC thing, this UFC controversy that's been going on that went on yesterday. Not looking good, man. Not looking good. Go ahead.
um, I mean, I don't know anything about it, to be honest.
Yeah, well, they had a UFC event that took place on the White House lawn, basically at the White House. Some guys, some guys made some very, you know, moist references and some references to Obama's wife, calling Obama's wife a man and all this kind of nonsense. And I'm just like, man, y'all gotta, man, anybody who says this is not a racist country, they need to check their heads, man. Like this is open, open, open white supremacy and open racism. But that's another thing, man. I'm not even gonna let people even get it off anymore that it's not. I mean, it's right in front of your faces. Anybody who denies it at this point, I'm just gonna look at you like an idiot. I was gonna say straight to your face, you're an idiot. Because it's literally right in front of your face. And the president was smiling and laughing at it, like you know, it is what it is. But anyways, but yeah, looking towards the off season. The draft is coming up. I got to go do some draft research because I have no idea about any of these guys. But I got to do so. I got to go on another channel on Thursday to talk about the draft. So I got to do some draft research to find out what some of these players are like. So I got to do some cramming because I got to go on another channel and discuss what the potentially the Raptors are going who the Raptors are going to pick and stuff like that. So I got some work to do. Got some work to do. But as far as AJ DeBonsa, that's the only guy that I know, man. That's we all know AJ DeBonsa is going to be the number one draft pick. Blah 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 blah. That's it, man. That's nobody else. Nobody else I'm really having an eye on. Nobody else I'm thinking about. It's just AJ DeBonsa, man. That's it. I don't know anybody else, but I gotta do some research. I think I gotta do some research and see who, because the draft is coming up. Draft is coming up, so gotta see, man. Got to see, but yeah.
Well, damn, you got a bigger scoop than I did. I don't be in the loop that much.
No, man. I've been really, you know what, Mike? You don't think this is crazy, but I've been really enjoying the WNBA, man. I've been really enjoying this season. I've been really following the WNBA, and I'm enjoying. They have this player, and if AC picks, if you're out there and you're listening, you know who I'm talking about. There's this player that's coming up in the WNBA that people really need to pay attention to, and she's going to be a superstar. And the only reason why I don't think she's going to really, really kind of get the superstar mantle is because she's not the greatest looking. She's not the greatest looking woman. She wears an afro, and she wears the goggles. And I'm talking about Olivia Miles. This is the first time I've ever seen in a long time that this girl could potentially win a championship, get Rookie of the Year and MVP in the same year. In the same year. I'll say it again. Olivia Miles could potentially win the MVP of the league, the Rookie of the Year, because she's already been player of the Rookie of the Month. She was Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month. She's already won those two awards already. She is a beast. What I'm telling you, man, passing, rebounding, shooting, everything. But I don't know when enough people are talking about. All they want to tell the dudes talk about Caitlyn, but I think more people out there need to start talking about Olivia Miles, man. Olivia Miles is on another level, and I'm talking clutch too. She's also clutch, by the way, super clutch. She almost took down Aja Wilson's team all by herself. And guess what? Here's the scary part. They're playing without their best player. She's not even the best player on her team. She's only they're playing without her best player who's out with a torn Achilles. So shout out to Olivia Miles, man. Keep putting in that work, girl. I don't care that you don't look aesthetically pleasing, appeasing, if you know what I mean. You're not the most good looking, you're not the best looking girl out there, but you're putting in that work. So that's all that matters, man.
Yeah, I mean, a girl can have all the body, look good, but be a grudged person.
She's just a ball. She's just a baller. She doesn't carry herself like, she doesn't do her hair and her makeup and she's not wearing that lipstick and all that kind of stuff and trying to make herself look glamorous. She's just out there balling. And I think that's maybe part of the reason why she's not marketed. They have to find a way to market her because she's arguably one of the best, the top five players in the league as a rookie. I'll say that again. This is her first year as a rookie. She's arguably top five in the league already. That tells you a lot. So I just want to hear her to keep pushing, keep doing her thing. and we'll see what happens, man. But yo, Mike, I gotta tap out because I gotta make some phone calls. But I'll try to tap in later, man.
Okay.
And, and get real debates back on, man. I need to school his ass. He needs to.
School up, pump his ass up.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, we need. Yeah, he needs to. He needs to get this work. All right, Playboy. I'll give you a shout later, man.
All right, for sure, big dog.
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious. Welcome back to the Institution of Imagination and Inspiration, LLC. Jerry from HR brings down in the half of the boss's office right away.
Wow, okay, a meeting with my boss and my HR representative? How fun! Yeah. Every one of your assignments is a disaster. We're giving you one last chance, or you lose your stripes.
I know this is hard, but this is home now.
Let's see what we can do. It's me. I'm the cat in the hat. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that is you. Let's get it started. All right. What time today you have to do more to impress them? Why, hello. Don't worry. We just go back. We can make all the mess that we want. We just go back there and do it. Wow.
We can go back to before we move.
No, dangerous. I'm gonna get fired.
What?
Help me find the go backer, and I'll help you go back and do your move.
Still. Where are we?
Fantastic. It's all made up entirely of your memories.
I'm
I'm talking. Wow, that was loud. I'm sorry. Forgot I had a bomb in my hat. Behold, it's the most unexplored mysteries of the universe.
We're never gonna get home.
I know change isn't easy, but this is a chance to make new memories. If we don't find the go backer, the universe will be destroyed forever.
That must be so scary.
Hold on, I want to see what happens to come back. I will always be with you, Carmilla. And it is yours. Wait, I know who to ask if we want to find the go backer.
This is the language.
The snow fell softly on the cobblestone street, catching the warm light that spilled from the shop windows. It was early December, and the small downtown district had that magical quality that only comes in the weeks before Christmas, when everything seems to glow with possibility. The old buildings, most of them converted from warehouses decades ago, lined the narrow street with their brick facades and hand-painted signs. One of those signs read, "Thread of Grace" in elegant script above a small storefront window. Inside, bolts of fabric were arranged by color, creating a rainbow that caught the eye of anyone passing by. This was the shop that Eleanor Grace had built from nothing, working 16-hour days to turn her gift with needle and thread into something that could support not just herself, but the two little girls who depended on her. Eleanor was 29 years old now, with strawberry blonde hair that she usually wore pulled back in a practical bun and eyes that shifted between green and hazel, depending on the light. She wore a simple beige dress, something she'd made herself from remnants and samples because she believed in showing her customers what could be done with good fabric and skill. Her hands were always busy, always creating, and there was a quiet contentment in her face that spoke of someone who'd found their purpose. Inside the shop that snowy evening, as closing time approached, Eleanor was putting the finishing touches on a wedding dress for a client. The gown hung on a dressmaker's form, ivory silk catching the lamplight. And Eleanor worked with patience, precision to attach the last of the pearl buttons down the back. Behind her, in the small area she'd set up with toys and books, two little girls played quietly. The twins were 6 years old, with bright red hair that marked them as sisters even to strangers. Their names were Rose and Ruby, and they were as different as two children could be despite their identical features. Rose, wearing a pink coat with a white collar, was the quieter of the two, content to sit and draw pictures with colored pencils. Ruby, in a slightly darker shade of pink, was more energetic, narrating an elaborate story as she arranged her toy animals in complex scenarios. Eleanor glanced at them with a smile that held all the love and exhaustion of single motherhood. She'd adopted the twins 4 years ago, when they were 2 years old and she was barely scraping by. Everyone had told her she was crazy. A single woman in her mid-20s, working endless hours to keep a fledgling business afloat, taking on the responsibility of not one but two children with special needs. Because that was the other thing. The twins had been born premature, with developmental delays that required therapy and patience and resources Eleanor didn't have. But she'd seen their faces in the foster care system pamphlet. At the community center, had read about how they'd been in 3 different homes already, because people couldn't handle the extra challenges they presented. And something in Eleanor's heart had simply said, yes, these were her daughters. She'd known it with a certainty that defied logic. The past 4 years had been the hardest of her life. There had been nights when she'd cried from exhaustion, days when she'd wondered how she'd make rent and therapy appointments, and still have time to actually run her business. But there had also been moments of pure joy. Rose's first time reading a complete sentence. Ruby's proud smile when she finally mastered tying her shoes. The way both girls said mama as if Eleanor was the only mother they'd ever known, even though she'd come into their lives later than most. Mama, look! Ruby called now, holding up one of her toy horses. Princess Sparkle is going to the ball. That's wonderful, sweetheart, Eleanor said, pausing in her work to give Ruby her full attention for a moment. What's she wearing to the ball? Ruby considered this seriously. A blue dress, with stars. Perfect choice, Eleanor said. Blue is a beautiful color for a ball gown. She returned to her work, her fingers moving with practiced skill. She needed to finish this dress tonight, so the bride could come for a final fitting tomorrow. Eleanor had built her reputation on being reliable, on delivering exactly what she promised when she promised it. It was the only way a small business like hers could survive in a world of mass production and online shopping. The bell above the door chimed, and Eleanor looked up in surprise. She'd locked the door 20 minutes ago, hadn't she? But apparently not, because a man was stepping inside, bringing a swirl of snow and cold air with him. He was tall, probably in his early 30s, with dark hair and the kind of handsome features that might have looked at home on a movie screen. He wore an expensive-looking black overcoat over a suit that Eleanor's trained eye recognized as custom-tailored. Everything about him spoke of money and success, from his polished shoes to the watch that caught the light on his wrist. I'm sorry, Eleanor said, setting down her needle. We're closed. I must have forgotten to lock the door. The man didn't respond immediately. He was staring past her, at the play area where Rose and Ruby had both looked up at the sound of the door. His face had gone completely white, as if he'd seen a ghost. I'm sorry, he said, his voice rough. Those children. How old are they? Eleanor felt a protective instinct flare immediately. She moved slightly, positioning herself between the stranger and her daughters. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. We're closed. But the man didn't move. He seemed frozen, his eyes fixed on the twins. They're 6, aren't they? They'll be 6 this month. December 15th. Eleanor's heart began to pound. How do you know that? The man finally tore his gaze away from the girls and looked at Eleanor. There were tears in his eyes. Because I'm their father. The words hung in the air like the snow outside, suspended in time. Eleanor felt the world tilt slightly, as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet. "That's not possible," she said, but her voice was weak. "Their father, he gave up his parental rights. He signed away his rights before they were even born." "I know," the man said, and now Eleanor could hear the pain in his voice. "I know what I did, and I've regretted it every single day for 6 years." He seemed to realize he was still standing in the doorway and stepped fully inside, closing the door behind him. He moved slowly, as if afraid Eleanor would bolt. "My name is Thomas Westfield," he said, "and I need to tell you a story if you'll let me." Eleanor wanted to refuse, wanted to order him out of her shop and away from her daughters, but something in his face stopped her. Real anguish, real regret, and she'd always believed in hearing people out, in understanding their stories before judging them. "Rose, Ruby," she called to the twins. "Can you girls play in the back room for a few minutes? You can use the fabric scraps to make art." The girls, sensing the tension even if they didn't understand it, quickly gathered their toys and disappeared into the back workroom. Eleanor watched them go, then turned to face Thomas Westfield with her arms crossed. "Talk," she said simply. Thomas took a breath, and the story that emerged was complicated and painful. He'd been 25 when he'd gotten his girlfriend Jessica pregnant. They'd been together for only 6 months, and neither of them had been ready for children. Thomas had been in graduate school, working toward his MBA, barely scraping by on student loans and a part-time job. Jessica had been in a similar situation, pursuing her own degree with no family support and no financial stability. When they found out she was carrying twins, they'd both panicked. Thomas was ashamed to admit it now, but he'd encouraged Jessica to consider adoption. He'd told himself it was the responsible choice, that they'd be giving the babies a better life with a family that had resources and stability. But the truth was simpler and uglier. He'd been scared and selfish, and he'd wanted his life to stay on the trajectory he'd planned. Jessica had agreed, and they'd made arrangements through an agency. Thomas had signed away his parental rights, telling himself he was doing the right thing. Then he'd broken up with Jessica, unable to face her and what they'd done. He'd thrown himself into school and then into work, building a career in finance that had made him wealthy beyond what he'd imagined. "But I couldn't forget them," Thomas said, his voice breaking. "I'd see twins in the street and I'd wonder. I'd wake up at night thinking about them, about whether they were happy, whether they were loved. And then last month I hired a private investigator. I know I had no right, but I needed to know." "And that led you here?" Eleanor said quietly. Thomas nodded. The adoption fell through. The family backed out after the twins were born premature with health complications. Rose and Ruby spent their first 2 years in foster care, bouncing between homes. And then you adopted them. You, a single woman barely out of her 20s, took on 2 children with special needs when no one else would. Eleanor felt tears in her own eyes now. "They're my daughters. I love them." "I can see that," Thomas said. "The investigator's report showed me your shop."
Let's put in a scoreboard. Loaded with features for everyone. How it should be. The Hyundai Elantra. The Hyundai Elantra comes standard with America's best warranty. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Z-Bar Oat Bites may be small, but they help fuel big fun. Z-Bar Adventure needs fuel.
New Game Plus has no business making Grace's dish towel smell this good. Especially after that. A greatest scent ever. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Shop your life. How hard you've worked. How much you've sacrificed. Eleanor, you're a better parent than I ever could have been back then. But I need you to know that I'm not that scared kid anymore. I built a life. I run an investment firm. I have resources that could help Rose and Ruby. Eleanor's protective instincts flared again. If you think you can just come in here and take them away because you have money, no, Thomas said firmly. No, that's not what I want. I know I have no legal rights. I signed those away. And more importantly, I know that you're their mother in every way that matters. I can see the love in this shop, and the way they clearly feel safe and happy here. I'm not here to take them away from you. Then why are you here? Eleanor asked, confused. Thomas was quiet for a moment. Because I want to be part of their lives, if you'll let me. Because I want to help, not as some wealthy benefactor sweeping in to save the day, but as someone who cares about them and about you. Because I made a terrible mistake 6 years ago, and I can't undo it, but maybe I can do something right now. Eleanor studied his face, looking for deception or hidden motives. But all she saw was sincerity and regret and hope. I need to think about this, she said finally. This is a lot to take in. I understand, Thomas said. He pulled a business card from his pocket and set it on her work table. This has all my contact information. Think about it. Talk to a lawyer if you want. I'll wait to hear from you. But Eleanor? He paused at the door, looking back at her. Thank you. For loving them when I wasn't brave enough to. Thank you for being the person I should have been. And then he was gone, disappearing into the snowy evening, leaving Eleanor alone with her whirling thoughts. The next few weeks were complicated. Eleanor did talk to a lawyer, who confirmed that Thomas had no legal claim to the twins. But Eleanor found herself thinking about his offer, about what it might mean for Rose and Ruby to know their biological father, to have access to resources that could help them thrive. She also thought about Thomas himself, about the obvious regret in his eyes and the way he'd looked at the twins, not with the gaze of someone who wanted to own or control, but with the wonder of someone seeing a miracle they thought they'd lost forever. Finally, she called. They met at a coffee shop, neutral territory, and talked for 3 hours. Thomas told her more about his life, about the emptiness he'd felt despite his success. Eleanor told him about the challenges of raising the twins, about the therapy sessions and the small victories that meant everything. I want to be clear about something, Eleanor said. If you're part of their lives, it's not part-time or whenever it's convenient. These girls have been let down by too many adults already. They deserve consistency. I understand, Thomas said. And I'm ready for that. I want to be someone they can count on. They agreed to start slowly. Thomas would visit the shop, spending time with the twins in Eleanor's presence. He'd help with expenses, but quietly, in ways that supported Eleanor's business rather than making her feel like charity. Most importantly, he'd be patient, letting the relationship develop naturally rather than forcing it. Over the following months, something beautiful happened. Thomas became a regular presence at Thread of Grace. He'd stop by after work, still in his suit, and sit on the floor with Rose and Ruby, reading them stories or helping them with art projects. The twins, who'd been wary at first, gradually warmed to this kind man, who seemed genuinely interested in everything they did. Eleanor watched these interactions carefully at first, ready to step in if needed. But what she saw was a man learning to be a father, making mistakes sometimes, but always trying, always present. She saw him sitting through Rose's speech therapy sessions, asking the therapist questions so he could help at home. She saw him on the floor with Ruby, patiently helping her practice her coordination through games he'd researched online, and somewhere along the way, Eleanor realized she was falling in love. It wasn't dramatic or sudden. It was gradual, built on shared moments and quiet conversations after the twins were asleep. It was Thomas helping her unload a delivery of fabric, Eleanor teaching him how to sew on a button. It was the way he looked at her when she was working, with admiration and something deeper. One evening, about 8 months after Thomas had first walked into her shop, he stayed late after the twins had gone to bed in the apartment above the store. Eleanor was working on a commission, and Thomas sat nearby, reviewing documents for work, but mostly just keeping her company. Eleanor, he said suddenly, can I ask you something? She looked up from her sewing. Of course. Do you ever regret it? Taking on the twins when everyone told you not to? Choosing this hard path? Eleanor thought about the question, about the exhaustion and worry and countless challenges. But she also thought about Rose's laugh and Ruby's hugs and the way both girls had bloomed under steady, loving care. Not for a single second, she said. They're the best thing that ever happened to me. Thomas nodded slowly. I regret every day that I wasn't brave enough to see that from the beginning, that I let fear make my choices instead of love. But Eleanor, I'm grateful too, because if I hadn't made that mistake, I never would have met you. And you're, he paused, seeming to search for words. You're the most extraordinary person I've ever known. Eleanor felt her heart race. Thomas, I love you, he said simply. I love the twins and I love you. And I know I have no right to ask this after everything that's happened. But I want to be a family. Not because of biology or obligation, but because I choose you. All three of you. Every single day. Eleanor set down her sewing and crossed the room to where he sat. She took his hands in hers, feeling the calluses that had formed from months of playing with children and helping around the shop. I love you too, she said. And that terrifies me because I've spent years learning to rely only on myself. But I think maybe that's the point. That real love means letting yourself need someone else and trusting them to show up. Thomas pulled her close, and they stood there in the quiet shop, holding each other as snow fell outside the window. They were married the following spring, in a small ceremony at the church down the street. Rose and Ruby were flower girls, wearing dresses Eleanor had made from silk the color of cherry blossoms. The girls had started calling Thomas Papa naturally, without anyone prompting them, and when the officiant said, "You may kiss your bride," both children cheered loudly to make everyone laugh. Thomas moved into the apartment above the shop, bringing his resources but respecting Eleanor's independence. They expanded Thread of Grace together, with Thomas handling the business side while Eleanor focused on design. The shop became known not just for beautiful clothes, but for ethical practices, fair wages, and community support. As the years passed, their family grew in unexpected ways. They started hosting classes at the shop, teaching sewing to anyone who wanted to learn. They partnered with organizations that helped foster children, providing clothes and support. Rose and Ruby, with their unique challenges and remarkable spirits, became advocates for other kids who didn't fit typical molds. On the twins' 12th birthday, Thomas pulled Eleanor aside at the party. "Do you remember that first night I walked into your shop?" Eleanor smiled. "How could I forget? You scared me half to death. I was so sure I'd lost everything that mattered," Thomas said, "that I'd made a choice I could never come back from. But Eleanor, you taught me something. You taught me that it's never too late to choose differently. That family isn't just about biology. It's about showing up and staying and loving even when it's hard." "You taught me something too," Eleanor said. "I thought I had to do everything alone, that asking for help was weakness. You showed me that letting someone in, trusting them with the people I love most, can make everyone stronger." They looked across the room to where Rose and Ruby were laughing with friends, healthy and happy and whole. Two little girls who'd started life being given away, who'd been deemed too difficult by multiple families, who'd found their way to a young seamstress who said yes when everyone else said no, and who'd brought their biological father back into their lives, not through obligation, but through the transforming power of genuine love. Thread of Grace still stands on that cobblestone street, a beacon of what's possible when we choose courage over fear, when we open our hearts to the unexpected, when we believe that the hardest paths sometimes lead to the most beautiful destinations. Inside, if you visit, you might see a family working together, a woman creating beauty with fabric and thread, a man who learned that success isn't measured in dollars but in bedtime stories and scraped knees kissed better. Two girls who know they're loved not because of who they were born to, but because of who chose them. And above the shop, hanging beside the original sign, there's a new one. It says simply, "Every thread tells a story. Every story deserves grace." That's what they built together, this unlikely family. Not a fairy tale where everything was easy, but something better, something real. A story of second chances and chosen love and the extraordinary things that happen when we're brave enough to say yes to what our hearts know is right, even when the world says it's impossible. Sometimes the greatest families aren't the ones we're born into, but the ones we create through courage, commitment, and love that sees beyond what is to what could be. That's the story of Thread of Grace. And it's a story that continues, one stitch at a time, building something beautiful.
can't see the screen.
Huh?
I couldn't see the screen.
Huh?
Can you? Oh,
My in or what?
yeah, you in? I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I was trying to say that I couldn't see my screen. My screen went black.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Then the whole screen went. The whole thing went just blank.
Oh shit.
I was like, damn. Yeah, my tablet. Oh, I need to get a new one, but right now, shit, I ain't money's hard to come by right now.
Oh, did you? Oh, so did you lose those bets or what?
Man, loss is an understatement.
Oh shit. So what are you looking at? Like seven something, 700?
Man, it's gonna take me forever to pay these niggas. That's the sad part. It ain't gonna take me as long as Cam. It ain't gonna take me a whole year, but it is gonna take
Right.
me a while though. Definitely not 30 days like how Doris talking about.
Oh, so you got what? Like wait, what was? Oh, you bet at Doors in Texas, huh? That San Antonio would win. Yeah, that was hell of a
Cause,
win.
because 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 right now I'm in a bit of an issue right now because my StreamYard bill is due. They gonna get. I only got a few more days before they cut me off.
Oh shit, everything's crumbling in, huh?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm texting. Hold on. Yeah, one of my coworkers been texting me back and forth. Okay, so yeah, man, my StreamYard bill is due. Oh, StreamYard $45 for StreamYard. My phone bill is also due. I owe them $50. You turn back around, my gym membership is also due. I owe them a good 40. You turn back around, what? My fucking cash app's in the negative. So I gotta give I owe Cash App like $75. Then I gotta turn back around and start paying little by little Texas indoors. It's a whole lot, bro.
Oh yeah, shit. Mentioning that, I forgot to get have her sign up for another Cash App card. I never found mine. So how do you owe Cash App? I didn't know you can owe them.
Because I made a payment on my Cash App. It showed me that I had money, but I really didn't. You know how your
Oh,
account can say you have money, but it's still pending. Like it's pending to take it out, but I
right.
didn't know that. I
Oh, I
thought that
see.
once you buy something, you know what I mean. I thought that it automatically just take it out. But when
Right.
I bought something, it didn't show me that it was nothing in there. It showed me I still had the money there.
Mm.
And so because I bought something, it put me in the negative. negative 73. The only thing that can save me, only thing that can save my ass right now is that somebody sent me like, if somebody sent me like 200, that would clear me out of a lot of things right now. I'm not gonna care.
Yeah, damn. How you gonna? I don't even have a cash out. I lost all my shit. Remember that day? I never got another cash out. How you gonna pay Doris and them if you in a negative? If you in a negative, so when you put money on there, don't it take that money?
Yeah.
Sound like your sound like your kingdom is crumbling.
Oh yeah. It's definitely difficult. Um,
You know
especially
what I
working in
would
the
do if I
grocery.
was you? You want to know what I
Was
would do
that?
if I was you? I'd get on a fucking Greyhound, go down to San Antonio, and I'll whoop all them players' ass for costing me that money. I beat the coach's ass, the assistant, the players. I beat up even the referees.
Man, it's something, man. Because I used to have, you know what's crazy? I used to have a lot of people that used to help me a lot, a lot. Like back in 2018, I had a lot of people that if I had an issue,
Uh
I could
huh.
just call them up and they'll take care of it themselves. They were
With,
like,
with the
"What?
with
Huh?
Cash App, you mean? Like with Cash
Uh-uh."
App?
I used to have these. I used to have people that were kind of like family to me, and if I called them with a problem, okay, like oh my phone bill's due or I need money for this or that. As long as I was honest about it, they would go take care of it. Like if I had a phone bill to go do, they'll say, okay, who's your phone company? I'll tell them to go to the phone company to pay it. Or let's say I needed a ride or something. They'll come pick me up, take me. Or if I need something paid, I need food, whatever I needed, they took care of it. But all of my friends that are like family to me that did that, they don't. I kind of lost touch with them. Like they moved, they all moved like far away. They moved far away. They don't got the same phone number no more, so I can't reach them. So I don't have that luxury no more. But I had that luxury for a while. But yeah, man. Now it's like I need me a cash job. I need me a job where I can make cash. But like I said, I can't do lawns because my allergies are fucking. They're terrible. Can't washing cars not on the list. Man, I don't know. Selling drugs, I'm kind of leaning towards that.
So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear.
So you say all those guys got their phone numbers changed and they moved. Sound like they were trying to get away from you, huh?
Well, you gotta think. You gotta think, Lafonso. Once people have kids, they get married. You know what I mean? People change once they get married and have kids. I mean, as you should. When you get married, and you have kids. You're not gonna be the same person, the same exact person. Like for example, Lafonso, DJ 23, right? You
Right.
know, me and him, we still hang out. Well, I'm not trying to be sus. We used to hang out every freaking day, whether I had to work or not work. We hung out every day. We play video games, play basketball. You know what I mean? Hung out around each other. But it's like once he got married and had kids, bro, I ain't seen DJ. You know how long it's been since I seen him? It's been years.
Right.
So it's like once people get married and have kids, they move. Shit happens. You might not hear from them for,
Yeah,
for a
man.
while.
Right. I don't know if my mic messing up, but it's fucking popping over
It's
here.
it, it, it's it's kind of staticky.
Okay. Hold on for a minute. Check some settings. Okay. That's why I hate using this damn phone here.
All right, let me send this link over here. About to send this link to his other account.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ISO Group Season 12, powered by Solar Group. This is a co-main event. To my left, we have the UK's best defender, Ray. To my right, we have the sensation over from the States, Ryan Brilla, Fox, whatever you want to call him. This matchup is going to be one of the few. Ryan thinks he's going to come in here and let him be a king. We've got another thing coming. So, you guys comment down below who you think is going to win. Let me know right now. Make sure you like the video. And last but not least, subscribe to ISO Hoops because we've got so many more videos pending for you guys. London, are we ready? Season 12, we are here, the full main event. Ryan Gorilla, Showman, that's a Jay, UK best defender. Let's see how this one goes. I'm OSG, I'll drop to my left, and Graham has a really good foul, and taking the energy out of the building. Yeah, we ain't gonna see right here. Oh, Lord have mercy. Hey, I'm hungry. Hey, I'm hungry. But this is no so bro. Drake is known for being bad, bro. Waiting for me out here. He's the waiting for me, isn't it? Pulling up to the city. Oh, Dre misses the free throw. Can't keep possession. Now it's go back on defense. Right, check it out. Houston and Johnson has a ball finish. Now Ryan's going to continue seeing that speed. Ryan Hensey has like 3 stages. So there's 3 different points in which he can now explode out without. It's ridiculous. Tries to really extend on late, can't get it to go. Used to looking at it as Dre, Lavin.
Okay.
Job train. Thanks for contact. All finished. Right. No, it's about right. It's over 100 people that make money. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And you is up in arms right now. There was a little bit. I didn't know about jumping over. This is a pool. This is a shooting. Wow. That's a great finish. Some great finish. Time Drake from the free throw line. No, that's a turnover. We're going to see Ryan for real. You have to see the free move on that. You were saying what? You were saying what? I'm just playing out the backs. I didn't want the backs until maybe 2 seconds after I said it. Oh, separation. All right. Very, very good. Very, very good. That's one thing about Dre. He's never out of play. Unless he gets up and talk, he's never out of play. Time wasting. Time wasting. So he gets to the top of the match and be like, hey, that's your unofficial winning. I can give you an official winning later. That's your unofficial winning. No, Dre. Stop rolling for Jim. I don't want it. I don't want it. Only see bust your ass for a thousand. What you want to do? So what? Yo, it's talking out. It's free.
Seven. Get ready for you. Get ready for you. Oh, it's good.
Peter Pan here. You know, I thought growing up would be the worst, but then I found a way to hack adulthood. It's called AAA. With AAA, I'm covered from roadside to poolside, and insurance and member perks that make adulting a breeze. With AAA, it pays to be a member.
Oh, yeah, stop letting them make you go left, bro. What's that, right? You go right. Yeah. Oh, you think that, you know? Don't send me a Hey, don't send me a don't send me a I said it's a hard time to get to space for another trade ball, but I know Dre is not going to make it easy for him. Oh, that's it right there, but it's in a box. Yeah, in a box. I feel like I'll never drink what's in left it. He has to step up. Tell him you can't shoot. Right to the cross, you can't shoot. See, now I got to see DB going on. He has to. He has to now. You better step in the lap. And you can't back up. You better step in the lap. 6-on-1, mate. Nearly done. I have to pull it early, man. I have to pull it. I'm gonna have to. No. Hey. Target. If he's gonna beat you, he's trying to run down again. Okay, this is your conditioning. Yeah. Okay, I'm saying on the free, he's taking the free, bro. Yeah. I'm not moving. I want to hear it. No one gonna save you. And no one gonna save you. No Filipino in here. I don't need no save. I don't need no save. Ain't nobody calling nobody. Back on my time. Trey, off the ball. Jab series. Playing in some space. Pass it all the way into the lane. Pivots. Great patience that line. Oh my God. This that is filthy. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to BL, it's Swedish flag. You said some crazy shit, bro. Man, I think the driving. The family driving is good. I love reaching that. That's the World Cup. Spin money is free. You win the game. On the sector. Yeah. A little bit earlier. Let's see if you want this. I don't really think it's clean. I think you have a bit more time, freedom, maybe be a bit simpler. You got a little bit more time. This is.
Here we go. Ryan versus DB. We're back. Co-main event season 12. I said it was powered by Circle. Wow. What an event so far. Great game. Wow. That's Ryan found something. Took it right. Yeah. He could have got back there, he just hasn't. It's a very different game. One possession game. Well, lucky I put that down as well. You really need to want to get inside. Nice top touch off the box. Is that going to give it the momentum he needs? Yes. And we are back to the tight game. BB's done it here. Put himself in a situation where he's down and try it up. But this is where it's going to make a difference now. It's a crucial moment. 10 points to go. What are you telling me? Who wants it more? This is what's going to happen. Right, figure something out when he goes left on him. He went straight back to it. You know, it's that takes the contact, does not get the bucket, but goes to the line for one. You know what? It's so many of those like close to the basket. It's just I cannot get the ball out. Right. So it's 1 point, 21-20.
Jump series that, right? MJM jump series. Okay, using that size. Size that table. Very huge. Is long time. Right on top of that table. He hasn't been looking him down as frequently as he normally does, but that came at crucial time. Going naturally going up in 24-22 downhill. It was only a matter of time before there was a block. Great. King of the backboard. Look at it. Hey, show the score. Come on. No fucking freeze ball. You gotta work for every fucking boss. Come on. Okay, so you check the clock. Get ready. It's time to go. I'm stronger than from there. Stop now. I know your time. Okay. Be smart, man. Be smart. You're running back to get the ball. Take your time. You can even run. Shoot. Hey, you should be coming. Look at the score, man. I know there's a lot of people watching this game, but they don't think that Dre was going to be anywhere near this right now. Throw the ball to the line. Dre, the line for one needs to convert this one. Makes it. It's not sweet. This one around. Leave this.
Step back. That physicality.
When it is around the 50. One stop, get the ball back. Then from there. Here we go. We're in the last stretch of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan goes out with 1.1. Wants to put it on us. 3-time-3 from Dre. That's huge. This game is not over yet. We believe in faster.
I just became a believer.
I believe in faster.
The all-new Callaway Chrome Tour family.
Just like that. I believe in faster. You're pounding these.
At Yoplait, we always select the best strawberries. Perfectly ripe. That's why our yogurt is so good. Yoplait, America's favorite strawberry yogurt.
Always Flexstone stays dry and fresh. See what foam can do for you. You won't stop this?
Even had a few screws left over.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you can get quality and savings.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
There's no secrets here. This season, the Atlanta ladies are on the prowl.
I know my friend. It's none of nobody's business. So, we'll see.
Dre makes this. He's on 26. 2 buckets away from the upset that nobody saw coming.
I say, like, being game manager, hit a free throw, go to the rack.
Step one. He caught him coming up. Wow, they tossed the game again. What's the foul?
There's no such thing as
It is. Ryan's already got 1 foul. He should just go to him again. Get another foul. Top series. I'll say that free. Doesn't need to pull the trigger. Big time bucket. We're now in a 10-point situation. Dre is 1 bucket away from victory. Trouble pool. I'm not going to follow the floor. I'll just go on the floor. That's a good foul by Rice. Great Rice. That's a game changer foul by Rice. It's not going to be a time. Liable to put it. Foul forward on the dribble. Okay, Dre, you might not make the free throw much again. Hey, bro, let me make the free throw now is the time. Right, all right. Wait, take some more time. No. I'm looking at the page right now. Again, one foul taken. Inside hand. This is it. Maybe it's another cross to win. Right. The biggest possession. 1v1 kid right now. Ryan stops it from going. Pivot, reverse, left the shore. Can't get it to go. Will Ryan close the door again. Close it. Wrong. Doesn't get it to go. That's all right. Right. Sidestep. Oh, defense there from Brian. Gets a pick on the shot. Gets back on offense.
It's a great stuff for her.
No way. Great is being given chance after chance here. Will he convert? He wants to finish it right now. Foul on the floor. I did a lot of stuff. That's all the comments. What's the next again right here? Go into it. Yeah, go into it. He's tired. He's tired.
One time out for you players.
This is it. This is the war nutrition right now. Both of them are tired. Both of them. They're on a show right now. O'Brien. And this is the game winner. Trey, another touch. I beat it right now. Now, sees a tiny bit of space. Pulls it! Ladies and gentlemen.
See the USA in your Chevrolet. America's asking you to call. Drive your Chevrolet through the USA. At Living Spaces, we can offer the Lakeland coffee table for just $250 because we work directly with trusted factories and pass our savings on to you. Find the perfect coffee table for your living room only at Living Spaces. Living Spaces.
Hey, old Guapo gang, it's your boy, Guapo RJ, man. Back with another banger, you feel me? I said, banger, you feel me? I ain't even gonna lie, bro. We in Dallas, y'all know me in the city. So long, so I did a 20 verses. So I just decided to do a 20 verses too. I'm about the hottest niggas in the city right now. What you doing, man? Boy, these niggas coming with the bottle. These niggas coming with the bottle. Hey, what I got with you, bro? I'm from the city, we in Dallas right now.
Too long on the hoe. You say you stiffy, I'm too on the flow. All of my bitches be with we run in the city, I'm fucking up 2 in a row. I was just saving my penny, now I'm buying plenty. This money ain't nothing I blow. I just be worried about paper, I save for later, cause it's about who and more.
Bullshit. Hey, me at, man, straight out of this city, man. We doing
Just gonna talk to you like a pig. Nigga, you heard nothing like a chump, nigga. You better run this shit up and quit playing. That was my biggest motivation to get some paid though.
pay me in, Trey loaded in them. Good, hey. What type of women, first of all? What type of, I like Bash. Bash, she got a little song. Okay. What you want, man? I like this shit. This. So, if she coming here with that ass, she swipe right. I want the thick one. I want the thick one. Too many. Don't care. Hey, man, I need y'all to like the video and subscribe, but we finna literally hit 10K. Crazy. How many likes this shit?
20K likes.
20K likes. ain't doing no.
Well, you following it.
We need a good 100K.
100K?
100K like
100K. I ain't gonna lie, my nigga said 100K, my nigga said 20. So that means 120,000, nigga. That's what I need. No bullshit. This is what Babo RJ. I'm gonna bring balls. Y'all niggas ready, bro? Let's do this shit, man. Y'all ready, bro?
I'm ready, man.
Y'all really ready, get it.
I'm ready.
Y'all left, right, and y'all right.
Hey, what's left? What's right?
They gone.
They gone.
Right, green. I'm trying to see if y'all niggas on the same page. Y'all gang. Everything wrong. No cap. So basically, y'all first round is bait. Hey, 3. Hey, what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say it more than like twice on G. 3, 2, 1. So basically, first round y'all is based off of like a pin, bro. They gonna walk in, they gonna introduce yourself, y'all gonna left and right based off of it. Now, y'all wanna be nice, y'all can. But if y'all wanna fight, y'all, you know what to do. Let's see y'all like the video. I need the first lady. Let's do it. First lady. There you go. To the blue tape though. Right there. The blue.
Hey, is it on? Okay, good. Promise, what they call me, Pretty P. Yeah.
To the right.
I already knew it.
She to the right.
To the right. Good.
I bet.
All right, good. Stop asking all questions, bro. It's all the
Nah, you said to the left, the first time. Said, all right. This is the right. Oh, yeah, y'all can do whatever. Like, look. I keep that whole rolling. Basically, bro, y'all can talk to them like this, like, but like the second round, they're gonna ask y'all questions, but y'all can still like, you know what I mean? When y'all walk up on a little shorty, yeah, I bet. Hey, next lady, let's do it. What's your name?
Juice.
Juice? What do you call him, Juice? That's your first name?
Yeah. That's my first name.
Y'all gonna live? Why y'all gonna live? I just gotta know why you're still in the name. Still in the girl. I bet you might get a.
No.
Right now. I bet. Got that. I don't like no bullshit. I bet 3, 2, 1. Bro, why y'all going to live? I just gotta know. For the clue. She ain't come in on some cool shit. I'm feeling that shit though. This won't me. All right. Who next though?
I'm gonna go right. Like that.
Bye. Good. Morgan. The shadow bones.
You spiritual?
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, she to the right. Yeah.
My next lady, man. Go.
Hey y'all, my name is Sataya. You can follow me on Instagram
Left.
at CYT.
Why you looking at us and shit? Look at them.
Oh.
Now do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Now you good, Sean. Do it again. Yeah, talk to them. You good. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sataya. You can follow me on Instagram at CYTIA.Valentine.
Okay.
Yeah, Sataya. I'm from Arlington. Yeah. Where you from? You?
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Oh, you're from the South still? Okay.
Yeah. That's all you, bro. You know, right? That's all you, bro.
Okay.
If he say right, you right.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all you, dog.
Y'all like that shit?
Yeah, that's all him.
That's all you?
That's all him.
All right.
Yeah, that's all him.
It's on the floor. All right, bet. Let's do it. Let me get my next lady to the floor.
Hi.
Left.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Leah. Aaliyah. Okay. Yeah.
Stop being shy.
I'm very shy.
You
I'm
shy?
nervous.
Don't be shy. You came on the show.
On the side? Yeah, face side. Take the side. No, I'll take side.
I'm saying
Which one you want?
Either or.
It ain't my liquor, goddamn. How old are you?
24.
24? Yeah. When your birthday?
October 15th, I'm a Libra.
I say you finna be 25? How tall are you?
5'10".
You got a kid?
I got 3.
3 kids? 3 kids?
Yeah. This supposed to be the looks round, like.
No, it ain't that though. I just want to know, like 3 kids.
Yeah.
What's up?
All right.
Y'all both saying right.
No.
My nigga Ed said he wasn't done.
Oh God.
I'm sorry.
3 kids. 24. How tall are you?
5'10".
5'10". You sit beside you.
That shit really green though.
Oh my God.
I'm listen though. Look, I'm gonna go left, but it's not because she ugly. It's just like it just don't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay, but she's still in the game though.
Yeah, she's still
Love
in
to
the
say
game.
it right.
Yeah,
So
you
green.
good.
Read.
Oh God.
3, 2, 1. Let me get the next lady to do it. I need some energy and shit. Who trying to pop that shit? Oh, we got a 2 woman. Oh shit. All right.
Yeah, y'all come as a package.
Yeah. Okay. Y'all look
To the
like
blue tank. To the blue tank. Blue tank. Both of these.
Why the cowboy boots?
Okay. I like them. They're comfortable.
I'm saying you country.
No, I wouldn't think so, but shit, I'm from.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm from out here, from Dallas. I'm from Nebraska.
Nebraska. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 24.
How old are you?
27.
Y'all come as a package.
As long as you got a deal.
What's the deal?
A package deal.
What you think? To the left, to the left. He gonna say left, but like,
we ain't tripping.
How many kids you got? I just want to know.
Well, make sure someone have kids.
I'm just asking. It's a question.
I don't have no kids.
Okay, how many kids?
One.
You like him?
I don't know him.
He cute?
He alright. I like his haircut. He fresh. Yeah. He cool.
He cute?
Yeah.
Am I cute?
You fresh? Yeah, Jack.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go left.
Hey, you getting friends with chick?
Why y'all friends?
Y'all playing. All right, gang. I don't think they were ready to play the game. They were not ready to play the game. Because as soon as you ask that shit, they supposed to be on it.
Yeah, like, I don't like
so I'm really hoping like the next girl come in with the energy and shit. Hell. I'm not trying with that. Hey, let me get the next lady. Let's do it.
Hey, don't bring them back.
Damn.
Don't bring them back.
They cook.
I don't like them.
Put them in a.
Yeah. Throw them in the trash. Throw them in the trash. I don't like them. I take a shot, bro.
Can I get the next girl?
Why are you looking like that?
Can I hold
Not going nowhere. Yeah.
Can I hold it? Put on. What's his name? What's her name?
And you're not gonna hold on.
You're not gonna hold on? It's a boy? What's his name?
Hey, hold on. Hey! No! Here y'all me. 3, 2. Who the fuck in the wall? All right, bet. 3, 2, 1.
Say it again.
You want him to be in it?
Do you want it to be in it?
I don't know, maybe so.
Okay. I'm gonna go right.
What the fuck you doing, right? Still right?
Hold up. What's your name?
Nisha.
Alicia?
Nisha.
Nisha?
Yeah.
How old are you?
29.
49. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go right.
For sure.
All right. Hey, what's his name?
So you already what?
What's his name?
What you already did?
I said what?
I already did what?
Nothing. Right. I just said right. What the fuck? He just talk. He just drunk. But you on your tape, bro.
Let me get the
Lock in, bro.
Let me get the next lady though. Let's do it.
Oh my God.
Quarter of that. 3, 2, 1. Blue tape. Blue tape. Blue tape. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Ask your question. Ask your question, bro.
Okay. What's your name?
Alexis.
Alexis. How you doing?
Automatic right.
Dallas. I'm from Dallas.
Shout out down to Texas, baby.
Ask your question. Okay.
You left that?
Okay.
398 for 16. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's the first round. You might.
Hey, it's first round.
First round.
360. All right. Where you from? Dallas, Texas. Born and raised. Where you from?
South Korea.
She lying, bro. I'm gonna go left. She lying. South Korea. South Korea. So you born in South Korea? So what you mix with? So you born in South Korea and you mix with Mexico.
My parents is in the military, yes.
It's not clicking.
Why is it
It's
not
not
clicking?
clicking though. Like you born in South Korea, but you mix with Mexican with. So what a Korean part is?
I'm not Korean. I was born there.
She said she was born there, gang, but she not like.
My dad not Korean.
Yeah.
My dad was in Japan. My mom was
So what's your daddy mix with?
He's Mexican.
So what's your mama mix
She's
with?
black.
Where the fuck South Korea come from though? I'm gonna go right, of course.
You a military baby or something?
Yeah, I just said.
I'm just making sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go right.
Go right.
Take a little thick ass on.
You did say you like the thick ones, gang. That what you said.
Yeah, she can go right. It's fucking with me though. I got, you know what I'm saying?
Like the video, nigga.
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing good. Chillin'. Storm. What's going on, Storm? Got time to this.
Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, how long you been in Louisiana? This your first name?
Too damn big.
There are a lot of opinions on what's healthy, but what really matters is what's healthy for you. So Blue will tap my team to help create something new that adapts to your body, your goals, and your life.
The world's biggest tournament is bringing together 48 teams from 48 countries on YouTube. Start juggling 20 different puzzles.
What's up, you guys? My name is Eric Rivera, aka Fitness Phenom, and I'm an international calisthenics competitor and athlete based out of New York City. If you want to watch this workout or other workouts like these, make sure you smash that subscribe button. I post workouts, I post my training for competitions and just year-round training. So make sure you smash that subscribe button. I appreciate the support, and we'll keep getting that working. Row reps, row work, always. Let's get it. 400 push-ups.
Your mother's favorite.
20 reps every minute on the minute, y'all.
If y'all don't like this shit,
You're not
uncommitted.
Exactly.
You're not willing to sacrifice what it takes to sacrifice. Make sure you lock in. You want to look good? You got to train all the time. I'm not saying you got to do 7 days a week, but get a strong 3 with some good meals and keep it going.
That's a fact.
And as you do it more, you'll thrive more. The gains come more. And after a while, you're doing it so much, comes passion.
Yeah.
It's almost like something like this, yo. I don't train. I feel like I ain't brushed my teeth.
We rest the remainder of the minute. You good?
It'll be weird as you get older. It be little as shit that you like, what the fuck is that? You like little tweaks. I'm waking up sometimes. I make sure I turn completely straight. And then I get up. That's a fact. If you get in your car, nigga, I turn my whole body sitting there like. That's around. It tweaks though.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Not too bad. Feels good.
We're gonna try to go unbroken. We're gonna go unbroken for the entire 400 reps.
Now you're gonna stand there and wait.
Yep.
Earn your keep. Your mama's favorite, you heard?
What, nigga?
What up, dog? Woo, woo. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
what you want? Hey. You hear me? You hear me, Mike?
What'd you say?
Yeah, can you hear me?
What?
I said, can you hear me?
I don't know what you're saying.
Look in the comments.
Hold on. I gotta get back to my tablet. Hold on. Woo! Oh my God. And shout out to Jay Will in the chat, man. Big shout out to Jay Will. Shout out to Octavius May. We got DJ in the building. Shout out to Infamous. Came on, brought some good shit to the panel. Gotta give Infamous mad credit. Infamous came in like a dog. He brought the energy, set the tone. Didn't expect it.
Look in the
Caught
comments,
me
Mike.
off guard.
Look in the
Big
comments.
shout out to Infamous. That dude Infamous came in and brought it straight from the bench, off the sideline. Came in like Robert Ory. Came in like Kobe. Came in like motherfucking Jordan. It's rare to find those kind of breeds. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of breeds don't grow on trees, my nigga.
Hey, Spurs lost, Mike.
318. Up. 2. Up. Up. Up.
Mike, how you doing?
Up. 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 Oh my God! Woo! Ooh, that wasn't easy. Oh my God! I see why I don't do that as much anymore. Woo! Oh my God!
Mike. Mike.
Woo!
Mike.
It was good, DJ.
You can hear me now? You see the comments?
And that's where to get shredded, man. You should have been fat in the summer. Just makes it uncomfortable.
You said what?
You know what I'm saying? It's okay to help hold a little bit.
Okay, I've been.
Dude, do you see my comment?
I'm coming. I got to do the kitchen. All right, here I come.
Okay, you trolling. I'm serious about my money, though. Because y'all lost. So keep trolling, nigga. It's on camera. I mean, it's on video.
Try to stay consistent with your numbers. If you can't do 20, bring the numbers down. 18, 15, 10.
I still want to go back to that routine. Remember that chart?
Oh, the 10 steps, the beginner, intermediate, masters.
Yeah, that's some brain shit.
I remember that.
That shit fried me. Last time I only got it in a minute and
I remember that shit.
an hour. I mean, yeah. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7.
The garage sat on the corner of Maple and Third, a modest single-bay operation with Ryan's Repair painted in fading letters above the door. Inside, Jake Ryan wiped grease from his hands with a rag that had seen better days, surveying the 1972 Mustang he'd been restoring for the past 8 months. At 34, he'd been running this place for 6 years, ever since his father passed and left him the business along with the mortgage. It wasn't much, but it was honest work. Jake specialized in older cars, the kind that required patience and problem solving rather than just plugging into a computer diagnostic. He'd developed a loyal clientele of vintage car enthusiasts and people who appreciated that he never charged more than was fair. The afternoon sun slanted through the open garage door, and Jake was considering calling it a day when he heard a small voice. "Excuse me, mister?" Jake looked up to see a little girl standing just outside the garage, maybe 7 or 8 years old, with wild blonde curls and a face smudged with dirt. She wore a gray t-shirt, pink leggings with white stripes, and small brown boots. Most importantly, she was struggling to push a small blue bicycle with training wheels, one of which hung at an odd angle. "Hi there," Jake said, setting down his tools and walking over. "What's going on?" "My bike is broken." The girl pointed at the damaged training wheel. "I hit a rock and it got all bendy." "Can you fix it?" Jake crouched down to examine the bicycle. The training wheel bracket had bent badly, and the wheel itself was cracked. He glanced around, looking for a parent or guardian, but saw no one. "Are you here by yourself?" "No, Mommy's in the car." The girl gestured vaguely toward the street. "She's on a work call." "She's always on work calls." Jake followed her gesture and spotted a dark luxury sedan parked at the curb, windows tinted. He couldn't see inside, but he assumed someone was there. Still, it felt odd. "What's your name?" he asked. "Emma. What's yours?" "I'm Jake. Nice to meet you, Emma." He studied the damaged training wheel. Well, Emma, I've got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is this training wheel is pretty broken. The good news is I think I can fix it. Emma's face lit up. Really? How much does it cost? How much money do you have? Emma dug into her pocket and pulled out 2 quarters and a nickel. 55 cents. Jake pretended to consider this seriously. You know what? That's exactly the right amount, but I have a better idea. What if instead of me just fixing it, I teach you how to fix it? Then next time something breaks, you'll know what to do. Emma's eyes widened. You'd teach me? Sure, if that's okay with your mom. Want to go ask her? Emma ran to the car and knocked on the window. Jake watched as the dark glass rolled down just a crack. He couldn't see much, just a glimpse of blonde hair and what looked like a beige coat. Emma had a brief conversation, then came running back. Mommy says it's okay. She says she'll be done with her call in a bit. All right then, let's get to work. Jake wheeled the bicycle into the garage and found a sturdy wooden crate for Emma to stand on. First rule of fixing things, you need the right tools. Can you hand me that wrench? The one that looks like it has an open mouth? Emma studied the tool wall carefully, then selected the correct wrench. This one? Perfect. You're a natural. Jake showed her how to loosen the bent bracket. See how this bolt holds everything together? When something breaks, usually you just need to take it apart, figure out what's wrong, and put it back together better. Like a puzzle? Exactly like a puzzle. A greasy mechanical puzzle. Jake grinned. Now this training wheel is bent pretty bad. We're going to need to straighten it or replace it. I might have a spare in my parts bin. Want to help me look? For the next 20 minutes, Jake and Emma worked together. He let her do as much as she could, guiding her hands when needed, explaining each step. Emma asked 1,000 questions about tools and bikes and cars and how engines worked and whether Jake had always been a mechanic. My dad was a mechanic, Jake explained as they sorted through a bin of bicycle parts. He taught me everything, just like I'm teaching you. He said the most important thing about fixing something wasn't just making it work again. It was understanding why it broke in the first place. That's smart, Emma said seriously. My mommy says understanding the why is the most important part of solving problems too. Your mommy sounds wise. They found a suitable training wheel, slightly used but in good condition. Jake showed Emma how to attach it, letting her tighten the bolts herself with his supervision. She concentrated fiercely, her tongue poking out slightly as she worked. There you go, Jake said as Emma secured the last bolt. Give it a test. Emma pushed the bike forward and the training wheel spun smoothly. She beamed with pride. I fixed it. I actually fixed it. You absolutely did. I just pointed you in the right direction. Jake wiped his hands on his rag. You know what this means? You're officially a mechanic now. That's a big responsibility. What kind of responsibility? Well, when you see something broken, you don't just walk past it. You think about how to fix it. And when someone needs help, you help them. That's what mechanics do. That's what good people do. Emma nodded solemnly, as if Jake had just imparted great wisdom. I can do that. I believe you can. Jake glanced toward the car, which still sat at the curb. The window remained mostly closed. Your mom must have a really important job to be on the phone this long. She does. She's the boss of lots and lots of people. Sometimes she has to work really late and I have to stay with Mrs. Chen next door. But it's okay because Mommy says she's working hard so we can have a good life. Something in the way Emma said it made Jake's chest tighten. The matter-of-fact acceptance of a child who'd learned to accommodate a parent's absence. He recognized it because he'd been that child once, though in his case it was because his father had to work long hours to keep the garage running. Well, your bike is all fixed, Jake said. That'll be 55 cents as agreed. Emma carefully counted out her coins and placed them in Jake's grease-stained palm. He accepted them with the same seriousness he'd use for a $100 payment. Pleasure doing business with you. Emma, you ever need help with anything mechanical? You know where to find me. Thank you, Jake. Emma hesitated, then asked shyly, Can I come back sometime to learn more about fixing things? Anytime. But check with your mom first, okay? Emma nodded and started to wheel her bike toward the car. Then she stopped and turned back. Jake, you're really nice. I wish. She trailed off, then shook her head. Never mind, bye. Jake watched her go, wondering what she'd been about to say. The car door opened and Emma lifted her bike into the back seat. As she climbed in, Jake caught a glimpse of the woman in the driver's seat. Professional clothing, blonde hair pulled back. She was looking at something in her lap, probably her phone. The car pulled away and Jake returned to his garage, pocketing Emma's 55 cents. He'd add the coins to the jar on his desk, where he kept small mementos from memorable jobs. The jar held things like the first dollar from a customer, a spark plug from his dad's favorite car, a thank you note from a widow whose late husband's truck he'd restored. Emma's 55 cents would fit right in. The next Saturday, Jake was under a 1968 Camaro when he heard that familiar small voice. "Jake, are you here?" He rolled out from under the car to find Emma standing in the garage doorway, same wild curls, same eager expression. This time she wore a different gray t-shirt and jean shorts with her boots. "Emma! Good to see you. What brings you by? Mommy's car is making a funny noise. She says it's probably nothing, but I remembered what you said about understanding why things break. So I wanted to ask you, what kind of funny noise?" Emma made a grinding, clicking sound with her mouth that was surprisingly accurate. Like that, when she turns the wheel. Sounds like it might be the power steering. Is your mom here? She's in the car, on a call. Emma said it without resentment, just fact. Jake grabbed a clean rag and walked out to the curb. The same dark sedan was parked there, engine idling. He knocked gently on the driver's window. The window rolled down halfway, and Jake got his first real look at Emma's mother. She was younger than he'd expected, maybe 35, with sharp features softened by stress. Her blonde hair was pulled into a neat bun, and she wore a cream-colored blazer over a professional dress. She had an earpiece in and was clearly in the middle of a conversation. "Yes, I understand the quarterly projections are concerning, but..." She held up one finger to Jake in a just-a-minute gesture, her expression apologetic but distracted. Jake waited patiently. He could hear a male voice through her earpiece, aggressive and insistent. The woman's jaw tightened. "Gerald, I've reviewed the numbers extensively. The market dip is temporary. Our fundamentals are strong. I'm not authorizing a panic response." Her voice was cool, authoritative. "We'll discuss this Monday at the board meeting. I need to go." She removed the earpiece and finally focused on Jake. Her eyes were gray-blue, intelligent, and currently exhausted. "I'm so sorry. You must be Jake. Emma hasn't stopped talking about you all week." "That's me. Emma mentioned your car is making a noise when you turn." "Oh, it's nothing urgent. I have an appointment with my dealership next week. Emma insisted we stop by so she could say hello to you. Would you mind if I take a quick listen? If it's the power steering, it's not something you want to let go too long." The woman hesitated, glancing at her phone. Jake could see calendar notifications piling up on her screen. "I really don't have time for..." "Mommy, please." Emma had appeared beside Jake. "Jake knows about cars. He taught me how to fix my bike. Remember? I told you." Something shifted in the woman's face. Guilt, maybe, or recognition of something she'd missed. "You're right, sweetheart. I'm sorry." She looked at Jake. "If you have a moment, I'd appreciate a quick diagnosis." "Turn the wheel all the way to the right for me," Jake instructed. She did, and immediately the grinding, clicking sound Emma had imitated filled the air. Jake listened carefully, then had her turn it to the left. Same sound. "Definitely power steering. Probably the pump or low fluid. Mind if I pop the hood?" "Go ahead." Jake checked the power steering reservoir. Nearly empty. He checked for leaks and found fluid on the pump housing. "You've got a leak in your power steering pump. The fluid's almost gone, which is why it's making that noise. You're grinding metal on metal right now." The woman's face paled slightly. "Is it dangerous?" "It will be if the pump seizes while you're driving. You could lose steering control. You shouldn't drive this until it's fixed." "But I have a meeting in an hour downtown." And Emma has ballet at 4 and... She stopped herself, closing her eyes briefly. I'm sorry. That's not your problem. Do you know a good towing service? I can fix it right now, Jake said. I've got the parts. Take about 30 minutes. Really? I can't ask you to drop everything for... Mommy, let Jake help, Emma said earnestly. That's what mechanics do. They help people. The woman looked at her daughter, and Jake saw something complicated pass over her face. Love, certainly, but also sadness. Recognition of something she'd been missing. All right, she said quietly. Thank you. How much will it cost? Jake quoted her a fair price. She nodded and pulled into his garage. As he got to work, Emma appeared at his elbow with a small plastic toolbox. Can I help? Mommy bought me this after I fixed my bike. She said if I'm going to be a mechanic, I should have my own tools. Jake felt a smile spread across his face. Absolutely. Let's see what you've got in there. Emma's mother stood to the side, phone in hand, but not looking at it. Instead, she watched as Jake and Emma worked together. He explained what he was doing, why the pump had failed, how to prevent it in the future. Emma asked questions and handed him tools, her face scrunched in concentration. The thing about cars, Jake explained as he replaced the pump, is that they tell you when something's wrong. You just have to listen. That noise your mom's car was making, that was it saying, help me, something's not right. Most people ignore those sounds until it's too late. Like when you ignore a problem and it gets bigger? Emma asked. Exactly. Whether it's a car or anything else in life, it's better to fix small problems before they become big ones. Jake glanced over and caught Emma's mother watching them with an expression he couldn't quite read. When their eyes met, she looked away, quickly, but not before he saw something that looked like longing. 25 minutes later, Jake tested the steering, smooth and quiet. He wiped down the engine compartment and closed the hood. All set. Good as new. Emma's mother pulled out a credit card, but Jake noticed her hands were shaking slightly. I really can't thank you enough. If you hadn't caught this, just glad I could help. Jake processed the payment, then added, Ma'am, can I say something that's maybe not my place? She looked at him warily. Okay. That daughter of yours is special. She's curious and kind, and she pays attention to the world around her. She's got a good heart. Jake glanced at Emma, who was carefully organizing her toolbox. I don't know your situation, and I'm not judging. But those work calls, the meetings, they'll always be there. Emma won't always be 7 years old wanting to spend time with you. The woman's eyes filled with tears. You think I don't know that? I think you do know it. I think that's why it hurts. Jake's voice was gentle. My dad worked himself into an early grave keeping this garage running. I get it. Sometimes you do what you have to do. But he also taught me that the most important repairs aren't the ones you make to engines. They're the ones you make to relationships before they break. Emma's mother was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, What's your name? Your full name? Jake Ryan. I'm Caroline Harrison, and you're right, about all of it. She looked at Emma. Sweetheart, how would you feel about skipping ballet today? Maybe we could go to the park instead. Just you and me. Emma's face lit up like Christmas morning. Really? Just us? Just us. And my phone stays in my purse the whole time. Caroline looked back at Jake. Thank you. For the car and for the other thing. Anytime. As they prepared to leave, Emma ran back and hugged Jake's legs. Thank you for fixing Mommy's car. And for teaching me about listening to problems. You're welcome, kiddo. Remember, you're a mechanic now. Keep your eyes and ears open. Jake watched them drive away, Caroline's hand, reaching over to hold Emma's in the back seat. Something about the gesture made his chest tight. He didn't expect to see them again. People like Caroline Harrison didn't usually return to neighborhood garages. They had dealerships, preferred mechanics, busy lives that didn't intersect with his world. But the following Saturday, the black sedan pulled up again. This time, Caroline got out and walked into the garage herself. She wore jeans, a simple blouse, and her hair was down around her shoulders. She looked younger, less armored. "Hi," she said. "Is this a bad time?" "Never a bad time. Everything okay with the car?" "The car's fine. I came to talk to you. Do you have a minute?" Jake set down his wrench. "Sure." Caroline took a breath. "After we left here last week, I did some thinking. About what you said, about fixing relationships before they break. I realized I've been so focused on providing for Emma financially that I've been failing her in every other way that matters." Caroline, let me finish, please. She pulled out her phone and showed him the screen. It displayed a website for a nonprofit organization called Youth Automotive Education Program. "This is something my company started 3 years ago. We fund programs that teach underprivileged kids practical skills, but it's been struggling. We can't find the right people to run it, and I've been too busy to give it proper attention." "That sounds like a good program." "It is, or it could be. But here's the thing. After watching you with Emma, I realized what it's been missing. It's missing people who actually care. People who see teaching as more than just a job. People like you." Jake felt something shift in his chest. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I want to offer you a position as director of youth programs. You'd oversee our automotive education initiatives, develop curriculum, train instructors. You'd actually work with kids, teaching them the way you taught Emma." Caroline's voice grew more animated. "You could keep your garage if you wanted, do this part-time. Or we could figure out something full-time. The salary would be considerable. But more than that, you'd be making a real difference." "Why me?" "You don't know anything about me. I know you took time on a Saturday to teach a random kid how to fix her bicycle. I know you charged her 55 cents and treated her with respect. I know you saw a problem with my car and fixed it without being asked, potentially saving my life and my daughter's. I know Emma thinks you hung the moon." Caroline's voice softened. "And I know you had the courage to tell me the truth when I needed to hear it. That's more than enough." Jake stared at her. "Can I ask you something? What do you do? I mean, I know you're Emma's mom, but what's your job?" Caroline smiled slightly. "I'm the CEO of Harrison Technologies. We're one of the largest tech firms in the region. We develop software, provide IT solutions, run charitable programs. I've been running the company for 5 years, ever since my father retired." Jake felt his eyebrows rise. "You're that Caroline Harrison? Emma's been telling me her mom is the boss of lots of people, but I thought she meant like a manager at an office." "It's more than that. But lately I've been wondering if being CEO is worth being absent from my daughter's life." Caroline looked away. "My husband died 3 years ago, cancer. Since then I've thrown myself into work. Told myself I was building something for Emma's future. But the truth is, I was running from grief. And Emma's been paying the price. I'm sorry." "About your husband?" "Thank you." Caroline met his eyes again. "Jake, I watched you with Emma last week. You were patient and kind, and you treated her like her questions mattered. You taught her something valuable, and you did it naturally, like it was the most important thing in the world. That's rare. That's what these kids need." Jake thought about his father, about the lessons learned in this garage, about the satisfaction of fixing something broken, of passing knowledge to the next generation. "Can I think about it?" "Of course, but there's something else." Caroline pulled out another piece of paper. "Emma wanted me to give you this." It was a crayon drawing of a man and a little girl standing next to a bicycle. The man had dark hair and was holding a wrench. At the top, in careful letters, Emma had written, "Jake the mechanic, my..."
Liberty Mutual helps you customize and save hundreds on car insurance.
I don't think they know how to play tennis.
Not a clue. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. As I started growing out my natural hair color, I noticed my moderate to severe lines. I booked a Botox cosmetic consultation to temporarily make my frown, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. What was important to me was that I still look like me, just with fewer lines. And I'm confident about my results.
Botox cosmetic effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions are at highest risk. Don't receive Botox cosmetic if you have skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, or swelling. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
I'm the one and only Delphina, and I got treated with the one and only Botox cosmetic.
Learn more at BotoxCosmetic.com.
What time be back outside?
What's score prediction? I like me scoring 30. That's it, bro. Like, comment, subscribe. We out. Bye. All right, right now I'm here with Phil Kosa, and I'm here with Josh. I need to hear score predictions. What's your score prediction? 30-18. 30-18. How you feel about that? Me. Me? Me. No score prediction. I like me scoring 30. That's it, bro. We'll get right into it. Remember, like, comment, subscribe. Let's get to it. Holiday. Yeah, let's start outside. Keep it there.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna make my free throws. One. Time out. You don't pay big Fred Market.
I can't watch this whole game.
The small town of Cedar Ridge was just beginning another ordinary Saturday morning. Store owners were opening their doors, families were heading to parks, and children were planning how to spend their weekend. But for 10-year-old Mason Reed, nothing felt ordinary anymore. While other kids thought about games, movies, and friends, Mason could only think about one person, his little sister, Lily. Lily was 8 years old and had the brightest smile in town. She loved drawing colorful animals and filling every blank piece of paper she could find with her imagination. But lately that smile had become harder to see. A serious medical condition had left her weak and tired. Doctors had told Mason's mother that Lily needed an important surgery soon. Every day that passed felt like a countdown. Before we continue, if you enjoy emotional stories with powerful twists and inspiring moments, make sure to subscribe, turn on the bell icon, and join our WhatsApp channel through the link in the description. You will never miss the next unforgettable story. Mason understood more than most adults realized. Even though nobody discussed money around him, he often heard late-night conversations. Through the thin walls of their small house, he heard his mother, Claire, speaking quietly on the phone with hospitals, insurance offices, and medical specialists. He heard the worry in her voice growing heavier each week. One afternoon, Mason returned home from school earlier than usual. As he entered the kitchen, he stopped when he heard his mother talking. She didn't know he was listening. "I don't know where I'll find the rest of the money," Claire whispered. "I'm trying everything." The words stayed in Mason's mind long after the call ended. That evening he sat alone in his bedroom. His eyes slowly moved toward the gaming console sitting beside his television. It wasn't just a PlayStation. It was his favorite possession. He had spent years saving birthday money and holiday gifts to buy it. It held hundreds of memories with friends and family. For several minutes he stared at it without moving. Then he opened a drawer and pulled out a notebook. Carefully, he wrote down the amount of money still needed for Lily's treatment. The number looked impossible. Mason swallowed hard. His PlayStation would not solve everything, but it could help. And right then, a decision quietly formed in his mind. The next morning, before anyone else woke up, Mason opened a backpack and carefully placed the PlayStation inside along with every game he owned. He zipped the bag shut and looked toward Lily's bedroom door. He wasn't sure if what he was about to do would make any difference, but he knew one thing for certain. He would do whatever it took to help his sister. And as Mason stepped outside carrying the backpack, he had no idea that one simple choice was about to attract the attention of a stranger who would change his family's future forever. The cool morning air brushed against Mason's face as he walked down the sidewalk with the backpack hanging heavily from his shoulders. Every step felt harder than the last. He had carried school books, sports equipment and groceries before, but this backpack felt different. It carried something far more important than objects. It carried a sacrifice. The town was slowly waking up around him. Cars moved through intersections. Coffee shops welcomed their first customers, and shop owners arranged displays in their windows. Mason barely noticed any of it. His thoughts remained fixed on Lily. He remembered how she used to race through the house laughing. Now she became tired after only a few minutes of activity. Sometimes she tried to hide her discomfort so nobody would worry. That made Mason even more determined. 20 minutes later, he arrived at a game store called Pixel Planet. The large glass windows displayed posters for new releases and gaming accessories. Normally, Mason loved visiting the store. Today felt completely different. He pushed open the door and walked inside. A bell chimed overhead. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man named Oliver Grant. He greeted Mason with a friendly smile. "Good morning, buddy. What can I help you with?" Mason slowly placed the backpack on the counter and unzipped it. Oliver's smile faded slightly as he saw the PlayStation and stack of games. "Trading these in?" he asked. Mason nodded. Oliver began checking each item. The process felt endless. Every game brought back memories. Every accessory reminded Mason of hours spent having fun with friends. Finally, Oliver finished the evaluation. He wrote a number on a small piece of paper and slid it across the counter. Mason looked down. The amount was lower than he had hoped. For a brief moment, disappointment flashed across his face. Oliver noticed. "Are you sure you want to sell all of this?" he asked gently. Mason took a deep breath. "My little sister needs surgery," he said quietly. "She needs help more than I need games." The store suddenly became very quiet. Oliver stared at the boy, unable to speak for several seconds. At the far end of the store, another customer had been browsing accessories near a display shelf. The man slowly turned his head after hearing Mason's words. Unlike everyone else, he did not react immediately. Instead, he watched carefully. His expression revealed nothing. Mason accepted the payment, placed the envelope of money into his backpack, and thanked Oliver before heading toward the exit. As the door closed behind him, the mysterious customer continued staring through the window. Then he quietly asked a question that would change everything. "Who is that boy? Who is that boy?" Oliver looked toward the customer standing near the display shelves. The man appeared calm, but there was genuine curiosity in his voice. Oliver glanced through the front window. Mason was already walking down the sidewalk, the envelope safely tucked inside his backpack. "His name is Mason Reed," Oliver replied. "Good kid, comes in here sometimes to look at games, never causes trouble." The customer continued watching until Mason disappeared around the corner. "What did he mean about his sister needing surgery?" he asked. Oliver sighed. "I don't know all the details. I just know his family has been having a difficult time lately." The customer nodded slowly. Most people would have ended the conversation there. He did not. Instead, he asked more questions. Oliver shared only what little he knew. Mason lived with his mother and younger sister. The family had been struggling for months. Despite everything, they always remained kind and respectful. The customer listened carefully. Then he thanked Oliver and left the store. Outside, he paused beside a black SUV parked across the street. A woman sitting in the driver's seat lowered her window. "Everything okay, Mr. Carter?" she asked. The man looked back toward the game store. "I just met someone unusual," he replied. The woman seemed confused but didn't ask further questions. The man climbed into the vehicle. What neither Oliver nor Mason knew was that the customer was Nathan Carter, founder and CEO of Carter Innovations, a technology company worth billions of dollars. Nathan had attended business meetings around the world. He had met celebrities, politicians, and industry leaders. Yet somehow the words of a 10-year-old boy had stayed with him. "My little sister needs help more than I need games." The sentence echoed in his mind throughout the day. That evening, Nathan sat in his office overlooking downtown Seattle. Important documents covered his desk, but he struggled to focus. Finally, he pressed a button on his phone. A trusted assistant answered. "Yes, sir?" Nathan leaned back in his chair. "I need you to look into a family," he said. The assistant immediately opened a notebook. Nathan provided Mason's name and the town where he lived. The assistant sounded surprised.
Is this related to business? No, Nathan replied. It's something more important. The next afternoon, a report arrived on Nathan's desk. As he read through the information, his expression slowly changed. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. Medical bills were growing, savings were nearly gone, and Lily's surgery deadline was getting closer. Nathan closed the file and stared out the window for several moments. Then he made a decision. He would not simply send money. He wanted to understand the family first, but as he prepared to take the next step, another discovery inside the report caught his attention, a detail connected to Mason's late father. And the moment Nathan read it, he realized this story might be far more personal than he ever expected. Nathan Carter remained seated in silence as he looked at the final page of the report. The name printed there immediately caught his attention. Daniel Reed, Mason's late father. Nathan slowly read the paragraph again to make sure he had not misunderstood. Nearly 12 years earlier, before Carter Innovations became successful, Nathan had been a young entrepreneur, struggling to keep his first small company alive. During that difficult period, a major equipment failure had threatened an important community technology project. Many people had refused to help because there was little money involved, but one person had volunteered his time without asking for anything in return. That person was Daniel Reed. Nathan remembered him immediately. Daniel had spent several weekends helping repair equipment and solve technical problems. Without his help, the project would have failed completely. Back then, Nathan had offered payment. Daniel had politely refused. I already have enough, Daniel had said. If someone needs help and I can help them, that's enough for me. Nathan had never forgotten those words. Now, years later, he was staring at Daniel's family file. Life had taken unexpected turns for both men. Nathan had built a billion-dollar company. Daniel had passed away several years earlier. Yet somehow their stories had crossed paths again. Nathan closed the file and stood up. The next morning, he decided to visit Cedar Ridge personally. A few hours later, his SUV entered the quiet town. Nathan dressed casually to avoid attention. He spent the afternoon walking through local shops and speaking with residents. Everywhere he went, people described the Reed family in the same way. Kind, honest, hardworking. Nobody had a negative word to say about them. As evening approached, Nathan stopped at a small bakery near the town square. While ordering coffee, he overheard two women talking nearby. Claire Reed works harder than anyone I know, one woman said. She never complains, the other replied, even with everything happening to Lily. Nathan listened carefully. The more he learned, the more determined he became to help. But he still wanted to approach the family the right way. He did not want them to feel like a charity project. As he left the bakery, something unexpected happened. Across the street, he spotted Mason. The boy was carrying several grocery bags and walking toward home. Nathan watched from a distance. Then he noticed something else. Mason stopped when he saw an elderly neighbor struggling with a heavy package. Without hesitation, Mason set down his own bags and helped carry the package to the woman's porch. The woman thanked him repeatedly. Mason simply smiled and continued walking. Nathan shook his head in amazement. The boy had already sacrificed his favorite possession for his sister, yet he still found time to help others. At that moment, Nathan became certain of one thing. Helping the Reed family was no longer just a kind gesture. It was something he felt personally responsible for. But unknown to both Nathan and Mason, another surprise was already on its way. And within the next few days, a mysterious letter would arrive at the Reed house, raising far more questions than answers. 3 days passed quietly in Cedar Ridge. Mason continued helping his mother however he could. He carried groceries, cleaned the house, and spent hours beside Lily whenever she felt tired. Although he tried to stay positive, he could see the growing concern in Claire's eyes each time she checked medical documents spread across the kitchen table. One Tuesday afternoon, Claire returned home from work and found an unusual envelope resting inside the mailbox. There was no company logo, no return address, only their family name written neatly across the front. Claire frowned as she carried it inside. "What is it?" Mason asked. "I have no idea," Claire replied. The three of them gathered around the kitchen table. Carefully, Claire opened the envelope. Inside was a single handwritten letter. She unfolded the paper and began reading aloud. The letter praised Mason's kindness and sacrifice. It spoke about courage, family, and the power of helping others even during difficult times. Then it invited the Reed family to attend a special event in Seattle the following weekend. No explanation was provided. No organization was mentioned, only a time, a location, and one sentence that immediately caught everyone's attention. Your presence is important. Claire looked confused. Who would send something like this? Mason shrugged. Lily looked excited. Maybe it's a surprise party. That made everyone laugh for the first time in days. Still, Claire remained cautious. The invitation seemed strange. She considered throwing it away. After all, traveling to Seattle was expensive, and they had far more important things to worry about. But later that evening, another surprise arrived. Claire received a phone call from an unknown number. She almost ignored it. Fortunately, she answered. The caller spoke politely and professionally. The woman confirmed details from the invitation and explained that transportation and accommodations had already been arranged. Everything would be covered. Claire asked several questions. The caller answered some, but avoided others. Before ending the conversation, she repeated one statement. We sincerely hope your family can attend. After the call ended, Claire sat quietly. The situation felt unusual, yet nothing seemed dangerous or dishonest. The next morning, she made her decision. They would go. When Mason heard the news, he felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Something about the invitation felt important. He simply could not explain why. As the week passed, anticipation continued building. Finally, Saturday arrived. The family boarded transportation, arranged by the event organizers, and traveled towards Seattle. Hours later, the city's skyline appeared in the distance. Lily pressed her face against the window in amazement. Mason smiled as he watched her excitement. For a few moments, she looked like her old self again. When they finally arrived at the large conference center listed in the invitation, Mason's eyes widened. Hundreds of people were entering the building. Television cameras stood near the entrance. Large screens displayed photographs and videos. The event was far bigger than anything he had imagined. Then a volunteer approached the family. She checked a list, smiled warmly, and said something that instantly made Mason's heart race. Welcome, Reed family. Everyone has been waiting for you. Mason exchanged a puzzled glance with his mother. Why would an entire event be waiting for them? And who had arranged all of this in the first place? Mason exchanged a puzzled glance with his mother as the volunteer guided them through the entrance of the conference center. The building was far larger than anything they had expected. Bright lights filled the enormous hall, and hundreds of guests occupied rows of seats facing a massive stage. Large screens displayed stories about kindness, courage, and people who had made a difference in the lives of others. Claire still looked uncertain. There must be some mistake, she whispered. But the volunteer smiled. There is no mistake. The family was escorted to seats near the front of the auditorium. That only increased Mason's confusion. Why would ordinary people like them be seated so close to the stage? As more guests entered, soft music played throughout the hall. Cameras moved between rows, capturing reactions from audience members. Lily looked around excitedly. This place is amazing, she said. Mason nodded, but his attention remained fixed on the stage. Something important was about to happen. He could feel it. A few minutes later, the lights slowly dimmed. Conversations faded. The audience became silent. A presenter walked onto the stage and welcomed everyone to the annual Community Impact Celebration, an event honoring people whose actions had inspired others. The presentation began. Stories appeared on the giant screens. Teachers, firefighters, volunteers, and everyday citizens were recognized for helping people in need. The audience applauded each story warmly. Then, nearly an hour into the event, the presenter paused. His expression became serious. Sometimes, he said, the most powerful acts of kindness come from the people we least expect. The large screens suddenly went dark. The room became completely silent. A new video began playing. Mason watched casually at first. Then his eyes widened. The video showed Pixel Planet, the game store where he had sold his PlayStation. A ripple of surprise moved through the audience. Mason froze. His heart began beating faster. The footage continued. Although no security cameras were shown, the video recreated the story using interviews and photographs. It explained how a young boy had willingly given up his most treasured possession to help his little sister. The audience listened carefully. Many people became emotional. Then a photograph of Mason appeared on the giant screen. Gasps echoed throughout the auditorium. Claire covered her mouth in shock. Lily looked at her brother with wide eyes. Mason could barely move. The presenter smiled toward the front row. "Please stand, Mason Reed." For several seconds, Mason remained frozen. The audience began applauding. Slowly, he stood up. The applause grew louder. Hundreds of strangers rose to their feet. Some were wiping away tears. Others were smiling proudly. Mason had never experienced anything like it. Yet the biggest surprise had not happened yet. As the applause continued, a familiar figure emerged from the side of the stage. The moment Mason saw him, recognition flashed across his face. It was the customer from the game store, the same man who had quietly watched him sell his PlayStation. The audience erupted with excitement as the man approached the microphone. Then the presenter revealed his identity. "Please welcome entrepreneur and CEO Nathan Carter." The room exploded into applause once again. But Mason barely heard it, because Nathan looked directly at him and smiled. And it was immediately clear that everything that had happened so far had been leading to this moment. The room slowly grew quiet as Nathan Carter stepped toward the center of the stage. Mason remained standing beside his seat, still trying to understand what was happening. His mother looked equally shocked, while Lily held tightly onto his arm. Nathan smiled warmly before speaking. "Good evening, everyone." The audience responded with applause. Nathan waited for the room to settle again. "A few weeks ago, I walked into a small game store in Cedar Ridge," he began. "I expected an ordinary day. Instead, I witnessed something I will never forget. The giant screens displayed a picture of Pixel Planet," Nathan continued. "I watched a young boy make a sacrifice that many adults would struggle to make." The audience listened carefully. He gave up something he loved because helping his sister mattered more. Nathan turned toward Mason. The entire auditorium followed his gaze. Mason suddenly felt every eye in the building focused on him. Nathan smiled. "Mason, would you join me on stage?" The audience applauded once again. Mason looked nervously at his mother. Claire nodded encouragingly. Slowly, Mason walked toward the stage. The crowd cheered as he climbed the steps. Nathan shook his hand. "You are much braver than you realize," he said. Mason thanked him quietly. Then Nathan addressed the audience once more. "After learning Mason's story, I wanted to know more about his family. What I discovered inspired me even more. Photos of the Reed family appeared on the giant screens." Nathan explained how Claire worked tirelessly to support her children and how Lily continued smiling despite difficult medical challenges. The audience became emotional. Then Nathan paused. The room grew completely silent. "I believe kindness should never go unnoticed," he said. "For that reason, my foundation has made a decision." Everyone leaned forward. Even Mason held his breath. Nathan smiled. "Effective immediately. Every medical expense related to Lily's surgery and recovery will be fully covered." For a moment, nobody moved. The words seemed almost impossible to believe. Then the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Claire burst into tears. Lily covered her mouth in shock. Mason stared at Nathan, unable to speak. Years of worry seemed to disappear in a single moment. But Nathan raised his hand gently. "There is more." The audience quickly became quiet again. Mason felt his heart racing. Nathan looked toward the giant screens. "While researching this family, I discovered something unexpected." A photograph suddenly appeared behind him. The image showed a younger man standing beside technical equipment many years earlier. Mason immediately recognized him. It was his father. The audience murmured softly. Nathan's expression became emotional. "Many years ago, before my company became successful, this man helped me during one of the most difficult periods of my life." The room became silent once again. Nathan looked directly at Mason. "Your father expected nothing in return. He simply helped because someone needed help." Mason felt tears forming in his eyes. Then Nathan revealed one final surprise. "And because of the example your father set, I have been working on something special for months. The audience waited eagerly. What happens next? Nathan said. We'll honor both his kindness and your courage. And as the giant screen changed to a new image, the entire audience gasped. The entire audience gasped as the image on the giant screen changed. Mason slowly turned around to look. Across the screen appeared the words, "The Daniel Reed Family Hope Fund." For a moment, Mason could not fully understand what he was seeing. The audience remained silent, waiting for Nathan Carter to continue. Nathan smiled warmly. Months ago, when I learned about Daniel Reed and the impact he had on others, I started thinking about how one act of kindness can continue, changing lives long after a person is gone. A new slide appeared. It showed families receiving assistance with medical expenses, transportation, and recovery support. Nathan continued speaking. This fund will help families facing serious medical challenges for years to come. Every family selected will receive support during difficult times, just as Daniel once supported others when they needed help. The audience erupted into applause. Mason felt overwhelmed. His father's name would now be connected to helping people across the country. Nathan looked directly at him. Your father's kindness inspired this project. Then he looked toward Lily. And your courage inspired us to launch it sooner than planned. Claire wiped tears from her eyes. She could barely believe what was happening. For years, she had worried about paying bills and protecting her children. Now, hundreds of people were standing and applauding her family. But Nathan was not finished yet. A staff member walked onto the stage carrying a small wooden box. The audience immediately became curious. Nathan accepted the box and carefully opened it. Inside was a collection of photographs and documents. He turned toward Mason. While researching your father's work, we discovered something he left behind. Mason stepped closer. Nathan handed him one of the photographs. It showed Daniel Reed, working beside several volunteers during the community technology project, many years earlier. Everyone in the picture looked happy. Then Nathan revealed a handwritten note that had been stored with the photographs. The note had been written by Daniel. Nathan read part of it aloud. If you have the ability to help someone, never wait for the perfect moment. Help them today. The room fell completely silent. Many people in the audience became emotional. Mason stared at the note. Even though his father was gone, hearing those words felt like hearing his voice again. Nathan carefully returned the note to the box. Then he smiled. Daniel never knew how many lives his actions would touch. The audience applauded once more. As the celebration continued, reporters began gathering near the stage. News organizations wanted interviews. Guests wanted photographs. Everyone wanted to meet the family whose story had inspired the entire event. But while the audience celebrated, something unexpected was happening behind the scenes. One of Nathan's assistants had just received an important phone call. The information was surprising, very surprising. The assistant quickly approached Nathan and whispered something into his ear. Nathan's eyes widened. For the first time all evening, he looked completely stunned, and whatever he had just learned was about to make this unforgettable night even more extraordinary. For the first time that evening, Nathan Carter looked genuinely surprised. The audience continued applauding, unaware that something unexpected had just happened behind the scenes. Nathan listened carefully as his assistant whispered a few more words. Then he nodded slowly. "Thank you," he said quietly. The assistant stepped away. For several seconds, Nathan remained silent, thinking. Mason noticed the change immediately. Something important had happened. The audience gradually settled back into their seats, waiting for the program to continue. Nathan finally returned to the microphone. A small smile appeared on his face. "It seems tonight has one more surprise for all of us." Excited murmurs spread through the room. Nathan looked toward Mason and Claire. "A few minutes ago, I received information that I did not expect." The giant screens behind him displayed a photograph of the old community technology project where Daniel Reed had volunteered years earlier. Nathan continued. "After our team shared Daniel's story publicly, people from across the country began contacting us. Several photographs appeared on the screen. Different men and women smiled from various locations. Some of these people worked alongside Daniel many years ago," Nathan explained. Others were helped by him in ways we never knew. The audience listened closely. One by one, recorded video messages began playing. In each message, someone shared a memory about Daniel. A teacher explained how Daniel had repaired school computers for free. A retired veteran described how Daniel had helped him learn new technology after an injury. A local charity director spoke about equipment Daniel had donated when funding was scarce. With every story, the audience learned more about the kind of person Daniel had been. Claire wiped away tears. Many of these stories were completely new to her. Even she had not known about all the people her husband had quietly helped. Then Nathan revealed the information that had surprised him. After hearing Daniel's story today, several former project volunteers contacted our foundation. A new number appeared on the giant screen. The audience gasped. Nathan smiled. Together, they have contributed enough funding to expand the Daniel Reed Family Hope Fund far beyond its original size. The audience erupted into applause. The amount displayed would allow the foundation to help hundreds of families over the coming years. Mason could hardly believe it. His father's kindness was continuing to grow even after all these years. Nathan placed a hand on Mason's shoulder. Most people hope to leave something valuable behind, he said. Your father left something much greater than money. He left a legacy of kindness. The audience stood once again, but as the applause filled the auditorium, Mason suddenly noticed something in the wooden box Nathan had given him earlier. A folded envelope hidden beneath the photographs. The envelope had Daniel Reed's handwriting on the front, and written across it were 4 simple words. For Mason, when older. Mason stared at the envelope in shock. Neither he nor his mother had ever seen it before, and whatever message waited inside could become the most personal surprise of the entire night. Mason stood completely still, staring at the folded envelope inside the wooden box. The words written on it felt heavier than anything he had ever held before. For Mason, when older, his hands trembled slightly as he slowly picked it up. The entire auditorium became quiet again. Even Nathan Carter did not speak. Claire leaned forward, unable to understand what was happening. Lily held her breath, watching her brother closely. Mason looked at Nathan. What is this? He asked softly. Nathan's expression became calm but emotional. That, he said, is something your father left for you. Mason's heart beat faster. He carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a handwritten letter. The paper was slightly aged, but the ink was clear. Mason began reading silently at first. Then, without realizing it, his voice came out slowly, so the microphone picked it up. My dear Mason, if you are reading this, it means I am no longer with you. A wave of silence spread through the audience. Mason paused, swallowing hard, but continued. I hope you're taking care of your mother and your little sister. I hope you are being strong, even when life feels unfair. Claire closed her eyes as tears streamed down her face. Mason continued reading. I do not know what your future will look like, but I know one thing for sure. You have a good heart. Never let the world change that. Nathan quietly stepped back, giving Mason space. The letter continued. If you ever feel lost, remember this. The greatest value in life is not what we own, but what we give to others. Mason's voice shook slightly, but he kept reading. I once helped a young man who was struggling to build something important. I never asked for anything in return. Today, I know that help became something much bigger than I ever imagined. Nathan lowered his head for a moment. Mason looked up briefly, trying to understand. Then he read the final part of the letter. One day, someone may come to you and offer help when you least expect it. Do not be afraid. Sometimes life returns kindness in ways we cannot imagine. The room was completely silent. Even the cameras stopped moving. Mason slowly lowered the letter. His eyes were full of tears. He finally understood. This entire journey, the game store, the CEO, the event, the fund, it was not random. It was all connected to his father's kindness. Nathan stepped forward again. There is something else you should know, he said quietly. Mason looked at him. Nathan took a deep breath. When your father helped me years ago, I was not yet successful. I was close to giving up everything. The audience listened closely. He believed in me when no one else did. And I promised myself that if I ever became able to help someone the same way, I would not hesitate. Nathan turned toward Mason. So when I saw you sacrifice your most valued possession for your sister, I saw your father in you. Claire covered her mouth, crying harder now. Nathan continued, that is why I did not just want to help your sister. He paused. I wanted to continue your father's promise. The giant screen behind him changed one final time. It showed Mason standing beside Lily in a bright, healthy future, smiling, laughing, free from worry. Then real footage followed, doctors confirming Lily's successful treatment coverage, hospital arrangements already completed, full funding secured not only for Lily, but for future care. The audience erupted in applause again, but this time it felt different. Warmer, deeper, more emotional. Nathan placed a hand on Mason's shoulder. Your father's kindness did not end with him, he said softly. It continued through you. And now it will continue through many others. Mason finally broke down in tears. But they were not only tears of sadness. They were tears of relief, hope, and understanding. As the event slowly came to an end, the audience stood once more. Not for a CEO, not for a presentation, but for a 10-year-old boy whose small sacrifice had started something far bigger than anyone could have imagined. And in that moment, Mason realized one simple truth. Sometimes the smallest decision can change an entire world. What would you do if you were Mason and had to choose between your favorite thing and saving your sister's life? Tell us in comments if this story touched your heart. Subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon for more inspiring stories.
She was rejected on a Christmas blind date with her daughter until a single dad asked, "Can I join you?" Before we continue, tell us where in the world you're watching from. We love seeing how far our stories travel. Harper Weston was standing in front of her bathroom mirror on Christmas Eve, trying to remember how to look like a woman who had her life together, instead of a single mom who hadn't slept properly in 2 years, and was honestly questioning every decision that led her to this moment. Her best friend Megan had been relentless about setting her up with this guy Brandon, swearing he was successful and charming, and exactly what Harper needed to finally move on from the disaster that was her ex-husband, who had walked out on Christmas Eve 2 years ago, like some kind of cruel holiday tradition she never asked for. Ivy appeared in the doorway, wearing her favorite red Christmas dress with the sparkly bow, her little face glowing with excitement as she watched her mommy put on lipstick and earrings like it was the most fascinating thing she'd ever witnessed. "Mommy, you look like a princess from my storybooks." And Harper felt tears prick her eyes because this 5-year-old was the only reason she'd survived the last 2 years. The only thing that made working double shifts and skipping meals and lying awake at night worrying about bills actually worth it. Then her phone rang, and Harper's carefully constructed evening fell apart in about 30 seconds flat when the teenage babysitter said her grandmother had been rushed to the hospital and she couldn't come. She was so sorry. Merry Christmas. Harper hung up and stared at her phone like it had personally betrayed her, scrolling through her contacts trying to find anyone who could watch Ivy on Christmas Eve with zero notice. But everyone was either busy with family or not answering because normal people didn't sit by their phones waiting to rescue desperate single moms. Megan's voice on the phone was practical when Harper called her in a panic. "Just bring Ivy with you. Any decent guy would understand. And if he doesn't, then you dodged a bullet anyway." Harper wanted to argue, but she was out of options and out of time. So she knelt down in front of her daughter and said, "Baby, mommy needs you to come with me tonight. We're going on a little adventure." And Ivy's face lit up like Harper had just offered her a trip to Disney World instead of a blind date at a cafe. Ivy grabbed her hand and squeezed it tight, asking, "Mommy, are we going to find you a prince like in the movies?" And Harper laughed, even though her heart was breaking a little, because her daughter still believed in fairy tales, despite watching her parents' marriage explode 2 Christmases ago. She kissed Ivy's forehead and said, "Let's just see if he's nice first, okay, baby?" Knowing in her gut that bringing a 5-year-old to a blind date was probably a terrible idea, but having no other choice. They arrived at Evergreen Cafe, and the place was everything Harper had hoped it would be. Twinkling Christmas lights wrapped around every beam, a giant tree decorated with golden ornaments in the corner, and the smell of cinnamon and pine filling the warm air. Ivy gasped so loud that people at nearby tables smiled, and Harper felt her heart squeeze because her daughter found magic in everything, even when Harper couldn't see any magic left in the world. She spotted Brandon at a corner table already nursing a drink, and he looked exactly like his pictures, tall and well-dressed with the kind of confidence that came from never having to struggle for anything in his life. Harper took a deep breath and walked over with Ivy beside her, trying to project calm even though her pulse was racing and her palms were sweating. She watched his face change the moment he noticed the 5-year-old in the Christmas dress, watched his polite expression curdle into something cold and annoyed. Brandon didn't stand up to greet her, didn't smile at Ivy, didn't do any of the things a decent human being would do when meeting a child for the first time. He just looked at Harper with this irritated expression and said, "You didn't mention you had a kid," like Ivy was some kind of inconvenience, some kind of problem he hadn't signed up for. Harper started to explain about the babysitter emergency, but Brandon cut her off with a wave of his hand, saying he wasn't interested in playing stepdad, that he wanted a date, not a package deal. The next words out of his mouth would haunt Harper for weeks. "Look, I don't have time for this. Next time, be upfront about the baggage so guys like me don't waste our evenings." He said baggage loud enough for the tables around them to hear, threw some cash down like he was paying off an inconvenience, and stood up to leave without a single glance backward. The cafe was full of happy families and couples celebrating Christmas Eve, and Harper had just been humiliated in front of all of them. Ivy tugged on Harper's sleeve with confusion all over her little face. "Mommy, what's baggage? Am I baggage? Why was that man so angry at us?" And Harper's heart shattered into a million pieces because her 5-year-old daughter should never have to ask those questions, should never have to wonder if she was the reason Mommy couldn't find happiness. Harper pulled Ivy into her lap and buried her face in her daughter's hair, whispering, "No, baby, you're not baggage. You're my whole world. You're the best thing that ever happened to me." But her voice was cracking and tears were streaming down her face. She sat there holding Ivy, trying to pull herself together enough to leave with some shred of dignity, surrounded by the sounds of Christmas joy that felt like a mockery of everything she'd hoped tonight would be. This wasn't just about Brandon being a jerk. This was about every failed relationship and every man who'd looked at her like she wasn't enough. Every time she tried to open her heart only to have it thrown back in her face. She was 32 years old and starting to believe that maybe she just wasn't meant to be loved. Harper was reaching for her coat, ready to flee this cafe, and never looked back when a voice came from beside their table, gentle and warm in a way that made her freeze mid-movement. "I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't help noticing what happened, and that guy was a complete idiot." Harper looked up through blurry eyes and saw a man standing there with kind gray eyes and a little boy about 7 years old holding his hand, both of them looking at her with expressions of genuine concern. The man crouched down slightly so he was closer to eye level with her and said, "My son and I were about to order dinner, and honestly, Christmas Eve feels way too lonely to spend at separate tables. I was wondering if maybe we could join you, only if that's okay, of course. No pressure at all." His son waved shyly at Ivy and said, "Hi, I'm Theo. I'm 7. Do you like dinosaurs?" And Ivy's tear-streaked face transformed into wonder as she nodded enthusiastically and said, "I love dinosaurs. I have a T-Rex at home." Harper stared at this stranger, not understanding what was happening, because men didn't just walk up to crying women with children and offer to share dinner. That wasn't how the world worked. That wasn't how her world had ever worked. But he was standing there waiting patiently for her answer, while his son was already telling Ivy about his favorite dinosaur. And something about the warmth in his eyes made her want to believe that maybe not every man was like Brandon. Maybe not every evening had to end in disaster. "You really want to sit with us?" Harper asked, her voice still shaky from crying. "After all that mess?" The man smiled, and it reached all the way to his eyes. "Especially after all that. I'm Caleb, by the way, and this dinosaur expert is my son Theo." He gestured to the empty chairs at her table. "What do you say? I promise we're much better company than that jerk, though I've been told my jokes are pretty terrible, so you might regret this later." Ivy was already giggling at something Theo was saying about velociraptors, and Harper felt something shift in her chest, something that felt dangerously close to hope. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and nodded slowly. Okay, yeah, I'd like that. Caleb sat down across from her and signaled the waitress for more hot chocolate, and Harper watched her daughter laughing with this little boy like they'd known each other forever. And for the first time since Brandon had walked out, she thought maybe this Christmas Eve wasn't completely ruined after all. 2 hours disappeared like they were nothing, and Harper couldn't remember the last time she'd sat somewhere without checking her phone or calculating how much the bill was going to cost, or worrying about whether Ivy was being too loud for the other customers. Caleb had this way of making conversation feel effortless, asking questions that showed he actually wanted to know the answers, instead of just waiting for his turn to talk. And Harper found herself laughing at his terrible dad jokes, even though they were objectively the worst jokes she'd ever heard in her life. Ivy and Theo had become instant best friends in the way that only children can, showing each other toys and making up stories about dinosaurs who celebrated Christmas and ate cookies instead of other dinosaurs. Mrs. Bellamy, the cafe owner, kept bringing extra treats to their table with knowing smiles. And at some point, Harper realized she'd stopped feeling like a failure and started feeling like maybe the universe had given her a gift wrapped in the most unexpected packaging imaginable. Caleb told her about his construction company and how he built it from nothing after years of working for other people. And Harper told him about her 2 jobs at the diner and the retail store, and how exhausted she was all the time, but how Ivy made every sleepless night worth it. He didn't look at her with pity the way most people did when they heard about her situation. He looked at her with respect, like working yourself to the bone, for your kid was something to admire rather than something to feel sorry about. She asked him about Theo's mom and watched his face shift into something painful before he said quietly that his wife Grace had passed away 3 years ago. A brain aneurysm that came out of nowhere and took her before anyone could do anything. Harper's hand moved across the table without her permission and covered his, and she said she was so sorry and meant it with everything she had, because she knew what it was like to have your whole world collapse, even if her tragedy was abandonment instead of death. Caleb looked at their hands touching and then up at her face and said, "She would have liked you. Grace always had a thing for strong women who didn't take any crap from anyone." And Harper laughed even though her eyes were wet, because somehow this stranger had seen her as strong when she'd been feeling so incredibly weak. The cafe was starting to close around them, and Mrs. Bellamy was giving them the gentle looks that said she didn't want to kick them out, but she did have a family to get home to on Christmas Eve. They bundled up the kids who were both half asleep and protesting that they weren't tired at all, despite yawning every 3 seconds. And Caleb walked Harper to her car, carrying Ivy because her little legs had given out about 10 feet from the door. He buckled Ivy into her car seat with the practiced ease of someone who'd done it 1,000 times, tucking her blanket around her and making sure the straps weren't twisted. And Harper watched him with something fluttering in her chest that she hadn't felt in a very long time. He handed her a napkin with his phone number scrawled on it in messy handwriting and said, "In case you ever want to do this again, no pressure, no expectations, just 2 single parents trying to survive the holidays." Harper took the napkin and smiled for real, the kind of smile that actually reached her eyes, and said, "No blind dates required?" Caleb grinned and said, "Definitely no blind dates. I think we both had enough of those to last a lifetime." And Harper laughed as she got in her car and drove away, watching him in the rearview mirror, still standing in the parking lot like he wanted to make sure she got off safely. The days after Christmas were filled with texts that started casual and quickly became the highlight of Harper's day. Little updates about Theo's latest dinosaur obsession, and photos of failed attempts at cooking dinner, and jokes that made her snort laugh at inappropriate moments during her shifts at the diner. Caleb sent her a picture of Theo wearing every single piece of Christmas present clothing at once and looking like a very fashionable marshmallow. And Harper sent back a video of Ivy singing a made-up song about her new friend Theo, who was the best dinosaur expert in the whole entire world. They met for coffee while both kids were at school, and it felt like picking up a conversation they'd never actually stopped having. Easy and natural in a way that made Harper nervous, because things that felt this good usually ended up hurting the most. Caleb told her more about Grace and the 3 years he'd spent feeling like half a person, and Harper told him about David walking out on Christmas Eve
and how she'd spent months wondering what was wrong with her before realizing he was the broken one, not her. A week turned into 2 weeks, turned into a month, and suddenly Caleb and Theo were fixtures in Harper's life in a way she hadn't expected and wasn't sure how to handle. The four of them went to the park together, and Caleb pushed both kids on the swings while Harper sat on the bench laughing at his exaggerated sound effects. They had dinner at Harper's tiny apartment, and Caleb didn't comment on the second-hand furniture or the cramped kitchen, just rolled up his sleeves and helped her cook while the kids played in Ivy's room. Ivy and Theo talked on the phone every night before bed. These rambling conversations about nothing and everything that could go on for an hour if the parents didn't intervene. And Harper would stand in the doorway listening to her daughter laugh and feeling something that was terrifyingly close to hope. Theo made Ivy a friendship bracelet out of string and beads, and she wore it every single day, even in the bath, until Harper had to explain that it would fall apart if it got too wet. One night after the kids had finally fallen asleep on Caleb's couch after a movie marathon, Theo mumbled something as Caleb was carrying him to bed that made Harper's heart stop. "Dad is Miss Harper going to be my new mom because I think she'd be really good at it, and Ivy could be my sister." Caleb froze in the hallway and looked back at Harper with an expression she couldn't read, and she pretended she hadn't heard even though they both knew she had. Everything was perfect, and that's exactly when Harper's past decided to show up and ruin it, because apparently she wasn't allowed to have nice things without the universe testing her. David appeared at her door one afternoon, looking like he just stepped out of a magazine and acting like he hadn't abandoned his family 2 years ago, saying he'd heard she was seeing someone and he wanted to make sure she wasn't introducing strange men to his daughter. Harper stood in her doorway with her arms crossed, feeling all the old anger rise up in her chest as she reminded him that he'd lost the right to have opinions about her life when he walked out on Christmas Eve without looking back. David got that cold look in his eyes that she remembered from their worst arguments and said maybe he should talk to a lawyer about custody arrangements since she clearly wasn't making good decisions, and the threat hung in the air like poison. She didn't tell Caleb about David's visit because she was ashamed and scared and didn't want to drag him into her mess when things between them were still so new and fragile. Instead, she started pulling back, canceling plans at the last minute and taking longer to respond to texts and making excuses about being tired from work. Caleb noticed because, of course, he noticed. He noticed everything about her. And finally, he showed up at her door one evening after the kids were in bed, demanding to know what was going on. Harper tried to tell him nothing was wrong, but the words crumbled in her mouth when she saw the hurt in his eyes, and everything came pouring out about David and the threats, and how she was terrified of losing Ivy, and how she didn't want to make Caleb's life complicated with her drama. He listened without interrupting, and when she was done, he took her hands and said, "I'm not him. I'm not going to leave because things get hard, and you don't have to carry this alone anymore." She wanted so badly to believe him, but the fear was bigger than the hope, and she heard herself saying, "I need time. I'm sorry. I just need time," and watching his face fall as she closed the door between them. She sat on her kitchen floor and cried, while Ivy slept peacefully in the next room, wondering if she just pushed away the best thing that had happened to her in years because she was too scared to let herself be happy. 2 weeks of silence stretched between them like an ocean. Harper didn't know how to cross, and every day felt heavier than the last because she'd pushed away the only person who'd made her feel whole in years, and she didn't know how to fix it. Ivy kept asking when they were going to see Theo again, and Harper kept making excuses about everyone being busy, watching her daughter's face fall a little more each time until Ivy stopped asking altogether, which somehow hurt even worse than the questions. David made good on his threats, and suddenly Harper was drowning in legal paperwork, in custody review requests and accusations that she was an unfit mother for letting Ivy walk around with strange men. And the lawyer she couldn't afford told her the case was weak, but it would still cost time and money she didn't have. She worked extra shifts to cover the legal fees and came home exhausted every night to a daughter who missed her friend and a phone that stayed silent because she told Caleb she needed space, and he was respecting that wish, even though it was killing them both. Then her car broke down on the coldest night of January, engine sputtering and dying on a dark road 3 miles from home, with Ivy bundled up in the back seat, asking why the car was making funny noises. Harper sat there in the freezing darkness,
with her hands shaking on the steering wheel, scrolling through her contacts trying to find someone who could help. But the only person she wanted to call was the one she pushed away, and she wasn't sure she had the right to reach out anymore. Ivy's small voice came from the back seat, cutting through Harper's panic. Mommy, why don't you call Mr. Caleb? He fixes things. Theo told me his daddy can fix anything. Harper stared at the phone in her hand, knowing her daughter was right, but terrified of what would happen if she made the call. Terrified he wouldn't answer. Terrified he would. She pressed his name before she could talk herself out of it, and he picked up on the first ring like he'd been waiting by the phone this whole time. Harper, are you okay? His voice was worried and warm, and hearing it made her start crying before she could even explain what was wrong. She managed to tell him where she was and that her car had died, and Ivy was in the back seat, and she was so sorry for calling, but she didn't know who else to reach out to. He didn't hesitate, didn't ask questions, just said, I'm on my way, stay in the car, and keep the doors locked. I'll be there in 15 minutes, and the line went dead. True to his word, his truck appeared in her rearview mirror exactly 14 minutes later, headlights cutting through the darkness like a rescue signal, and Harper felt something break open in her chest when she saw him jump out and run toward her car without even bothering to zip up his jacket. He didn't look at the engine first, didn't assess the mechanical problem like any normal person would. He just opened her door and pulled her into his arms and held her while she cried against his chest in the freezing cold. He got the car running again because, of course he did, it was just a loose battery cable that had come undone from the cold. And then he told her to follow him back to his place because there was no way he was letting her drive home alone in a car that might break down again. She wanted to argue, but she was too tired and too grateful. So she just nodded and followed his taillights through the dark streets while Ivy chattered happily in the back seat about how she knew Mr. Caleb would save them. They sat in his living room after both kids had passed out on the couch wrapped in blankets, and Harper told him everything about David and the custody threats, and how scared she was of losing Ivy, and how she'd pushed Caleb away because she didn't want to drag him into her disaster. He listened to every word without interrupting, and when she was finally empty of words and tears, he took her hands and looked her straight in the eyes. I know a lawyer who helped me sort out custody stuff after Grace died. He's the best in the city, and he owes me about 15 favors. And tomorrow morning I'm calling him, and he's going to take your case. Harper started to protest about money, but Caleb shook his head. This isn't charity, Harper. This is me showing up for someone I care about. And you're going to let me help because that's what people who love each other do. The word love hung in the air between them, and neither of them looked away from it. Harper said quietly, I'm scared. I'm so scared of feeling this much and losing it. And Caleb pulled her closer and said, I'm scared too. I've been scared for 3 years, but I'd rather be scared with you than safe without you. She kissed him then because there were no more words left that could say what she was feeling. And for the first time since David's threats had started, she felt like maybe everything was going to be okay. The next few months were a blur of legal battles and court dates and gathering evidence that proved Harper was an incredible mother, and David was an absent father who only showed interest when someone else was loving his daughter better than he ever had. Caleb's lawyer friend demolished every accusation David threw at them, presenting records of missed child support payments and canceled visitations, and a pattern of abandonment that went back years. The judge saw through David's performance immediately and awarded full custody to Harper with a scathing assessment of fathers who only remembered they had children when it was convenient. Harper walked out of that courthouse holding Ivy's hand and feeling lighter than she had in years. And Caleb was waiting on the steps with Theo and a bouquet of flowers that Ivy immediately claimed as her own, because apparently 5-year-olds have no concept of romantic gestures. He hugged her tight and whispered, "You did it," in her ear. And she whispered back, "We did it." Because there was no version of this victory that didn't include him. Summer came, and Harper and Ivy officially moved into Caleb's house, their boxes mixing with his boxes till nobody could remember what belonged to whom, and it didn't matter anyway because everything was theirs now. The kids got their own rooms side by side and spent an entire weekend decorating them. Theo's covered in dinosaurs and spaceships, and Ivy's covered in butterflies and flowers and one very determined T-Rex that Theo had insisted belonged on her wall too. Family dinners became a nightly ritual, and Harper would stand at the stove cooking while Caleb helped the kids with homework at the kitchen table. And sometimes she would just stop and watch them and wonder how she got so lucky after so many years of feeling like luck had forgotten she existed. Theo started calling her mom by accident and then on purpose, and then every single time he talked to her, and the first time Ivy called Caleb daddy, he had to leave the room because he didn't want the kids to see him cry. Christmas Eve came around again exactly 1 year after they'd met, and Caleb insisted they go back to Evergreen Cafe for dinner because he was sentimental like that, and also because Mrs. Bellamy would never forgive them if they celebrated anywhere else. The cafe looked exactly the same with its twinkling lights and giant tree, but Harper felt like a completely different person than the crying woman who'd sat at that corner table thinking her life was over. They sat at the same table and ordered the same hot chocolate, and the kids immediately started arguing about whether the cafe should get a dinosaur decoration for next year. And Harper watched this chaotic, beautiful family she'd somehow stumbled into and felt her heart overflow. Caleb was being weird all through dinner, checking his pocket every few minutes and giving Mrs. Bellamy significant looks that Harper pretended not to notice. Then he reached across the table and took her hand and said, "1 year ago, you walked into this cafe expecting another disappointment, and instead you found us. And I have spent every day since then grateful that your babysitter canceled, and that jerk Brandon turned out to be exactly the idiot he was." Harper laughed through shedding tears because only Caleb would start a romantic speech by thanking a bad blind date for being terrible. He pulled out a small velvet box, and her hands flew to her mouth because she knew what was coming, but somehow still couldn't believe it was happening. "Harper Weston, will you marry me? Will you let us be your family forever? Will you let me spend the rest of my life making sure you never feel like baggage again?" Ivy and Theo were bouncing in their seats, screaming, "Say yes, say yes!" And Mrs. Bellamy was already crying into her apron, and the entire cafe was watching. Harper nodded so hard she probably looked ridiculous, and saying, "Yes, yes, absolutely yes," through tears and laughter as Caleb slid the ring onto her finger with shaking hands. The kids launched themselves at both of them, creating a group hug that almost knocked over the table, and Mrs. Bellamy appeared with champagne and sparkling cider, announcing that everything was on the house because she'd been waiting a whole year for this moment. They got married the following summer in a garden full of flowers with Ivy as the flower girl and Theo as the ring bearer. Both kids taking their jobs extremely seriously and only getting distracted twice by a butterfly and once by a very interesting rock. Theo read his vows first, saying, "Dear Mom, thank you for making my dad smile again. And for Ivy, I always wanted a sister even though she steals my dinosaurs sometimes." Ivy went next, saying, "Dear Daddy Caleb, thank you for finding us in the cafe. Santa told me good things happen to good people, and he was right." Harper and Caleb exchanged rings and promises and kissed while their children cheered, and Mrs. Bellamy sobbed in the front row next to Megan, who kept saying she'd known it would work out, even though everyone remembered her setting Harper up with Brandon in the first place. They posed for family photos, all four of them together, and Harper thought about how 1 year ago she'd been a crying mess at a cafe table, convinced she would never find love. Sometimes the worst nights lead you exactly where you need to be. Harper walked into that cafe expecting rejection and found the family she'd always dreamed of. Caleb sat down at a stranger's table and found the love he thought he'd lost forever. And two kids who'd been missing pieces of their families found each other and refused to let go. If this story reminded you that rejection is just redirection, that the right person won't see your child as baggage, and that sometimes a stranger asking, "Can I join you?" is the beginning of everything you've been praying for, hit that subscribe button. Share this with someone who needs to believe that second chances are real and that love finds you when you finally stop running from it. Merry Christmas, and thank you for being here with us. She buys pancake with last dollar on Christmas, and the single dad behind her says, "I'll take them all." Before we continue, please tell us where in the world are you tuning in from? We love seeing how far our stories travel. Christmas morning had painted the small town in shades of white and gold. Snow falling in those perfect lazy spirals that made everything look like a postcard.
And Bright Maple Cafe glowed warm against the cold, with its windows fogged up and twinkling lights strung across every surface like somebody had decided joy needed to be visible from the street. Inside, families crowded around tables covered in syrup and laughter. Couples exchanged small wrapped boxes over steaming mugs, and the whole place smelled like cinnamon and coffee and the kind of happiness that Avery Wells had forgotten existed somewhere outside of movies. She stood at the counter with her 4-year-old daughter Piper pressed against her leg, and Avery's hands shook as she emptied her coat pockets onto the counter, watching coins scatter across the surface in a pitiful little pile that added up to $1.68, which was everything she had left in the world until she figured out what came next. Her thin jacket wasn't nearly warm enough for December in Michigan, and her cheeks were still red from the walk here, and she could feel the eyes of the barista on her as she counted the change twice just to make absolutely sure, and the embarrassment burned hotter than any cold wind ever could. "Just one pancake," Avery whispered, and her voice came out scratchy and small. "Please, just the smallest one you can make." The barista, a young woman with kind eyes and a name tag that said Rebecca, looked at the pile of coins and then at Piper, who was staring up at the menu board with the kind of hungry hope that broke hearts. And Rebecca's expression softened in that way people's faces do when they're trying to decide between policy and compassion. "Yeah, okay, I can do that," Rebecca said quietly, and she rang it up without making Avery feel any smaller than she already did. And that small mercy was enough to make Avery's eyes sting with tears she couldn't let fall. Piper clutched her stuffed rabbit tighter and looked up at her mother with those big trusting eyes, and Avery forced a smile even though everything inside her felt like it was crumbling, because this was Christmas morning and she couldn't even buy her daughter a full breakfast, couldn't give her presents or a warm house, or any of the things she'd promised herself she'd provide when Piper was born. Behind them in line stood a man and a little boy, and Avery could feel them waiting, could feel the weight of holding up the line with her poverty on display, and she started to gather the coins with shaking fingers. Graham Porter had noticed her the second she walked in, noticed the way her jacket was too thin, and how she'd scanned the prices on the board 3 times before getting in line, noticed the little girl's shoes that had been repaired with duct tape, noticed the forced brightness in the mother's voice when she told her daughter they were having a special Christmas breakfast. He stood there with his son Toby's hand in his, and something in his chest pulled tight, watching this young woman count out what was clearly her last bit of money, watching her shoulders curve inward with shame, watching her try so hard to make this one small thing happen for her kid. His hands were rough from years of woodworking, his own jacket worn but warm, and Toby tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "Dad, why does that little girl look so sad?" And Graham didn't have a good answer except that life was hard sometimes, and some people were fighting battles nobody else could see. He watched Avery slide the coins across the counter, watched her thank Rebecca in that quiet, broken way, and something in him just decided that he wasn't going to let this moment stay broken if he could do anything about it. Before Rebecca could scoop up the coins, before Avery could step aside, Graham moved forward and spoke clearly enough that both women turned to look at him. "I'll take them all," he said, and his voice was warm but firm. "Every pancake you have, the whole stack, and whatever else these two want." The cafe didn't go completely silent, but it got quieter, conversations dropping to murmurs, and Avery's face went from pale to bright red in about 2 seconds flat. "No," she said immediately, shaking her head and taking a step back. "No, please, I can't. I didn't ask for that." Her pride flared up even through the exhaustion, even through the desperation, because taking charity from a stranger felt like admitting she'd failed completely. Graham held up his hands in a gentle gesture, not pushing, not pitying, just offering. "It's Christmas," he said simply. "Let me do this." And the way he said it, like it wasn't about her being poor or him being generous, but just about one human helping another on a cold morning, made something crack in Avery's carefully constructed walls. Piper looked up at Graham with enormous eyes and then tugged on her mother's hand. "Mommy, can we say yes? Please?" And that quiet little plea from her daughter, who'd been so brave through everything, was what finally made Avery nod, even though her throat was too tight to speak. Rebecca, who'd been watching this whole exchange with barely concealed emotion,
started entering the order with a small knowing smile. And Graham's son Toby grinned up at Piper like they'd just become best friends. Mrs. Harper, the cafe owner, who'd been running this place for 30 years and had seen every kind of human drama play out over coffee and pancakes, appeared from the kitchen with flour on her apron and wisdom in her eyes. Morning, folks. Looks like we're getting a full house today, and I've only got one 4-person table left in the back. Would you all mind sharing? She said it like a question, but her tone suggested she knew exactly what she was doing. And before anyone could object, she was leading both families toward a cozy corner table near the window, where Christmas lights blinked lazy and warm. Avery slid into one side of the booth, still looking shell-shocked, and Piper climbed in next to her, and Graham and Toby settled across from them. And for a second, nobody quite knew what to say. Then Toby, who was 6 and had absolutely no filter, leaned forward and said, "I'm Toby and I'm 6, and this is my dad, Graham, and we're going to share pancakes with you." Piper giggled, the first real sound of joy Avery had heard from her in days, and whispered back, "I'm Piper and I'm 4, and I really like pancakes." Graham caught Avery's eye and smiled. Not the pitying kind of smile, but the kind that said, "I see you and you're doing fine." And Avery felt her shoulders drop just slightly from where they'd been hunched up around her ears. "Thank you," she said again, and it came out thicker this time. "You didn't have to do that." Graham shook his head. "We're all doing our best out here, and sometimes we need a hand. It's no big deal." But it was a big deal. It was the biggest deal in the world to Avery, who'd been fighting alone for so long, she'd forgotten what it felt like when someone stepped in. The cafe hummed around them with holiday chatter and the hiss of the espresso machine, and the smell of butter and syrup filled the air, and outside the snow kept falling soft and steady. Rebecca appeared with a tray loaded down with a towering stack of golden pancakes, 2 hot chocolates with whipped cream and sprinkles for the kids and coffee for the adults. And when she set it all down, Piper's entire face transformed into the kind of pure delight that made Avery's eyes flood with tears she had to blink away fast. "Mommy, look," Piper breathed, reaching toward the whipped cream like it was made of stars. And Avery nodded, because she couldn't trust her voice right then. Toby pushed the syrup across the table toward Piper with serious ceremony and said, "You got to pour it in a spiral. That's the best way." And just like that, the kids were lost in their own little world of pancakes and chocolate, and the kind of easy friendship that only children could build in 30 seconds flat. Graham poured coffee for himself and Avery without asking, added cream to hers the way she'd mentioned she liked it when Mrs. Harper had asked earlier. And Avery realized he'd been paying attention even when it seemed like he wasn't. They sat there in that corner booth while morning stretched into late morning, and the conversation came easier than Avery expected. Small talk about the snow and Christmas and how the cafe made the best pancakes in 3 counties, and underneath it all was this gentle current of understanding. "Do you live nearby?" Graham asked, keeping his tone light and casual. Avery hesitated, then nodded. "About 6 blocks east, in the old Riverside apartments." She didn't mention that she had an eviction notice taped to her door, or that the heat had been shut off 2 days ago. Graham nodded. "We're just on Maple, about 10 minutes from here. I run a small woodworking business out of my garage, and Toby helps me sand sometimes." Avery smiled at that image. "That sounds nice, having something you built yourself." "It's unpredictable," Graham admitted, "but yeah, it's mine, and that matters." He paused, then added carefully, "What about you? What do you do?" And Avery felt her smile falter. "I was working 2 jobs until recently, but things got complicated." She left it at that, and Graham didn't push, just nodded like he understood that sometimes life got complicated and you didn't know strangers your whole story. Piper leaned against her mother's side, syrup on her chin and happiness radiating from every inch of her, and she whispered, "Mommy, this is the best Christmas ever." And Avery had to press her hand over her mouth to keep from breaking down completely. Graham pretended not to notice, kept talking to Toby about whether chocolate chips belonged in pancakes, gave Avery space to pull herself together, and in that moment of simple kindness, Avery felt something she hadn't felt in months. She felt seen, not pitied, not judged, just seen as a person trying her best and deserving of a warm morning. When they finally finished eating and the plates were cleared, Avery looked across the table at Graham and said quietly, Thank you for seeing us. And Graham met her eyes and replied, everyone deserves a warm morning. And somehow those simple words felt like a promise neither of them fully understood yet. The cafe started closing early for Christmas, staff wiping down tables and dimming half the lights. And when they all stepped outside, the snow had gotten heavier, wind sharper, the kind of cold that cut straight through cheap fabric and made your bones ache. Graham noticed Avery pull Piper closer, noticed how the little girl's teeth were already chattering, and he made a decision before he could talk himself out of it. Let me give you a ride home. It's too cold to walk in this. Avery's whole body went tense, years of having to be careful around men she didn't know making her hesitate. But then Piper whispered, Mommy, please, I'm really, really cold. And that quiet plea broke through every wall Avery had built. The inside of Graham's truck was warm and smelled like sawdust and coffee. And Toby and Piper climbed into the back seat, giggling about something only kids understood. And Avery sat in the passenger seat, trying to remember the last time someone had done something kind without expecting anything back. Graham drove carefully through the snow-covered streets, windshield wipers working overtime, and they made small talk about how bad the roads were getting and whether it would let up by evening, all those safe topics that didn't require vulnerability. When they pulled up to Riverside Apartments, Avery's stomach dropped because the building looked worse in daylight, paint peeling and gutters hanging loose. And there taped to her door in bright orange was the eviction notice she'd been trying to pretend didn't exist. She moved fast, trying to block Graham's view, but he'd already seen it, already registered what it meant. And when she unlocked the door and they stepped inside, he saw the rest of the story written in the sparse furniture and the cold air and the half-empty fridge she couldn't quite hide. The apartment was freezing because the heat had been shut off, and Avery immediately started apologizing, words tumbling over each other about how she was working on getting things fixed. And it wasn't usually this bad, but Graham wasn't looking at her with pity or judgment, just quiet understanding that made her throat tight. Piper grabbed Toby's hand and pulled him toward her room, excited to show him her Christmas decorations. And when Graham followed and saw the paper snowflakes taped carefully to the walls, obviously cut by hand and colored with crayons, something in his chest cracked wide open. Avery stood in the doorway watching the kids, and the weight of everything she'd been carrying finally got too heavy to hold alone. Piper's dad left before she was born, said he didn't sign up for this, and I've been doing it on my own ever since. Her voice shook, but she kept going, because if she stopped, she'd never get it out. I was working 2 jobs, barely sleeping, but we were making it work, and then Piper got sick last month, and I had to miss shifts to take care of her, and they let me go. Both places said I was unreliable. She pressed her hands over her face. The landlord's been patient, but there's only so long anyone can wait, and I've been choosing between rent and food and keeping the lights on, and no matter what I choose, it's never enough. The tears came then, hot and fast, and she hated crying in front of this stranger, but she couldn't stop it. I'm doing everything I can, working every angle, applying everywhere. But it's Christmas and nobody's hiring, and I just keep failing her over and over. Graham didn't interrupt, didn't offer empty platitudes, just listened the way someone listens when they actually understand what rock bottom looks like. When Avery finally ran out of words, he was quiet for a moment before speaking. My wife left me 3 years ago, walked out and didn't look back, told me I wasn't providing a real future for Toby. His voice was steady, but Avery could hear the old pain underneath. She said I was wasting my life on a business that would never amount to anything, that Toby deserved better than a dad who worked with his hands for pocket change. He stared at the paper snowflakes on the wall. I've been raising him alone since then, wondering every single day if she was right, if I'm screwing him up by not being more successful or stable, or whatever she thought I should be. He looked at Avery directly. So yeah, I know exactly what it feels like to not be enough for someone, to be doing your absolute best and still coming up short. And in that moment, Avery understood that this wasn't charity. This was 2 people who'd been broken by life recognizing each other across the wreckage. Something shifted between them then, some unspoken understanding that they were on the same team fighting the same fight. And when Graham noticed the broken cabinet hanging loose in the kitchen, he asked if she had any tools and spent the next 20 minutes fixing it, while Avery used the last of her hot cocoa powder to make drinks for the kids. Piper and Toby sat on the floor, drawing snowmen with crayons, and for the first time in months, the apartment felt less like a prison and more like a home. Graham complimented the paper snowflakes, and Avery actually blushed, laughed for the first time in weeks. And they fell into easy conversation about nothing important. Just two parents swapping stories about bedtime battles and picky eating and all the small chaos of raising kids alone. The next day, Graham invited them to his woodworking shop, a converted garage that smelled like pine and possibility, full of half-finished projects and tools worn smooth from use. And Avery watched him show Piper a tiny wooden car he'd made for Toby and felt something warm bloom in her chest. "You make things that last," she said quietly, running her fingers over the smooth grain of the table he was building, and Graham smiled. "I try to, yeah. That's kind of the whole point." They stayed for hours, kids playing while the adults talked, and when they finally left, Avery felt lighter than she had in months, like maybe she wasn't quite so alone anymore. 2 days later, they met back at Bright Maple Cafe, and this time when they sat down, they chose to sit closer, shoulders almost touching, and the kids shared a hot chocolate without being told. Mrs. Harper brought them cookies fresh from the oven and gave them a smile that said she saw exactly what was forming between them. Graham tried to decorate a sugar cookie and failed spectacularly, icing everywhere, and Avery laughed so hard she snorted, and when their hands accidentally brushed reaching for napkins, neither of them pulled away quite as fast as they could have. Everything felt perfect and possible until Avery excused herself to use the restroom, and on her way back she passed two women sitting in a booth near the door, and their voices carried just loud enough for her to hear every devastating word. "Isn't that the girl who can't even pay her own rent?" one of them said, and the other responded, "I heard he's only helping because he feels sorry for her. Probably thinks he's being noble or whatever." The first woman laughed meanly. "Some people just can't take care of their own kids. She's going to drag him down if he's not careful." Avery's face went cold and then hot, her vision tunneling, and she stood frozen in the hallway while shame crashed over her in waves. When she finally made it back to the table, she couldn't meet Graham's eyes, couldn't smile at Piper's sticky face, couldn't do anything except make excuses about not feeling well and needing to go home. Graham looked confused and concerned, but she was already gathering their coats, already moving toward the door, already rebuilding every wall she'd let down. Over the next few days, she canceled plans, took hours to respond to texts, said she was too busy or too tired, and every time her phone buzzed with Graham's name, she felt the words of those women echo in her head. Piper asked why they weren't seeing Toby anymore, and Avery didn't have an answer that didn't involve admitting she was terrified of being pitied, terrified of dragging someone else down with her, terrified that maybe those women were right. At Graham's house, Toby sat at the kitchen table looking sad in a way 6-year-olds shouldn't have to feel, and he asked his dad, "Why doesn't Piper come play anymore? Did I do something wrong?" And Graham had no idea how to answer because he didn't understand what had changed, didn't know what he'd done to make Avery pull away so completely, only knew that the warmth that had been growing between them had gone cold overnight, and he couldn't figure out why. Graham showed up at Avery's apartment 3 days later with snow in his hair and determination in his eyes, and when she opened the door looking exhausted and hollowed out, he didn't bother with small talk, just said, "What happened? 1 minute we were fine and the next you disappeared, so tell me what I did wrong." Avery tried to close herself off, tried to say everything was fine and she was just busy, but Graham shook his head. "Don't do that. Don't shut me out without at least telling me why." The words came tumbling out before she could stop them, raw and jagged and humiliating. "I heard people talking at the cafe, said you were only helping me because you felt sorry for me. Said I was the kind of person who couldn't take care of her own kid. Said I'd drag you down." Her voice broke. "And maybe they're right. Maybe I am just a burden, and you deserve someone who has their life together. Someone who's not broken and desperate and living in a freezing apartment with an eviction notice on the door." Graham's jaw tightened and he stepped closer, his voice firm but gentle. "Avery, I didn't help you because I pity you. I helped you because I care about you. There's a difference." He waited until she looked at him. "And you're not broken. You're surviving something that would have destroyed most people. And anyone who can't see how strong that makes you isn't worth listening to." But Avery pulled back anyway. Fear stronger than hope. Years of disappointment teaching her that trusting people only led to getting hurt. 2 days later, another notice appeared on her door. This one stating she had until the day after Christmas to vacate the premises. And Avery stood there holding that paper while her whole world collapsed for what felt like the 100th time. She started packing quietly after Piper went to bed, shoving clothes into garbage bags because she didn't own suitcases, researching shelters on her phone with tears blurring the screen, trying to figure out how to explain to her 4-year-old that they were going to be homeless on Christmas. Piper found the bags the next morning, and her little face crumpled with confusion and fear. Mommy, are we moving again? Where are we going? And Avery couldn't answer, couldn't find words that would make this okay, so she just pulled Piper close and held on tight while her daughter asked questions she didn't have answers for. Meanwhile, at Graham's house, Toby sat across from his dad at breakfast and said something that hit like a truck. Dad, I think sometimes people just need someone to stay. You know, like when I'm scared you don't leave. You just stay. Graham stared at his 6-year-old son, who somehow understood things adults forgot. And he picked up his phone and called Mrs. Harper, because if anyone had wisdom about broken people, it was the woman who'd been feeding this town's heartbreak for 30 years. Some people push away when all they really want is for someone to pull them back, Mrs. Harper said simply. Question is, are you going to let her push, or are you going to hold on? Graham knew the answer before she even finished asking. Christmas Eve found Avery at Bright Maple Cafe one last time, spending money she didn't have because she wanted to give Piper one good memory before everything fell apart completely, and they sat in a corner booth while Piper ate a cookie Mrs. Harper had slipped them for free. The cafe glowed with warmth and light and all the holiday joy Avery couldn't feel, and she was trying not to cry when the bell above the door jingled and Graham walked in covered in snow, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on her. He crossed the cafe and dropped to his knees beside their booth, not caring who was watching, and his voice was steady and sure. Avery, please stop running. Just talk to me. Really talk to me. And maybe it was exhaustion, or maybe it was the fact that she had nothing left to lose. But Avery broke completely, the words spilling out in gasping sobs. I'm being evicted tomorrow. I have nowhere to go, no money, no plan. And I didn't want you to see how bad it really is, because then you'd know what those women said was true. Graham reached across the table and took both her shaking hands in his steady ones. Come stay with us, you and Piper. Just until you get back on your feet. I have space and it's warm, and I'm not asking out of pity. I'm asking because I choose this. I choose you. Avery shook her head frantically. I can't let you feel responsible for us. That's not fair to you or Toby. But Graham's voice didn't waver. I'm not doing this out of responsibility. I'm doing it because I care about you, both of you, and I'm choosing to help because that's what people do when they care. Piper's small voice cut through the tension. Mommy, can we please stay? Toby really misses me, and I miss him too. And looking at her daughter's hopeful face, at Graham's patient, steady presence, Avery felt something shift inside her, felt the fight drain away and leave behind the smallest spark of trust. Okay, she whispered. Okay, yes. Graham's whole face softened with relief, and he squeezed her hands tighter and said, You're not alone anymore, I promise. Moving into Graham's house felt surreal. Toby bouncing with excitement, showing Piper everything. And when Graham led Avery to the guest room, she stopped in the doorway because he'd prepared it with clean blankets and space heaters and a small wooden sign he'd carved that said Avery and Piper in careful letters. No one's ever made space for us before, she said, touching the sign with trembling fingers. And Graham just smiled. Well, now someone has. Over the next 2 weeks, Avery rebuilt herself piece by piece, updating her resume while Graham watched the kids, practicing interview answers while he offered encouragement. And when Mrs. Harper called to offer her a part-time position at the cafe, Avery cried from relief. She wasn't just surviving anymore. She was actually building something, actually moving forward instead of just treading water. Graham helped her pick out interview clothes from the thrift store and told her she looked professional and capable. And for the first time in years, Avery almost believed it. One quiet evening, after both kids were asleep,
They sat on Graham's porch under strings of Christmas lights, snow falling gentle and steady, and Graham said what he'd been holding back for weeks. I've been falling for you since the pancake line, just so you know. And I'm not expecting anything, but I needed to say it out loud. Avery's breath caught, and she admitted, I'm terrified, but I feel the same way. And I don't know how to do this, but I want to try. The final Christmas celebration happened at Bright Maple Cafe with the whole community gathered. And Avery worked her first shift in her new job, feeling confident and capable, smiling real smiles instead of forced ones. Graham brought both kids in, Piper wearing Toby's extra scarf, and they all squeezed into their favorite booth. Mrs. Harper raised a mug and toast to new beginnings, and Graham pulled out a small wrapped box and handed it to Avery with shy hope in his eyes. Inside was a hand-carved wooden ornament shaped like a tiny stack of pancakes, and engraved on the bottom were the words, "Our first Christmas, a new beginning." Avery pressed it to her chest and couldn't speak past the lump in her throat, just threw her arms around Graham while Piper and Toby cheered, and in that moment, surrounded by warmth and community, and the man who'd refused to let her drown, Avery finally understood what home felt like. Sometimes kindness begins with a single gesture, a stranger paying for pancakes when you've got nothing but pocket change and pride. Sometimes family isn't the people you're born to, but the ones who stay when life gets hardest. And sometimes the last dollar you spend leads you straight to the first person who ever really believed in you. If this story reminded you that struggling doesn't mean failing, that accepting help is strength, not weakness, and that love finds you when you finally stop running, hit that subscribe button. Share this with someone who needs to remember they're worth staying for. Thanks for being here with us, and Merry Christmas. Lonely single dad sat alone at cafe on Christmas until the waitress walked in and made him smile. Before we continue, please tell us where in the world are you tuning in from? We love seeing how far our stories travel. Johan Bennett was sitting in the corner booth of Pinewood Cafe on Christmas Day, staring at a cup of coffee that had gone cold about an hour ago. And the waitress who'd been watching him from behind the counter for the last 2 hours finally walked over and asked him a question that would change absolutely everything. But to understand why that moment mattered, you need to know what brought a grown man to sit alone in a diner on the one day of the year when everyone else was with family. That morning, Johan's phone had rung at 8 a.m., and his daughter Ava's voice came through, so excited, she was practically screaming, "Daddy, Merry Christmas! Grandma made pancakes shaped like reindeer, and one of them has a really weird nose." And Johan smiled, even though his chest felt tight because he should be there watching her pour too much syrup on those pancakes. "That sounds amazing, sweetheart. Are you having the best time?" Johan asked, forcing his voice to sound lighter than he felt. And Ava said, "Yeah, but Daddy, I miss you. Are you okay by yourself? Did you open your presents yet?" And Johan looked around his living room at the Christmas tree they decorated together before she left. Presents underneath, waiting for when she got back from her grandparents' house, and he lied straight through his teeth. "I'm totally fine, kiddo. Don't you worry about me. I've got plans today." Which was completely untrue because his only plan was to not fall apart. And Ava said, "Okay, Daddy, I love you to the moon." And Johan said, "I love you to the stars, baby girl." And after he hung up, he sat in that empty house for exactly 10 minutes before he couldn't take it anymore. He lost his wife, Sarah, 3 years ago, and the grief had this way of sitting quiet most days until holidays came around. And then it showed up like an uninvited guest who wouldn't leave. And being in their house on Christmas without Sarah and without Ava felt like drowning in memories. So he grabbed his jacket and drove to the only place he knew would be open. Pinewood Cafe was this small town diner that had been around forever. Red vinyl booths and a jukebox that only played songs from the 70s. And Johan had been coming here every single morning for the past 3 years because routines were the only thing keeping him functional. Same booth, same coffee order, same quiet existence where nobody asked him how he was really doing. The place was maybe half full, a couple of families who didn't have anywhere else to go, some elderly folks who probably lived alone, and everyone else seemed to be talking and laughing while Johan just sat there like a statue made of loneliness.
Hannah Rodriguez had been working since 6 that morning, and she'd volunteered to take the Christmas shift so the other waitress could be with her kids. And honestly, she preferred working today anyway, because going home to her mom's house where her dad's empty chair sat at the table felt worse than staying busy. She'd noticed the regular in booth 7 the second he walked in. The guy who never smiled, always polite, always alone, always ordered black coffee and sat there for hours like he was trying to disappear into the vinyl. But today something was different about him. He looked more hollow than usual, and Hannah recognized that look because she'd seen it in her own mirror every morning since her father passed 6 months ago. The owner, Mrs. Chen, came up beside her at the coffee station and said quietly, "You doing okay today, sweetie? I know Christmas is hard this year without your dad." And Hannah forced a smile that probably looked as fake as it felt. "I'm fine. Keeping busy helps. You know." Mrs. Chen patted her shoulder and walked away, and Hannah went back to watching the man in booth 7, who looked like he'd forgotten what it felt like to be a person instead of just going through motions. 2 hours passed and he barely moved, just stared at that coffee cup like it held answers to questions he was afraid to ask. And Hannah made a decision that was probably crossing some kind of professional boundary. But she didn't care anymore because life was too short and grief was too heavy to carry alone. She grabbed the coffee pot, walked over to his booth, and said, "Refill?" like she always did. And he nodded without really looking at her. And she poured the coffee and then sat down across from him without asking permission. "Can I ask you something personal?" Hannah said, and watched his head snap up in surprise because in 3 years of serving him coffee, she'd never sat down, never pushed past the polite small talk. "Why are you here?" Hannah asked, and her voice was gentle but direct. "On Christmas, alone. You've been sitting in this booth for 2 hours, staring at coffee. You're not drinking." Johan's face did this complicated thing where he clearly wanted to tell her to mind her business, but also looked relieved that someone finally noticed he was drowning, and he said, "I could ask you the same thing. Why are you working on Christmas?" Hannah took a breath and decided to just be honest because what did she have to lose? Because this cafe was my dad's whole world. He built it from nothing, and he passed away 6 months ago. And my mom's home, recovering from surgery, and keeping this place running is the only thing that makes me feel like he's still here. Johan's expression shifted completely, all the defensive walls coming down, and he said quietly, "I'm so sorry about your dad. That's really hard." Hannah nodded. "It is. And you didn't answer my question. Why are you here alone on Christmas?" Johan ran his hand over his face, and when he looked at her, his eyes were wet. "My daughter is with her grandparents, my wife's parents. My wife passed 3 years ago, and Ava wanted to spend Christmas with them this year. And I said yes, because they're grieving too, and they deserve time with her. But now I'm sitting here realizing I have absolutely nowhere to go, and no one who's waiting for me, and I can't be in my house because it's too quiet, and I'm losing my mind." Hannah felt her throat get tight because this man just cracked himself open and handed her his pain, and she made another decision that was probably crazy, but felt absolutely right. "We close at 2. I'm going home to have Christmas dinner with my mom. It's just the 2 of us, and she always makes enough food to feed 20 people. Would you want to join us?" Johan stared at her like she'd just spoken another language. "You don't even know me," and Hannah smiled for the first time all day. "I know you've been coming here every morning for 3 years. You always say please and thank you. You tip 25% on a $2 coffee, and you look like you forgot what it feels like to smile. That's enough for me." "I don't want to intrude on your family Christmas," Johan said, but his voice had this hopeful edge to it, like he was begging her to convince him. And Hannah leaned forward. "You wouldn't be intruding. Honestly, you'd be helping me out. My mom's been worried sick about me being isolated. If I show up with a guest, she'll stop hovering and actually enjoy the day." Johan's lips twitched like they were trying to remember how to smile. "So I'd be doing you a favor?" And Hannah nodded. "Exactly. You'd be my good deed for Christmas. Now say yes before I change my mind." Johan looked at this woman who just offered kindness to a complete stranger on the loneliest day of the year, and something in his chest that had been frozen solid for 3 years started to crack just a little bit. "Okay, yes, thank you." And the words came out rough, like he hadn't used them in forever. Hannah's smile got bigger, genuine and warm. Good. Be back here at 2:15 and don't be late. And she stood up and walked back to the counter. And Johann sat there feeling something he hadn't felt since Sarah passed away. He felt like maybe, just maybe, he wasn't completely alone in the world anymore. And what he didn't know was that Hannah had recognized his last name from somewhere. And when she got home, she was going to discover something that would change everything. Hannah walked through her mom's front door at 2 o'clock, carrying leftover pie from the cafe, and trying to figure out how to explain that she'd just invited a complete stranger to Christmas dinner. And her mom, Grace, looked up from the kitchen, where she was basting a turkey that was way too big for 2 people. Mia, you're home early. Did Mrs. Chen close up? And Hannah set the pie down, took a breath, and said, Mom, I invited someone for dinner. Is that okay? Grace's whole face lit up like someone had plugged in the Christmas tree. Someone? Like a man? Someone? Hannah Maria Rodriguez, are you telling me you have a date? It's not a date, Mom. Stop. Hannah felt her face heating up. He's a customer who was sitting alone at the cafe on Christmas, and I felt bad. So I invited him. Don't make it into something. It's not. Grace wiped her hands on her apron, looking way too pleased with herself. What's his name? And Hannah said, Johann Bennett, and watched her mom's expression change from excited to shocked in about 2 seconds flat. Johann Bennett? The man whose daughter checks out your books? And Hannah froze because she'd forgotten her mom knew about that. And Grace was already heading to the bookshelf where Hannah kept her collection. Here's the thing. Hannah hadn't told Johann. She wrote children's books under the pen name M. Rivers, and they were kind of a big deal. Best-selling series about a girl who finds magic in everyday places, and she made enough money from royalties that she could live comfortably without working at all. But after her dad passed and her mom got sick, Hannah moved back from Seattle to run the cafe because it was her father's dream, and she couldn't let it disappear. And she wrote at night after her shifts when the house was quiet. Before the library went fully digital, they used to have checkout cards in the back of books, and Hannah had saved a bunch of them from her own books because she was sentimental like that, and one name had shown up over and over and over. Grace pulled out a shoebox from the shelf and handed it to Hannah. Look at these again and tell me this is just a coincidence. And Hannah opened the box, even though she already knew what she'd see. Checkout cards from the library, her books, and written in careful kid handwriting on every single one. Ava Bennett, Ava Bennett, Ava Bennett. Some of them checked out 5 or 6 times. I recognized his last name when he paid with his card a few months ago, Hannah said quietly. But I didn't say anything because how do you bring that up without sounding like a total creep? Hey, I know your daughter because I stalk library records. Grace put her hand on Hannah's shoulder. Maybe it's not random, Mija. Maybe you were supposed to help each other. You're both grieving, you're both alone, and his daughter loves your books. That means something. Hannah shook her head. It means his kid has good taste in reading. That's it. We're just 2 lonely people having Christmas dinner. Don't turn this into some fairy tale. Grace smiled in that knowing way moms do. We'll see, and went back to the kitchen, and Hannah sat there staring at those checkout cards, wondering what the odds were that the saddest man she'd ever seen was the father of her most loyal reader. Johann showed up at 2:20 with flowers for Grace because his mama raised him right even if his life had fallen apart. And when Hannah opened the door, he looked terrified. I almost bailed 3 times on the drive over, but then Ava called, and when I told her I was having dinner with people, she sounded so happy I couldn't cancel. Hannah took the flowers. Well, I'm glad you didn't bail. Come in before you freeze. It's like 20 degrees out there. And led him inside where Grace was waiting with the biggest smile Hannah had seen in months. Dinner was actually amazing in a way Hannah hadn't expected. Grace told embarrassing stories about Hannah as a kid. She used to write stories on napkins and leave them around the cafe for customers to find. Drove her father crazy because we'd run out of napkins, and Hannah groaned, Mom, please, you're going to scare him away. And Grace just laughed. Good, then we'll know he's not worth keeping. Johann actually smiled, like a real genuine smile that made him look 10 years younger. And he told stories about Ava getting paint in her hair during art class and trying to hide it under a hat for 3 days. And Hannah watched him transform from the hollow man in the cafe booth into someone who remembered how to be alive. They were halfway through pie when Grace said super casually, like she wasn't dropping a bomb, Hannah writes children's books. Did she tell you that? And Johan looked at Hannah with surprise. Wait, what? You're a writer? Hannah shot her mom a look that said, we're talking about this later. I write under a pen name. It's not a big deal. But Johan was leaning forward now, interested. That's incredible. What name? Maybe Ava's read your stuff. She goes through books like crazy. Hannah felt her heart start pounding because this was the moment where she either lied or told the truth and changed everything. M. Rivers, Hannah said quietly, I write under M. Rivers, and watched Johan's fork literally stop in midair, his whole body going still. You're M. Rivers. You wrote The Adventures of Penny in the Magic Library, the treehouse at the end of the world? And Hannah nodded, her throat tight, and Johan's eyes filled with tears right there at the dinner table. Ava loves your books. They're her absolute favorites. When her mom passed, Ava stopped talking for almost 2 months, wouldn't read, wouldn't engage with anyone. And then her teacher gave her one of your books and something clicked, and she started reading again, started talking again. Your books brought my daughter back to me. Hannah was crying now too, and the words just spilled out. I knew. I saw her name on the library checkout cards before everything went digital. I recognized your last name months ago when you paid at the cafe, but I didn't know how to bring it up without sounding like a stalker. Johan stared at her like he was seeing her for the first time. You've been watching me? And Hannah shook her head. Not watching, just noticing. You look so broken, and knowing that your daughter loved my books, I just felt connected to you somehow. I wanted to help, but didn't know how. Grace quietly stood up and excused herself. I'm going to go check on something in the other room that definitely needs checking, and left them alone at the table. And Johan said in this wrecked voice, your books saved my daughter when I couldn't. I never thought I'd get to meet you, let alone thank you. Hannah reached across the table. She saved herself. I just wrote some words on paper. But Johan shook his head. No, you gave her hope when the whole world felt hopeless. You have no idea what that means to me. They were sitting close now, the space between them charged with something neither of them knew how to name. And then Johan's phone rang loud in the quiet, Ava's face filling the screen on a FaceTime call. He answered and Ava was bouncing in her pajamas. Daddy, guess what Grandma and Grandpa got me for Christmas? And she held up a brand new hardcover book, the latest M. Rivers release that had just come out 2 weeks ago. I've been waiting forever for this one. The library didn't even have it yet. And Johan's face did something complicated, looking at the book and then at Hannah and then back at Ava. That's great, sweetheart. I'm really happy for you, Johan said, but his voice sounded strained. And Ava tilted her head. Daddy, are you okay? You look weird. Are you crying? Johan wiped his eyes. I'm fine, baby, just having a good day. And Ava smiled. Good, you should have good days. Okay, I gotta go. Grandma's making hot chocolate. Love you to the moon. And the call ended before Johan could respond. He stood up so fast his chair scraped loud against the floor. I need to go. And Hannah stood too, confused. What? Why? Did I do something wrong? You're this incredible person who writes books that save kids. And I'm just some guy who can't even keep his daughter company on Christmas. I don't belong here. Johan was backing toward the door, grabbing his coat, and Hannah followed him. Johan, that's not true. You're an amazing father. Ava's clearly happy and loved. But he was shaking his head. Thank you for dinner. Tell your mom thank you. I have to leave. And he was out the door before Hannah could stop him. And she stood there in the doorway, watching his truck pull away into the snowy night. Grace came up behind her. What happened? And Hannah felt tears streaming down her face. I think I just scared away the first person who really understood me in 6 months. And Grace put her arm around her daughter's shoulders. Then go after him, Mika. But Hannah shook her head. He left, Mom. He doesn't want me to follow. And Grace turned Hannah to face her. He left because he's terrified, not because he doesn't care. Now stop standing here and go get him before you lose something that could be really beautiful. Hannah grabbed her coat and ran out into the snow without even closing the front door behind her. And she could hear her mom yelling, Take my scarf! But she was already halfway down the driveway, chasing the taillights of Johan's truck. She got lucky because his old pickup made this coughing sound, and died right there at the stop sign 2 houses down. And she watched him hit the steering wheel in frustration while she ran up and knocked on the window hard enough to make him jump. Your truck broke down, Hannah said when he rolled down the window, out of breath and shivering because she'd run out without thinking in just a sweater. So you're stuck listening to me whether you want to or not. Johann stared at her standing there in the snow. You're going to freeze, get in the truck. And Hannah climbed into the passenger seat, both of them breathing hard in the small space that smelled like old coffee and pine tree air freshener. Why did you run? Hannah asked, and her voice came out more hurt than angry. And Johann wouldn't look at her, just kept his hands on the steering wheel, like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. Because you're this incredible person who writes books that change lives and I'm a disaster. I've been stuck in the same routine for 3 years. I eat at the same cafe in the same booth every single day because it's the only thing that makes sense anymore. I can't offer you anything, Hannah. I didn't ask you for anything, Hannah said, and she turned in the seat to face him. I asked you to dinner. I asked you to smile, and you did. At my mom's table, you smiled and laughed and looked like a person instead of a ghost, and then you got scared and bolted. Johann finally looked at her and his eyes were red. I haven't let myself feel anything good since Sarah passed because feeling good feels like I'm betraying her memory. Like I'm saying she didn't matter. And sitting at dinner with you and your mom, I felt happy for the first time in forever, and I didn't know what to do with that. Hannah reached over and took his hand. My therapist told me something after my dad passed. She said grief isn't about forgetting the person you lost. It's about learning to carry their love with you while still making space for new joy. And I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. But maybe we could try together? Johann's voice broke. What if I mess this up? What if I'm not ready? What if I hurt you? And Hannah squeezed his hand. What if you don't? What if we're both terrified and broken and we help each other anyway? Isn't that better than being alone? Johann's phone rang before he could answer, Ava's name lighting up the screen again, and he answered on speaker. Hey, baby, everything okay? Ava's voice came through worried. Daddy, your truck died again, didn't it? I knew it would. You've been ignoring that weird sound for like 3 weeks. Johann actually laughed through his tears. How do you know about the weird sound? And Ava said, matter of fact, because I pay attention. Are you stuck somewhere? Do you need Grandpa to come get you? Johann looked at Hannah sitting next to him in the dark truck. No, sweetheart, I'm okay. Actually, I'm with someone. Remember Miss Rivers, the author of your favorite books? I'm with her. The scream that came through the phone was so loud, both Johann and Hannah winced. You're with Mr. Rivers? Daddy, are you serious right now? Is she nice? Is she real? Oh my gosh, can I talk to her? And Johann held the phone toward Hannah, who took it with shaking hands. Hi, Ava. I'm Hannah. Your dad tells me you like my books. And Ava was talking so fast the words ran together. I love your books. I've read them all, like 1,000,000 times. The treehouse at the end of the world made me cry for like an hour. Are you going to write more? When is the next one coming out? Hannah was smiling so big her face hurt. I'm working on the next one right now, actually. It's about a girl who learns that it's okay to be sad and happy at the same time, that you can miss someone and still make new friends. Ava went quiet for a second, then said in a smaller voice, like missing my mom, but still being happy sometimes? And Hannah felt her throat get tight. Yeah, exactly like that. Ava was quiet another beat, then said, is my dad happy right now? With you? And Hannah looked at Johann, who was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. I think he might be. Do you want to ask him? Daddy, Ava's voice was serious now. Are you happy? Like really happy, not just pretend happy? And Johann took the phone back, staring at the screen at his daughter's face. Yeah, baby, I think I actually am. And his voice cracked saying it, and Ava's smile was so bright it could have powered the whole truck. Good, because Mom told me before she left that I had to make sure you kept smiling. She said she wanted you to be happy even when she couldn't be there anymore. So if Hannah makes you smile, you should keep her, okay? Johann was full on crying now. I love you so much, Ava. And she said, love you too, Daddy. Now go fix your truck and take Hannah somewhere nice. Bye. The call ended, and Johann just sat there with tears running down his face. And Hannah didn't say anything, just waited. And finally he said, "She's the best thing I ever did in my entire life. The only thing I didn't mess up." Hannah moved closer. "You didn't mess up. You're raising an incredible kid who's smart and kind and brave enough to tell her dad it's okay to be happy. That's not messing up, Johan. That's doing everything right." They sat in that broken down truck in the snow, and Johan kissed her, soft and careful like he was afraid she might disappear. And Hannah kissed him back like she was proving she was real and she wasn't going anywhere. 3 months later, Hannah was sitting in her usual spot behind the counter at the cafe when Johan and Ava walked in together for Saturday morning breakfast. And Ava ran over and climbed onto the stool, chattering about the story she was writing for school. It's about a girl whose mom becomes a star and watches over her. And the girl makes a new friend who helps her remember that it's okay to look up and smile. And Hannah felt her eyes get wet because this kid was going to break her heart in the best way. Johan slid into his old booth, but this time he wasn't alone. And when Hannah brought over coffee and hot chocolate, she sat with them on her break like she did every weekend now. 6 months after that Christmas, Johan asked Hannah to meet him at the cafe before it opened. And when she showed up confused, he was sitting in booth 7, the booth where everything started. "Why are we here so early?" Hannah asked, and Johan stood up, took her hands. "Because this is where you saved me. This is where I learned that it's okay to let people in. And I need to ask you something here, where it all began." He got down on one knee right there in the empty cafe with the morning light coming through the windows. "Hannah Rodriguez, you gave my daughter hope with your words and you gave me hope with your heart. Will you marry us, both of us? Will you let us be your family?" Hannah was crying before he even finished. "Yes, absolutely yes. I can't think of anything I want more." And Ava popped out from the kitchen where she'd been hiding with Grace. "I knew you'd say yes. I helped to pick the ring." And all 4 of them ended up in a group hug in the middle of the cafe that Grace and Johan's dad had built. The place where broken people came to remember they weren't alone. 1 year later, they got married right there in the cafe on a Sunday when it was closed. Small ceremony with just the people who mattered. And Ava took her role as maid of honor so seriously she had a checklist on a clipboard. Johan's vows were, "You taught me that moving forward doesn't mean forgetting. It means carrying the love I had with me while making space for new love. And you make me want to keep living instead of just surviving." And Hannah's were, "You reminded me why I write stories, to show people that hope exists even in the darkest moments. And you gave me hope when I'd forgotten what it looked like." They danced with Ava between them, all 3 of them laughing, and the cafe was full of everyone who'd watched them fall in love in this exact spot. 2 years after that Christmas, the cafe looked exactly the same, except now there were photos on the wall, Hannah and Johan on their wedding day, Ava holding her first published story in the local paper, Grace with her arms around all of them. Johan came in every morning still, but now he kissed Hannah over the counter before ordering his coffee. And Ava did her homework in booth 7 after school, while Hannah wrote her next book in the quiet moments between customers. The regulars would say to new people, "See that guy? He used to sit there so sad we thought he might disappear. And that waitress saved him on Christmas. Now look at them." Sometimes the people who save us are the ones pouring our coffee, the ones working on holidays, the ones who see our pain because they've lived it too. Johan forgot how to smile until a waitress sat down uninvited and asked him why he was alone. Hannah forgot her purpose until a broken man reminded her that her words had power to heal. This story is for everyone sitting alone wondering if anyone notices, for everyone who thinks it's too late for second chances, for everyone learning that grief and joy can live in the same heart. If this reminded you that healing happens when we're brave enough to let someone in, hit subscribe, share this with someone who needs hope. Thanks for being here with us. And remember, it's always okay to smile again. Single dad was tricked into a Christmas blind date. What she said left him in tears. Before we continue, tell us where in the world you're watching from. We love seeing how far our stories travel. Snow fell soft and steady on the streets of Denver that Christmas Eve, blanketing everything in white while twinkling lights wrapped around lampposts, and carolers sang on street corners like something out of a holiday movie. Hollybrook Cafe sat on the corner of Pine and Third, with its windows glowing golden against the winter dark. And inside, families laughed over hot chocolate, while couples held hands across candlelit tables celebrating the magic of the season. Wyatt Brennan sat alone at a corner table staring at a single red rose in a slim vase and wondering for the 100th time why he'd let his sister talk him into this disaster of an evening. Claire had called with that voice she used when she wasn't taking no for an answer and said he needed to be here at 7 o'clock because it was life or death important. And like an idiot, he believed her. He ordered black coffee and checked his phone every 30 seconds, hoping maybe this mystery woman would cancel so he could go home and pretend he tried. The door opened and cold air rushed in along with a woman in a powered wheelchair, auburn hair braided over rather than a date. She was beautiful in a way that made Wyatt's chest tighten, but before he could fully register that thought, he watched something in her face absolutely shatter. Her eyes had landed on him, on the rose, on the fact that he was standing when he noticed her, and she started shaking her head like she'd just received the worst news of her life. "No," she whispered, and tears were already forming. "No, no, no." She was backing up her wheelchair, gripping the wheels so tight her knuckles went white, her chest heaving with panic. "Please," her voice cracked completely. "Please just go. Save us both the embarrassment." Wyatt stood frozen because he had no idea what was happening. Why this stranger was crying in the doorway of a cafe on Christmas Eve. Why she was begging him to leave before they'd even exchanged names. People at nearby tables were starting to stare, and conversations were quieting, and she was falling apart right in front of him. "I can't do this again," she was saying through tears. The awkward politeness, the forced conversation, the relief on their face when it's finally over. "I've been through this too many times. Please just go before this gets worse." Every instinct Wyatt had said to help. He walked toward her slowly, carefully, and then did something that surprised even himself. He pulled out a chair and sat down right there in the middle of the cafe, lowering himself until his eyes were level with hers. "Hey," he said gently, "I'm Wyatt. Can I sit with you? Only if you want." She stared at him like he'd spoken another language. "You're not leaving?" Her voice was raw and wounded and waiting for the blow she was certain was coming. "Do you want me to?" A long pause. Her hands trembled on her wheels. "I don't know," she admitted, and somehow that honesty cut through everything. "Then let's figure it out together," Wyatt said, and he meant it more than he'd meant anything in a long time. "What's your name?" "Noelle." She wiped her face with shaking hands. "They told me you used a wheelchair too. They said you'd understand, that you wouldn't look at me like I'm broken. And you're standing there perfectly fine, and I'm crying like an idiot in front of the whole restaurant." Wyatt felt anger flare in his chest, not at her, but at whoever had lied to get her here. "My sister set this up," he said. "She never mentioned anything about a wheelchair. She just told me you were extraordinary, and I needed to meet you." Noelle laughed bitterly. "Extraordinary, right. That's what they always say before they realize I'm too complicated and make some excuse about an early morning. Can I be honest with you?" Wyatt waited until she nodded. "I don't know what you've been through, but I know what it feels like to be set up by people who think they know what you need. I know what it feels like to be managed instead of respected. And I know what it feels like to be so tired of pity that you'd rather be alone forever than face one more sympathetic smile." Her eyes searched his face. "How would you know any of that?" "Because I've been canceling blind dates for 2 years. Because everyone I know thinks they can fix me if they just find the right person. Because I only came tonight to get my sister off my back." Something shifted in Noelle's expression, the smallest crack in the wall she built. "Why would you need fixing?" Wyatt took a breath. "My wife died 2 years ago, 2 days before Christmas. Drunk driver ran a red light while she was picking up our daughter from school. I was supposed to do it, but I was stuck in a meeting I thought was more important." The words hung between them, heavy and real. Noelle's tears had stopped falling, but her eyes glistened with fresh ones, different ones, tears of recognition instead of humiliation. "I was 15 minutes late to the hospital," Wyatt continued quietly. "She was already gone, and I've spent every day since then wondering if those 15 minutes could have saved her." Noelle was silent for a long moment. Then she said just as quietly, 3 years ago, I was an interior designer with my own firm. I was engaged to a man I thought was my forever. Then a drunk driver ran a red light and hit my car. Wyatt felt his chest tighten at the parallel. I woke up in a hospital unable to feel my legs, Noel continued. My fiancé Jordan stayed for 4 months, visited every day, said all the right things. Then one morning he sat on my hospital bed and told me he loved me, but couldn't handle this. He said he'd signed up for a different life, a different woman. Her voice cracked. He left me in a rehabilitation center, barely able to dress myself, and walked out like I was a problem he'd finally solved. Wyatt didn't try to fill the silence with empty comfort. He just sat there, present, listening, giving her space to say what she needed to say. I rebuilt everything, Noel said. My career, my independence, my whole life. But dating is a nightmare. Every blind date ends the same way. They see the wheelchair, they make an excuse, they leave. I can't survive being someone's charity case again. You're not a charity case, Wyatt said firmly. You're someone who survived something terrible and rebuilt your entire life. That's not broken, that's incredibly strong. She looked at him like no one had ever said that before. You really believe that? I believe that we both got ambushed by people who love us but lied to us. I believe we both understand what it's like to have everything change in one moment. And I believe that since we're both here, we might as well get coffee out of it. The smallest smile tugged at Noel's lips. You're not going to run? I'm not going to run. I'm not going to pretend to be interested for an hour and disappear. I'm just going to sit here with you and see what happens. No expectations, no pressure, no pity. Noel studied him for a long moment, searching for the lie. She didn't find one. Okay, she finally whispered. Okay. Mrs. Whitmore appeared with menus and a knowing smile, and Wyatt helped Noel navigate to their table by the window, where the Christmas lights reflected off the snow outside. They ordered tea and then hot chocolate, and talked until the cafe started emptying around them. And somewhere between the cookies and the conversation, two people who had every reason to run found every reason to stay. They talked until Mrs. Whitmore had to physically shoo them toward the door because she had grandchildren waiting at home and a turkey that wasn't going to cook itself. And even then, Wyatt found himself lingering on the snowy sidewalk outside the cafe, not wanting the night to end. Noelle sat in her wheelchair wrapped in her winter coat with snowflakes catching in her auburn hair, and she looked up at him with eyes that had stopped expecting disappointment for the first time all evening. This wasn't what I expected tonight, she said softly, her breath forming little clouds in the cold air. I expected to cry and go home and eat ice cream alone while watching terrible Christmas movies. Wyatt smiled. I expected to sit through an awkward hour and then text my sister that I tried and it didn't work out. He paused. I'm really glad I was wrong. Noel laughed, and the sound was genuine in a way that made his chest feel lighter than it had in years. Me too. She hesitated like she was about to say something else, but wasn't sure if she should, and Wyatt waited because he was learning that she needed space to find her words. Thank you for staying. Most people would have run after that scene I made. Most people don't know what it's like to be ambushed by well-meaning family members who think they know best. Wyatt pulled out his phone. Can I get your number? I'd really like to do this again. Without the crying in the doorway part, preferably. She laughed again and gave him her number. And when he texted her a simple, "This is Wyatt, the guy who didn't run," she smiled at her phone like he'd sent her flowers instead of 7 words. He watched her navigate to her adapted van and load herself in with practiced ease. And something about the competence and independence of it made him respect her even more. The days after Christmas were filled with texts that started casual and quickly became the thing Wyatt looked forward to most in his day. He sent her pictures of his daughter Ellie's messy Christmas morning, unwrapping presents with wrapping paper flying everywhere. And Noelle sent back pictures of her apartment decorated for New Year's, with accessible touches he wouldn't have noticed before. They talked on the phone late at night after Ellie was asleep. Conversations that stretched for hours about nothing and everything. About grief and healing and the strange loneliness of being surrounded by people who didn't really see you. Their first real date was at an accessible art museum where Noelle gave him a tour of her favorite paintings and explained composition and color theory with such passion that Wyatt found himself seeing art in completely new ways. Their second date was dinner at a restaurant she'd vetted beforehand, one with wide aisles and accessible bathrooms and staff who didn't treat her wheelchair like a fascinating curiosity. Their third date was a cooking class at Wyatt's apartment, where they made an absolute disaster of everything and laughed until their stomachs hurt. "This is the most fun I've had in years," Noelle admitted, flour dusted across her cheek from their failed attempt at homemade pasta. "Even though our dinner looks like abstract art, especially because our dinner looks like abstract art," Wyatt corrected. And when he leaned over to wipe the flour from her cheek, their faces ended up much closer than he'd planned, and neither of them pulled away for a long moment. 3 months into whatever this was becoming, Wyatt knew it was time for Noelle to meet Ellie. His daughter was his entire world, and if this relationship was going to go anywhere real, Ellie needed to be part of it. But he was terrified in a way he hadn't been about anything since Lily died, because if Ellie didn't connect with Noelle, then he'd have to end something that was starting to feel like hope. He invited Noelle over on a Saturday afternoon and spent the entire morning stress cleaning the apartment while Ellie asked approximately 1 million questions about who was coming and why Daddy was acting so weird. When the doorbell rang, Ellie ran to answer it before Wyatt could stop her, and he watched his 7-year-old daughter stare openly at Noelle's wheelchair with the kind of unfiltered curiosity only children possess. "How come you have special wheels?" Ellie asked immediately, because subtlety was not in her vocabulary. Noelle smiled, and Wyatt could see she wasn't offended, just amused. "My legs got hurt in an accident, so now I use these wheels to get around instead of walking." Ellie thought about this very seriously. "Does it hurt?" "Sometimes, but I've gotten pretty good at dealing with it." "Can you do tricks?" Ellie's eyes were huge with hope. Noelle grinned in a way that made Wyatt's heart flip. "Want to see?" She did a perfect spin right there in the doorway, and Ellie screamed with delight like she'd just witnessed actual magic. And from that moment on, Wyatt's daughter was completely smitten. They spent the afternoon baking cookies together, Noelle supervising from counter height, while Ellie did the messy parts and got chocolate chips everywhere, including somehow in her hair. Noelle listened to Ellie's chatter about school and her friends, and her hamster named Mr. Whiskers. Like every word was the most important thing she'd ever heard. And Wyatt stood in the doorway watching two of his favorite people bond and felt something crack open in his chest. Later, after Noelle had gone home and Ellie was supposed to be getting ready for bed, his daughter tugged on his sleeve with a very serious expression. "Daddy," she whispered like she was sharing classified information. "Miss Noelle is the coolest person ever. Can we keep her?" Wyatt laughed, but his eyes were suspiciously wet. "We'll see, sweetheart. We'll see." Everything was going too well, and Noelle knew it because good things in her life had a habit of falling apart right when she started believing in them. She started noticing things she trained herself to ignore. Strangers staring when she and Wyatt were out together. Restaurants that weren't fully accessible despite claiming to be. Moments when Wyatt had to help her with something she used to do alone. The voice in her head that sounded like Jordan started whispering again, telling her she was too much work, too complicated, too broken. One evening they were at a restaurant, and a woman at the next table whispered loudly to her companion, "What's he doing with her?" And Noelle pretended she hadn't heard, even though the words burned like acid. Wyatt definitely heard because his jaw tightened, and he looked ready to say something. But Noelle shook her head slightly and changed the subject, and spent the rest of dinner feeling like she was taking up space she hadn't earned. She started pulling back without meaning to, taking longer to respond to texts and canceling plans, with excuses about work being busy and creating distance where there had been closeness. Some part of her was waiting for Wyatt to realize she was too difficult and leave. And another part was trying to leave first so it would hurt less when it inevitably fell apart. Ellie noticed before Wyatt did, because children see everything adults try to hide. "Daddy, where's Miss Noelle? She hasn't been here forever." Her little face was crumpled with worry. "She's busy, sweetheart. Work stuff." Ellie looked at him with eyes that were too wise for 7 years old. "Is she going to leave like Mommy did?" The question hit Wyatt like a physical blow. "Everyone leaves, right, Daddy? That's what happens." He pulled his daughter close and held her tight while his mind raced. Noelle was pulling away, and his little girl was already bracing for another loss, and he refused to let either of them give up without a fight. He showed up at Noelle's apartment unannounced on a Tuesday evening, and she opened the door looking tired and red-eyed, clearly surprised to see him. Wyatt, I wasn't expecting... What happened? He interrupted gently but firmly. What did I do wrong? You didn't do anything. Then why are you running? Noelle wheeled backward into her apartment and he followed, closing the door behind him. The silence stretched until she finally spoke. It's been 3 months. Jordan left at 4. Understanding crashed over Wyatt like cold water. You're waiting for me to leave. I'm waiting for you to realize I'm too much, too complicated, too broken. Her voice cracked. And I'd rather leave first than watch you figure it out. Wyatt crossed the room and knelt in front of her wheelchair so they were eye to eye, the same way he had in the cafe that first night. I'm not Jordan. I'm not going to leave because things get hard. You don't know that. You're right. But I can promise to try every single day. He took her hands in his. My daughter asked me tonight if you were going to leave like her mommy did. She said everyone leaves, that's just what happens. And I had to look at my 7-year-old and not have an answer for her. Noelle's eyes filled with tears. I didn't mean to. She already loves you, Wyatt continued. And so do I. I didn't think I'd ever say that again. But here I am, saying it to a woman I met because my sister tricked us both into the world's most disastrous blind date. Noelle laughed through her tears. You love me? I love you, not despite the wheelchair, not because of it. I love you because you're brilliant and funny and brave, and you survived something terrible and came out stronger. I love you because you taught my daughter that different doesn't mean less. I love you because when I'm with you, I remember what it feels like to be alive instead of just surviving. She was crying freely now, but these were different tears than the ones in the cafe doorway. These were the tears of someone who'd stopped believing in good things and was suddenly faced with something wonderful. I'm scared, she whispered. So am I, Wyatt admitted. But I'm more scared of losing you than I am of trying. He kissed her then, soft and slow and certain, and she kissed him back with everything she'd been holding inside since Christmas Eve. When they finally pulled apart, they were both crying and both laughing, and the walls that had been between them were finally starting to crumble. Stay, she whispered. Please. Always, he promised, and he meant it. The months that followed were the happiest Wyatt could remember since before Lily died, filled with family dinners and movie nights, and his daughter falling asleep on Noelle's lap like she'd been doing it her whole life. They settled into a rhythm that felt natural and easy. Noelle helping Ellie with homework and teaching her about design and color. Wyatt learning to navigate the world differently because he wanted to understand every part of the woman he loved. Ellie started calling her Miss Noelle, and then just Noelle. And then one afternoon, she accidentally said, Mom, and immediately clapped her hand over her mouth like she committed a crime. Noelle's eyes filled with tears, and she pulled Ellie close and whispered that it was okay, that she would be honored to be whatever Ellie needed her to be. And Wyatt had to leave the room because he couldn't let them see him completely fall apart. His sister Claire called every week to check in and say, I told you so, in increasingly creative ways. And even though Wyatt pretended to be annoyed, he was secretly grateful she tricked them both into that cafe on Christmas Eve. Sometimes the people who loved you knew what you needed before you did, even if their methods were questionable at best. Summer turned to fall, and fall crept toward winter, and Wyatt realized with a jolt that the anniversary was approaching. 2 years and 10 months since Lily died. 2 days before Christmas, just like always. He got quieter as the date approached, the old grief rising up even though he'd found new joy. And Noelle noticed because she noticed everything about him. She showed up at his door on the anniversary morning, holding flowers and looking uncertain. I thought you might not want to be alone today, she said softly. But if you need space, I understand. I can go. Wyatt pulled her inside and held her for a long moment before he could speak. Stay, please. They went to the cemetery together, all 3 of them, Wyatt pushing Ellie's hand into Noelle's as they walked across the frozen grass. Noelle hung back at first, giving them space, but Ellie ran back and grabbed her arm and said, Come meet Mommy. She would have liked you so much. And Noelle found herself being pulled toward a headstone she'd only heard about. Mommy, this is Noelle. Ellie announced to the grave with the matter-of-fact confidence of a 7-year-old who fully believed her mother could hear her. She makes Daddy smile again. He doesn't look sad all the time anymore. And she taught me how to do wheelchair tricks, which is really cool, even though Daddy says we're going to give him a heart attack. Noelle was crying freely now, tears freezing on her cheeks in the December air. Wyatt knelt beside the headstone and touched the cold stone gently. Lily, I found someone. I think you sent her to us. I think you knew we needed her. They stayed until the cold became too much. 3 people connected by love and loss, and the strange, beautiful way life moves forward, even when you think it can't. On the drive home, Ellie fell asleep in the back seat, and Noelle reached over to take Wyatt's hand without saying a word. Christmas Eve arrived exactly 1 year after their disastrous first meeting, and Wyatt told Noelle he was taking her somewhere special without giving any other details. She protested that she hated surprises, but he just smiled mysteriously and loaded her into his truck with Ellie bouncing excitedly in the back seat like she knew something Noelle didn't. They pulled up to Hollybrook Cafe, and Noelle's breath caught because the windows were glowing with the same golden light, the same Christmas decorations, the same magic that had been there the night her life changed forever. You brought me back here, she whispered. I wanted to come full circle, Wyatt said. This is where I met the woman who saved me. Mrs. Whitmore greeted them at the door with tears already forming because she'd been in on the secret for weeks. She led them to the same corner table with the same red rose and the slim vase. And Noelle looked around at this place where she'd once broken down crying and begged a stranger to leave before he could reject her. They ordered the same tea and hot chocolate they'd had that first night, and Ellie was practically vibrating with barely contained excitement across the table. Wyatt's hands were shaking slightly, and Noelle noticed because she noticed everything about him, and her heart started beating faster. 1 year ago, Wyatt said, reaching across to take her hands, I walked into this cafe expecting another awkward blind date I'd have to survive. I was tired and broken and convinced I'd never feel anything again. Noelle's eyes were already filling with tears. Wyatt, and then you rolled through that door crying and begging me to leave, and something in my chest woke up for the first time in 2 years. I saw someone brave and strong and beautiful, someone who'd been hurt too many times but still showed up anyway. He let go of her hands and stood up, and then he did the thing that made the entire cafe go silent. He got down on one knee right there beside her wheelchair, the same way he'd done that first night when he'd refused to leave. You taught me that survival isn't the same as living, he said, his voice breaking. You taught Ellie that different doesn't mean less. You taught me how to hope again when I'd forgotten hope existed. He pulled out a small velvet box and opened it to reveal a ring that sparkled in the Christmas lights. I'm not asking you to complete me because you've shown me that's not how this works. I'm asking you to build something new with me and Ellie, a family, a future, all of it. Noelle was sobbing now, her whole body shaking, and the cafe was so quiet you could hear the snow falling outside. Noelle Carter, Wyatt said with tears streaming down his own face. Will you marry me? Yes, she managed through her tears. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. The cafe erupted in applause as Wyatt slid the ring onto her finger and pulled her into a kiss. Mrs. Whitmore was crying into her apron. Strangers at other tables were cheering, and Ellie launched herself at both of them, screaming, She said yes! I get a mom! Daddy, I get a mom! They got married the following summer in an accessible garden venue with fairy lights strung between the trees, and Ellie serving as the most enthusiastic flower girl anyone had ever seen. Claire and Marin stood as bridesmaids, finally forgiven for the lies that had brought everyone together. Mrs. Whitmore catered the whole thing herself because she refused to let anyone else feed her kids on their wedding day. Wyatt's vows made everyone cry, including himself. You taught me that life after loss is still life worth living. I choose you today and every day for the rest of our lives. Noelle's vows broke what was left of everyone's composure. You stayed when everyone else left. You saw me at my absolute worst and chose to sit down anyway. I promised to spend every day being worthy of that choice. Christmas Eve 2 years later found them decorating a tree in their new accessible home, with Ellie directing ornament placement like a tiny general. Noelle was very pregnant, and Wyatt couldn't stop hovering, bringing her water and pillows and asking if she was comfortable every 3 minutes until she threatened to throw tinsel at him. "When's my baby brother coming?" Ellie asked for approximately the 100th time that week. "Soon, sweetheart," Noel laughed. "Very soon." Wyatt sat down beside his wife and wrapped his arm around her, watching their daughter hang ornaments while snow fell outside and Christmas music played softly. "Hey," Noel said, leaning into him. "You okay?" "Better than okay," Wyatt said. "I'm home." Sometimes the dates you try to avoid become the moments that change everything. Wyatt walked into that cafe expecting another failure and found the love of his life instead. Noel wheeled through that door expecting rejection and found a man who refused to leave. What she said that night about being abandoned and broken and too scared to hope, those words didn't push him away. They made him stay. If this story reminded you that broken doesn't mean unworthy and that second chances are real, hit that subscribe button. Share this with someone who needs to believe their story isn't over. And remember, next time someone begs you to leave, maybe that's exactly when they need you to stay. Merry Christmas, and thank you for being... I'm alone. Can I join you? A deaf woman signed to a single dad at a cafe, and his reaction changed everything. Before we continue, please tell us where in the world are you tuning in from? We love seeing how far our stories travel. Bennett Hayes sat at his usual corner table in Patty's Cafe on Southeast Morrison Street in Portland on a Saturday afternoon in late September, staring at the same inventory spreadsheet he'd been pretending to work on for the past 45 minutes. And he was drinking cold coffee that tasted like regret while watching happy couples and friend groups laugh at tables around him, wondering when exactly his life had turned into this empty routine of avoiding his own house on weekends. The thing about being a widower for 2 years is that people stop checking on you after the first year because they assume you're doing better. They assume time heals everything. But what they don't understand is that year 2 is somehow worse than year 1 because the shock wears off and you're left with just the plain, simple fact that the person you built your entire life around is never coming back, and you have to figure out how to exist anyway. Rachel died October 3rd, 2 years ago, in a car accident that happened so fast Bennett didn't even get to say goodbye. One phone call from the hospital, and his whole world just stopped. And now he spends every single Saturday at this cafe from 2 in the afternoon until closing, because his 7-year-old daughter Stella goes to her grandmother's house on Saturdays. And being alone in their house makes Bennett feel like he's drowning. He runs a small independent bookshop 3 blocks away called Chapter and Verse that Rachel helped him open 6 years ago, back when they were young and stupid and thought love could conquer anything, including terrible business plans. And somehow the shop is still standing, even though half the time Bennett can barely remember to order new inventory or pay invoices on time. Stella is the only reason he gets out of bed most mornings. His brilliant, funny 7-year-old daughter, who was born profoundly deaf and communicates in American Sign Language. And Rachel had been a speech therapist specializing in deaf education, so their whole house had always been bilingual in English and ASL. Watching Stella grow up without her mom has been the hardest thing Bennett's ever experienced. Harder than his own grief, because at least he got 29 years of hearing people tell him they loved him out loud. But Stella barely remembers what it felt like to have Rachel sign goodnight to her or wake her up for school with gentle hands shaking her shoulder. Bennett was about to pack up his laptop and head home to his empty house when he noticed a woman standing about 10 feet away from his table, holding a coffee cup and looking around the cafe with this expression on her face that he recognized immediately because he saw it in the mirror every single morning. Pure loneliness mixed with the kind of exhaustion that comes from pretending you're fine when you're absolutely not. She had dark curly hair pulled back in a messy bun, and she was wearing jeans and an oversized cardigan. And there was a golden retriever service dog sitting perfectly still beside her with a vest that said hearing dog across the side. The woman scanned the whole cafe, which was pretty packed for a Saturday afternoon. Every table had at least 2 or 3 people talking and laughing. And Bennett watched her take this deep breath like she was gathering courage for something. She walked straight toward his table, and Bennett looked down at his laptop real quick because he figured she was going to ask if the other chair was taken, so she could borrow it for another table. But instead, she set her coffee down right across from him, and her hands started moving in very deliberate, clear sign language. Her hands shaped the words, "I'm alone? Can I join you?" And she had this vulnerable, hopeful expression on her face, like she was fully expecting him to say no, or look confused, or do that thing hearing people do when they don't understand sign language, where they not just smile awkwardly and point somewhere else. Bennett's brain took maybe half a second to process what was happening, and then his hands moved automatically without him even thinking about it. Muscle memory from 7 years of signing with Stella every single day kicked in, and he signed back. "Of course, please sit down. I'm alone too." The woman's entire face transformed from nervous hope to complete shock. Her mouth literally fell open, and she almost knocked over her coffee cup. And she sat down so fast, it was like her legs just gave out. She signed with hands that were shaking a little bit. "You know ASL? You can sign?" And Bennett nodded and signed back. "My daughter is deaf. She's 7. My late wife was a speech therapist who specialized in deaf education. Signing is pretty much my first language at home now." The woman pressed both hands against her mouth, and Bennett could see her eyes filling up with tears. And she signed, "I just moved to Portland a month ago for work. I've been here for 4 weeks, and you are literally the first person who has signed back to me. Everyone else either completely ignores me, or they talk really slow and super loud, like I'm stupid instead of just deaf." Bennett felt his chest get tight because he'd watched Stella experience that exact same thing 100 times. People treating her like she was broken or incapable just because she couldn't hear. And he signed, "I'm Bennett Hayes. This is my table every single Saturday afternoon. You're welcome to sit here whenever you want. You shouldn't have to eat alone." The woman wiped her eyes and signed back, "I'm Ivy Castellano. I'm a graphic designer and I work from home, which means I basically never see another human being except my dog Murray. And thank you for not making me feel like a weirdo for asking to sit with a complete stranger." They talked, well signed, for the next 2 hours straight, and Bennett completely forgot about his inventory spreadsheet and his cold coffee and the fact that he was supposed to be wallowing in grief. Because Ivy was funny and smart, and she got this light in her eyes when she signed about things she was passionate about, like design work and her dog, how much she missed her parents who died 5 years ago in a plane crash. She explained that she'd been deaf since she was 4 years old after a bad case of meningitis, and she'd grown up in California, but moved to Portland because her freelance work meant she could live anywhere, and she wanted a fresh start somewhere. Nobody knew her story. Bennett told her about the bookshop and about Stella, and how his daughter was the only deaf kid in her mainstream elementary school. How she came home every day looking exhausted from trying to navigate a hearing world that wasn't built for her. How she'd never actually met another deaf adult besides family members, and Bennett was genuinely worried she was growing up thinking being deaf meant being alone forever. Ivy's hands moved fast and passionate when she signed, "Representation is so important." I didn't meet a deaf adult who was successful and happy until I was 16 years old. And it literally changed my entire life because suddenly I could see a future for myself. Stella needs that. She needs to see deaf people thriving, not just surviving. Bennett felt something crack open in his chest that had been sealed shut for 2 years. This tiny flicker of hope that maybe his daughter didn't have to struggle as much as she had been. Maybe this chance meeting with Ivy was exactly what Stella needed. He signed, "She has a school fall festival next Saturday. I know this is absolutely crazy because we just met like 2 hours ago, but would you maybe want to come and meet her? No pressure at all if that's too weird. I just think seeing you would mean the world to her." Ivy's eyes went wide and she signed, "You want me to meet your daughter after knowing me for literally 2 hours? And Bennett signed back, "You're the first person in 2 years who's made me feel like I'm not completely alone in the world. And Stella desperately needs to meet someone like you who can show her that being deaf doesn't limit what she can become. So yeah, I know it's fast, but my gut is telling me you're exactly who we need right now." Ivy was full on crying at this point, and she signed, "I would absolutely love to meet Stella. Thank you for trusting me with something that important. And Bennett, thank you for being brave enough to sign back to me. You have no idea how much this conversation has meant." Bennett signed, "Thank you for being brave enough to walk up to a stranger and ask if you could sit down. That took serious courage. And Ivy laughed and signed, I was about 3 seconds away from chickening out. I've been standing there working up the nerve for like 5 minutes. They exchanged phone numbers and made plans for the following Saturday. And when Ivy finally left the cafe with Murray trotting beside her, Bennett sat there for another 10 minutes, just staring at his phone with her contact information saved under Ivy ASL, like he needed to remind himself she was real. He drove home that evening, and for the first time in 2 years, the empty house didn't feel quite as suffocating. And he pulled out his phone and texted his mother-in-law, Rachel's mom, with shaking hands. I think I just met someone today. I don't know what it means yet, but I felt something I haven't felt since Rachel died. Is it okay that I'm feeling this? His phone buzzed back within 30 seconds. Rachel would want you to feel alive again, sweetheart. Tell me about her. And Bennett typed out, she's deaf. She signed to me at the cafe asking if she could sit down, and I think Stella really needs to meet her. He hit send and sat there on his couch in the quiet house, thinking that maybe life was about to get a little bit less lonely. And the thought terrified him and filled him with hope in equal measure. The following Saturday, Bennett showed up at Stella's elementary school fall festival with his daughter practically vibrating with excitement because he told her that morning about meeting Ivy. And the second he'd signed, she's deaf like you and she wants to meet you, Stella's entire face had lit up in a way he hadn't seen since before Rachel died. The festival was one of those typical school events with bouncy houses and face painting and a bake sale run by overly enthusiastic PTA moms, and Bennett watched Stella look around at all the other kids running in groups while she sat alone on a bench near the playground, doing that thing she always did where she made herself small and invisible because it was easier than trying to join in when nobody else knew how to talk to her. Bennett's heart was actively breaking, watching his 7-year-old daughter sit there picking at the grass and glancing up every few seconds to see if other kids would invite her to play, and he was about to go sit with her when he saw Ivy walking across the field with Murray, her golden retriever, service dog keeping perfect pace beside her. Ivy spotted Bennett and waved, and the second Stella noticed this woman signing to her dad from 20 feet away, her whole body went rigid with attention, and then she was sprinting across the grass so fast Bennett barely had time to react. Stella skidded to a stop right in front of Ivy, and her hands were moving a mile a minute, signing, "You're signing, you know ASL. Are you deaf? Are you really deaf like me?" And Ivy knelt down so she was at Stella's eye level and signed back with this huge, warm smile. "Hi, Stella. I'm Ivy, and yes, I'm deaf, just like you. I've been deaf since I was 4 years old. We're exactly the same." Stella's mouth dropped open, and she turned to look at Bennett with these enormous eyes and signed, "Dad, she's a grown-up and she's deaf." I didn't know deaf grown-ups existed. I thought maybe I was the only one in the whole world. Bennett felt like someone had just punched him straight in the stomach, because how had he failed his daughter so badly that she genuinely believed she was alone? That she thought being deaf meant she couldn't grow up and have a normal life, and he had to turn away for a second to collect himself. When he turned back, Stella had already grabbed Ivy's hand and was dragging her toward the bounce house, asking approximately 17 questions at once, signing about school and her favorite books, and whether Murray could do tricks, and if being deaf meant Ivy couldn't drive a car, or have a job, or do all the things the other moms at school did. Ivy answered every single question with patience and enthusiasm, signing about her graphic design work, and her apartment, and her car, and how being deaf had never stopped her from doing anything she wanted to do. And Bennett watched Stella just absolutely soak up every word like she'd been dying of thirst, and Ivy was the first water she'd seen in years. Other kids started wandering over because Murray was adorable and they wanted to pet him, and Ivy taught them basic signs like hello and thank you and friend, while Stella stood right next to her, looking proud as hell to finally be the expert on something instead of the kid who needed extra accommodations. 2 hours into the festival, Bennett was standing by the lemonade stand watching Ivy and Stella play some game involving beanbags. And Stella was laughing this full belly laugh he hadn't heard in forever. And he felt this overwhelming rush of gratitude mixed with something else he wasn't quite ready to name. Ivy glanced over and caught him staring, and she signed across the field, "Your daughter is incredible." And Bennett signed back, "So are you." And the look that passed between them made his chest feel too tight. After the festival wound down, they walked to the parking lot together, Stella holding both their hands and swinging between them, chattering about everything she'd learned. And she signed up at Ivy. Can you come to our house for dinner? Please, please, please. I want to show you my room and my books. And Dad's kind of a terrible cook, but we can order pizza. Ivy laughed and looked at Bennett, who was clearly panicking a little, and she saved him by signing. How about I come over once a week and I can teach you both some new signs? Would Wednesday nights work? Stella literally jumped up and down, and Bennett mouthed the words, "Thank you," knowing Ivy could read lips perfectly. That night after Stella finally went to sleep around 9, she'd been way too wound up to settle down earlier. Bennett sat on his bed staring at the photo of Rachel on his nightstand that he'd kept in the exact same spot for 2 years. He picked up the frame and talked to it out loud, even though he felt ridiculous doing it. I really like her, Rach, not just because she's good with Stella, but because when I'm around her, I feel like I can breathe again. And I feel so incredibly guilty about that, because it's only been 2 years. And am I even allowed to have feelings for someone else this soon? His phone buzzed on the nightstand, and he saw a text from Ivy that said, "Thank you for today. Stella is such a special kid, and you're doing an amazing job raising her alone." And Bennett stared at those words for a solid 10 minutes before he could make his hands work enough to type back. He wrote, "Thank you for giving her something I couldn't give her. She's never been that confident or happy. You changed something in her today." And Ivy responded immediately, "She gets that strength from watching you. I can tell. See you Wednesday." And Bennett put his phone down and looked at Rachel's photo again. And this time he turned it face down on the nightstand because he couldn't look at his dead wife while thinking about Ivy. And that felt like the worst kind of betrayal. Wednesday dinners became their new routine over the next 6 weeks. Ivy showing up at 6:30 with some kind of dessert or snack and teaching them new signs and bringing books about deaf culture and showing Stella YouTube videos of deaf artists and athletes and scientists doing incredible things. Stella transformed right before Bennett's eyes, started a sign language club at her school, made 2 new friends who wanted to learn ASL, came home every day buzzing with stories instead of exhausted from trying to fit into a world that wasn't built for her. Late October came around, and one Wednesday after Stella went to bed, Bennett and Ivy were sitting on the couch with mugs of tea that had gone cold while they talked. Well signed about everything and nothing. Ivy's hands moved slowly, signing, "Can I ask you something kind of personal?" And Bennett signed back, "You can ask me anything." And she took this shaky breath before signing, "Do you ever feel guilty when you're happy? Like being okay somehow means you didn't love the person you lost enough?" Bennett's hands froze midair, and he just stared at her for a second before signing, "Every single day, all the time. Yes, you feel that too." And Ivy nodded and signed. "After my parents died, I was numb for almost 3 years. And then one day I realized I'd laughed at something, and I immediately hated myself for it, like I'd betrayed them by having one moment of joy." Bennett moved closer on the couch without really thinking about it and signed, "That's exactly what it's like with Rachel. And now with you being here, I feel something shifting, and it terrifies me because what if I'm not supposed to be happy yet? What if 2 years isn't long enough?" Ivy's eyes were wet, and she signed, "What do you feel when I'm here?" And Bennett's hands were shaking when he signed back, "Like I'm waking up after being asleep for 2 years. Like the world has colors again instead of just gray. Like maybe I'm allowed to be a person and not just Stella's dad or Rachel's widower." They were sitting so close now that Bennett could see the exact pattern of brown and gold in Ivy's eyes, and she signed, "That's not a bad thing. Feeling alive again." And Bennett signed, "It feels like cheating." And then they were leaning toward each other, and Bennett's brain was screaming at him, but his heart was pulling him forward. Their lips were maybe an inch apart when Bennett jerked backwards so fast he nearly fell off the couch. And he signed with messy, frantic hands, "I can't. I'm not ready. I'm so sorry, Ivy." And she signed back immediately, "Don't apologize. We don't have to rush anything. I'm not going anywhere, I promise." Bennett put his head in his hands, and Ivy rubbed his back in small circles until his breathing evened out. And when he finally looked up, he signed, "You deserve someone who isn't this broken." And Ivy signed back, "You're not broken, you're healing. There's a difference. Everything fell apart on November 2nd when Rachel's mom showed up at Bennett's house without calling first, and she walked into the kitchen and saw photos of Ivy and Stella on the fridge, candid shots from their Wednesday nights, and a selfie Stella had taken of all three of them, making silly faces. Bennett's mother-in-law, Linda, pointed at the photos and said, "Who is this woman? Stella talks about her constantly. Ivy this and Ivy that. Who is she to you?" And Bennett felt defensive immediately. She's a friend, she's deaf, and she's been mentoring Stella. It's been really good for her. Linda's face went cold in that way that made Bennett feel like he was being scolded. "You're replacing my daughter with the first deaf woman you meet, using her to raise my granddaughter because it's easier than doing it yourself?" And Bennett's voice came out sharper than he meant. "I'm not replacing anyone. Stella needed a deaf role model, and Ivy has been incredible with her. Rachel would have wanted this." Linda grabbed her purse and headed for the door. Rachel was incredible. She learned an entire language for Stella. Don't you dare erase her memory. And she left before Bennett could say anything else. He stood in his kitchen feeling like he'd been hit by a truck, and his hands were shaking when he called Ivy that night and asked her not to come over for a while. Said he needed space to figure some things out. Ivy's voice on the phone was quiet and hurt. "Did I do something wrong?" And Bennett said, "No, God, no, this is all me. I just need time." And after he hung up, he sat on his kitchen floor and cried for the first time in months. 2 weeks went by without Ivy, and Stella was absolutely miserable, signing at Bennett every single day. "Why isn't Ivy coming anymore? Did I do something wrong? Is she mad at me?" And Bennett lied through his teeth, signing, "She's just really busy with work right now, baby." Stella looked him dead in the eye and signed, "You're lying. I can see it all over your face. You pushed her away, didn't you? You got scared and you ran like you always do." And Bennett was completely floored that his 7-year-old could read him that accurately. On November 18th, while Bennett was in the shower, Stella grabbed his phone off the bathroom counter and scrolled through until she found Ivy's contact. And she texted, "Please come to Thanksgiving dinner at our house. We need you, 2 o'clock on Thursday," and signed it with her dad's name. Ivy responded within minutes. "Are you sure, Bennett? I don't want to intrude if you're not ready." And Stella typed back, pretending to be her father, "I'm sure. Please come. I miss you." Ivy sent back a heart emoji and "I'll be there." And Stella deleted the entire text thread, put the phone back exactly where she found it, and smiled to herself, knowing she just fixed her dad's mess. Thanksgiving Day arrived, and Bennett was in his kitchen at 1:45 in the afternoon, burning a turkey and making a complete disaster out of mashed potatoes, while Stella set the table for 2 people. And he was so focused on trying to salvage dinner that he didn't notice his daughter had this little secretive smile on her face, like she knew something he didn't. The doorbell rang, and their whole house had a flashing light system installed, so Stella would know when someone was at the door. And she took off sprinting before Bennett could even put down the potato masher. And by the time he got to the front hallway, Stella had already thrown the door open. Ivy was standing on the porch holding a homemade pumpkin pie with Murray sitting perfectly beside her in his service vest. And she looked just as confused as Bennett felt when she saw him standing there with flour all over his shirt. Bennett's hands moved automatically, signing, "What are you doing here?" And Ivy signed back, looking genuinely puzzled. "You texted me 3 days ago asking me to come for Thanksgiving. You said 2 o'clock. And Bennett pulled out his phone and scrolled through his messages with Ivy, and there was nothing. No texts at all for 2 weeks. He turned around to look at Stella, who was standing behind him, trying to look innocent, but failing miserably. And she signed with zero shame whatsoever. "Oops, that was me. I took your phone and invited her because you were being dumb and scared, and Mom would be really mad at you right now for pushing away someone who makes you happy." Bennett signed Stella Marie Hayes. "What have I told you about taking my phone?" But Stella just crossed her arms and signed back, "That sometimes 7-year-olds are smarter than their dads, and you should listen to me more often. Now invite Ivy in before she leaves, and you mess this up even more than you already have." Bennett looked at Ivy standing on his porch in the cold, holding a pie, and looking like she was ready to bolt at any second. And he signed, "I'm so sorry. I had no idea she did this. You don't have to stay if this is too weird." But Ivy signed back, "It's Thanksgiving, and I was going to spend it alone in my apartment eating frozen pizza. So unless you're actually kicking me out, I'd really like to stay. Stella grabbed Ivy's free hand and pulled her inside before Bennett could respond. And just like that, she was in his kitchen helping him rescue dinner, while Stella entertained herself in the living room, giving them space to talk. Bennett's hands were shaking while he signed. I owe you a massive apology for the last 2 weeks. My mother-in-law said some things that got in my head and made me question everything. And instead of talking to you about it, I just shut down and pushed you away. Ivy set down the knife she'd been using to cut vegetables and signed, What did she say to you? And Bennett took a breath before signing, She said I was replacing Rachel with you, that I was using you to parent Stella because it was easier than doing it myself, and that 2 years wasn't enough time to move on. Ivy's face went hard, and she signed with sharp, precise movements. First of all, I would never try to replace Rachel, and you know that. Second, Stella needed someone from her own community, not a parent substitute. And third, there is no expiration date on grief. You don't heal on anyone else's timeline. Bennett felt his eyes getting wet, and he signed. I feel guilty every single time I'm happy around you. Like being okay means I didn't love Rachel enough. And Ivy moved closer and signed, Did Rachel love you? And Bennett nodded, and Ivy signed. Then she would want you to actually live your life, not just survive it. That's what love is. Dinner ended up being chaotic and kind of perfect. The turkey was dry and the potatoes were lumpy, but nobody cared because Stella was talking nonstop and Ivy was laughing at Bennett's terrible cooking, and Murray was begging for scraps under the table. After Stella went to bed around 8, absolutely exhausted from excitement, Bennett and Ivy sat on the front porch wrapped in blankets, watching the neighborhood houses with their lights on. And Bennett signed something he'd been too terrified to say out loud. I'm falling in love with you, and it scares me to death because I already lost one person I loved, and I don't know if I could survive that again. Ivy turned to face him and signed, You might lose me. I might lose you. That's just the risk of caring about people. But Bennett, I have been alone for 5 years since my parents died, and I would rather risk my heart breaking than guarantee spending the rest of my life isolated. Bennett kissed her right there on his porch, and it was soft and careful and full of 2 years of grief, finally making room for something new. And when he pulled back, he signed, I want to do this right. Take it slow for Stella's sake. Can you be patient with me? And Ivy signed, I've waited this long. I'm not going anywhere. 6 months later in May, the whole world looked different. Ivy had been officially part of their lives for half a year, and she came over 4 or 5 times a week. And Stella had started calling her Ivy Never Mom because nobody was trying to replace Rachel but family in that way that made it clear she belonged. Bennett's bookshop was doing better than it had in years because Ivy had redesigned his entire website and logo using her graphic design skills. And they'd started hosting monthly deaf community meetups at the shop where Stella had finally made friends her own age who signed fluently. One Sunday morning, all 3 of them were at Patty's Cafe at their usual table, the same corner spot where Bennett and Ivy had met 9 months earlier. And Patty came over with hot chocolates and said, You 3 look like a real family. It makes my heart happy seeing you all together like this. Stella signed to both of them. We are a family, just a different kind than before, and that's okay because Mom would want us to be happy. And Bennett had to excuse himself to the bathroom because his 7-year-old had more emotional intelligence than most adults. September 28th rolled around exactly 1 year after that first meeting, and Bennett told Ivy he was taking her somewhere special, but wouldn't say where. And when they pulled up to Patty's Cafe on a Wednesday afternoon, Ivy signed, Why are we here on a random Wednesday? This is our Sunday spot. Bennett took her hand and led her inside to their corner table, the same exact spot where she'd walked up a year ago and asked if she could join him. They sat down and ordered coffee, and Ivy kept looking around like she was waiting for an explanation. And Bennett's hands moved slowly, signing, Exactly 1 year ago, you walked up to this table where I was sitting alone feeling sorry for myself, and you signed 5 words that changed my entire life. You asked if you could join me. Ivy's eyes were already filling up, and Bennett slid out of the booth and got down on one knee right there in the middle of the cafe, and he pulled out a ring and signed one-handed. We don't have to be alone anymore. I don't want to be alone anymore. Ivy, will you marry me? Ivy was full on sobbing and nodding and signing yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. And the entire cafe erupted in applause. and Patty came running over crying and hugging them both. They got married that next spring at the Botanical Gardens, with Stella as junior bridesmaid and Murray as the ring bearer with the rings attached to his vest. And the entire ceremony was conducted in ASL with a voice interpreter for the hearing guests. Bennett's vows signed in front of everyone were, "You taught me that loving you doesn't erase loving Rachel. It just means my heart grew big enough for both. You gave me permission to live again." And Ivy's vows were, "You saw me when I felt invisible. You gave me a family when I thought I'd always be alone. I promise to love you and Stella with everything I have." 2 years after the wedding, Bennett and Ivy and Stella, who was now 11, were closing up the bookshop on a random Tuesday evening. And Ivy had started teaching ASL classes twice a week for hearing parents who had deaf kids, and the community they built was thriving. They were walking to their car when a young deaf woman, maybe 19 or 20, stopped Ivy on the sidewalk, and her hands moved hesitantly, signing, "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, but I just moved to Portland 2 weeks ago, and I don't know anyone here, and I'm so lonely. I saw you signing, and I just needed to talk to someone who would understand." Ivy's whole face lit up, and she signed, "I know exactly that feeling. I moved here 3 years ago and felt the same way. We're actually about to grab dinner. Do you want to join us?" And the young woman's expression transformed from desperate to hopeful in half a second. And Bennett watched his wife pay forward the same kindness someone had shown her 3 years ago in a cafe when she'd asked a stranger if she could sit down. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is admit you're lonely and ask someone to let you in. Ivy walked up to a stranger in a cafe and signed 5 simple words, and those words changed 3 entire lives. Bennett learned that moving forward doesn't mean forgetting the past. It means honoring the people we lost by choosing to keep living fully and loving deeply. Stella learned that being different isn't being broken, it's being exactly who you're meant to be, and the world needs to make space for all of us. If this story reminded you that connection takes courage, that it's okay to ask for help, that we're all just looking for someone who sees us, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Share this with someone who's afraid to reach out, afraid to try again, afraid they're too different or too damaged to be loved. Because you're not alone. None of us are. We just have to be brave enough to ask. Thanks for being here with us today. Single dad helped paralyzed woman at restaurant before blind date, not knowing she was the date he tried to cancel. Before we continue, tell us where in the world you're watching from. We love seeing how far our stories travel. Jackson Reed sat in his truck outside the Turning Point Cafe at 6:45 on a Saturday evening, staring at his phone like it might spontaneously combust. And honestly, he was kind of hoping it would, so he'd have a legitimate excuse to bail on this whole disaster of an idea. His sister Vanessa had been texting him all day with increasingly threatening messages. The latest one reading, "You promised. She's already inside waiting. Don't you dare cancel on her." And Jackson knew she wasn't messing around because Vanessa had dirt on him going back to when they were kids, and she wasn't afraid to use it. First date in 3 years, first time.
Jeff Bucket is the all-in-one workspace. We are a very small startup, so the SRP model actually changed everything about our work.
So I feel like going to this game, he has a lot of I'll ask how you feel with that. Obviously,
Oh my God.
Dave Elite. G-Mac. And today we got my boy Dave. Dave, introduce yourself once again.
my name is David Lee.
And we got my boy, what's his name? G-Mac. G-Mac. Two heavyweights going at it, man. This is going to be a battle of the heavyweights right here. My boy Dave been on a crazy win streak. How many wins in a row? 3 in a row. My boy on a 3-game win streak. That boy said he making noise. My boy drove a 16-hour.
Blue? What's your name? What's your name again? G-Mac. My boy G-Mac said he flew. He ain't driving no 16 hours away, man. So, hey, this like I said, it's gonna be a battle of the heavyweights. Hey, you got a score prediction right there? Or you going out there to hoop?
Just go out there. Hoop. How you feeling today, brother? The prediction I got is league in the 30. That's it.
League in the 30. All right, hey, like I said, it's battle of the heavyweights. Let's get it.
What's up, y'all? This is Run the Flow versus Milwaukee. We got our first official car game right now. Play on my left, introduce yourself. Yes, sir. Play on my right.
G-Mac.
That's a bet. You got any score predictions, Dave? You get a whole respect. You got score predictions?
League in the 30. That's it.
30. I respect it. All right, let's get it. First official game, man. Let's get it.
Hey, right. Hey, season of it.
100%. I love what I've been seeing from that. Great shot, though. Great shot.
You good, Dave? You good? Lock in, Dave.
Free throws. Free throws hurt.
Man, what?
They ain't gotta hold it down for Houston. That's a good shot, though.
Dave, don't slow down.
Everybody play defense, though. Got to. Either one of them ever touch the net.
That's good D.
Great defense.
He make that. Oh. That's great defense, boy. Great defense.
I like this shot.
Yeah, that's defensive and shit like that. You good, Dad? You good? Get loose, get loose. Make him ball. Trust your game. That's a bump right here.
I didn't see it come out of the top.
Trust your game, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta get that right.
Good. Make him get that ball.
Yeah, make him do something. Slide and focus. You gotta slide and focus.
That boy is crazy.
Free throw. He had a good game.
Oh, Dave, lock in.
I don't know how much of shaky he's getting. We'll see towards the end of the game. But I like his game. I like his game. He's comfortable already. And that's normally a problem. If you get comfortable early. Mm-hmm.
A little bit too relaxed. There you go. There you go.
Hey, tight, Dave. There you go.
Turn up, man. Get that switch.
They ain't gonna get some threes going in. Do it. Do it.
Get in rhythm, man. Come on, Dave. Flip that switch, man.
Love it.
Oh my God.
This is the move, Dave.
Oh my God,
It's a
Dave.
great move, Dave.
Do you,
Dave?
Dave?
Comfortable.
You tired, bro?
See, he keep going.
I can see it. Yeah.
Oh my God, Dave.
Let's see.
Alright, quick halftime. Get to
Oh,
it.
he playing too loud.
Get to it. That's great defense. That's great defense.
Better
Oh my God.
Better shot. He's like that. Davis locked in.
He's still playing too hot.
Oh, bang bang.
Hey, good shot.
Come on, Dave. That's a great shot.
Hey, hands on the knees. Make him work. Make him work.
I don't like this thing back. His hands are down.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go, Dave. Come on.
Hey, yo.
I like that.
That's a good take. Great defense.
One. Oh my God. Hey.
Hey, D. You gotta get that bump. Lots of foul.
He didn't call it the possession for the road, so I'm cool with that. That's a
Hey, I'm seeing something. Did Dave just slow down off that second kick and
He can chicken wrap him too, because he can.
Come on.
Play through it, Dave.
He's trying to get
Give him that, though. He can shoot. Give him that.
You good, Dave? You good? Yeah. Hey, Dave, You won't believe me. No, sir. You good? Hey, yeah, they're looking pretty serious.
Push the ball out in front. They don't have to.
There you go. Easy. I am proud.
We did what we're talking to.
Thank you.
100%. He listened.
I'm fucking proud. Look, the shot.
One free throw. I ain't wanna jinx him before he shot it. That's a big free throw.
Big free throw. That is nasty though. Shot. No way. Hey, just go. Shot.
Tell me coach stopping this mug. Oh, that's tough, man. That's a great finish.
Hey, read them now. Read them now. Look. Read his ass. Good shot. Nah, hey, that's a good shot. Gotta make it work.
That's great defense.
Hey, great defense, boy.
Right.
Yeah, there you go, bucket.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That is tough, boy.
Cross right here, cross. Oh, good shot. I
can't see.
26-20. And
It's not bad, Bob.
you can Dave that call. He just got both twice.
I think if he would have made it, they would have had so now. Just kind of delayed the whistle a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm cool with calls like that.
Good news. I
I ain't putting on your downfall, brother. I'm going for Houston, man.
100%. There's no hiding that. Houston every time.
That's the same ball.
They ain't gonna need it though.
That's the same ball. Cross. Great defense. Great defense.
And they said don't miss.
He's going to the goal.
Everybody know now.
So
this is the biggest free throw of his life.
Words. I'm nervous. No threes. Hey, no threes, bro.
Did he get it over with right now?
He up.
You gotta go for a 3, right?
I just go. He's tired. No threes, bro. No threes.
That should be on the floor.
On the floor.
I feel like that's on the floor.
That's on the floor, right? This is another big
Pressure bust fights.
Yeah. Please, Mr. Moore.
Pressure bust fights.
Left or right?
Do it, Dave. You can't push the opportunity. Can't keep giving this man chances to score.
I just did. No threes. Get up. There you go.
A foul right there is kind of crazy.
No threes.
Great defense. Gotta finish.
Lift him up. Yes, sir.
Hey, that was a big win. I feel like you didn't think he was gonna come out shooting like that at first. Kind of caught you off guard. What you have to tell yourself to kind of lock in?
I mean, just saying down on defense. You know he's gonna be physical, so I got a nice physicality, and yeah.
100%.
And then other than that, man, like I said, you adapted pretty well. That was a tough one, low key. I'm not gonna say unexpectedly, but hey, that's what came out hooping. Here you go, right here.
Good shit, bro.
And like I said, yeah, he came out hooping, man. I knew it was gonna be a battle of heavyweights. That game came down to the wire. Dave, ain't gonna lie. me and Shooter were both saying your experience showed out there, man, and way to stay poised, trust your game. You look very fluent out there, man. But that's a 4-game streak for my boy Dave. Yes, sir. How you feel about after that week?
Hey, shout out to dude, bro. He a tough player, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna say he trash, he all that, but he tough, man. I ain't gonna lie. But you know, I'm just different right now, bro. I'm just different.
You say you're in rare form? 100%. And last thing, what's next for you, Dave?
Shit, no cap. I got Rio next, so you know what's going on with that. So
waiting on that guy.
Anybody else who want, bro? I'm here, bro.
Hey, y'all heard it, man. Great win, Dave. Way to put on for RTF, man.
Now, get 0% APR plus 3,000 bonus cash on the Ioniq 9 or get 10,000 customer cash. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Check. For what? You think I'm a rat? She's crazy! Get hands out of there!
It's clean, boss.
Just give me a second. Smile.
Please, I'm not gonna hurt you.
Wait a minute. Eli?
Savannah? I didn't know this was your house. I haven't seen you since elementary school.
What are you doing in my closet? I'm calling security.
No, please. No, please. I wouldn't be in here right now if I wasn't desperate. This bad. My little sister's trying to me. Looks like you're not getting arrested.
I don't know what you think this is, but this is a really big day for my mom. And if she catches you up here, it's my Havana. Councilwoman Price is here, and she would like to meet you. Give me a second. It'll make a sound. Okay. Oh, here she is, my daughter Savannah. She's a change maker. Oh, pleasure to meet you, Councilwoman. We really appreciate your support.
The pleasure is mine. Your mom tells me that you care deeply about the homeless teens. And you are wanting to convert the old properties for transitional housing.
Savannah is the heart behind our new youth initiative, and soon she will be the face as well. Nice. Really? The initiative's actually happening? Of course, darling. We've discussed this. Right.
That cough, it's coming back. Oh, my friend from the Chronicles is here. It was nice meeting you. And Savannah, I can't really talk more about it.
So nice to meet you. Yes, thank you. You know how important appearances are. You and I need to be perceived as a unified front. We are. Especially with the youth initiative happening. It might happen. It all depends on how this brunch goes today. So do not embarrass me. Everything needs to be perfect. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, now clean up in here. Get out. You need to leave. No, please. No, you hurt my mom. Absolutely nothing can go wrong today. No, how much is writing on this?
Okay, hold on, please.
No, I don't
just give me a second. You're in my office. Hasn't been in 2 days, please. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was your house. We were just passing by and I saw the catering trucks. Look, all I was going to do was go in and get some food for Maya and get out. I promise you that's all I was going to do.
But why hasn't she eaten in 2 days?
It's a really long story. Clearly, you don't have time to hear it. Savannah, please. Please, Savannah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes is all I ask. Please, just let me go downstairs and get some food, and I promise you, I will get out and you won't see me again.
Okay. Fine. But I can't let you down there. You're going to get caught and my mom will not be happy.
You don't think I blend in?
Just stay there, okay? Be quiet, and I'll come up. with the food as soon as I can. Okay?
I love that accessory in your hair.
Well, thank you. An old friend gave it to me.
I am so impressed with everything you've accomplished, Veronica. And your foundation is the largest donor.
We got family on the building.
Projects. Thank you. As a mother myself, I care very deeply about families in our community. So this foundation.
Got family on this bitch. Let's go.
Yeah, you've become one of the most influential figures in the city's housing sector. What was your entry point into real estate development, and what drove you to that decision? Although I am truly humbled to be where I am today, I actually started with nothing. You see, she's trying. I didn't always live in luxury. Shortly after I had my daughter Savannah, I lost my job, fell behind on the rent, and had nowhere to go. I kept telling myself sleeping in the car was only going to be for one night. Then one night turned into two, and two turned into weeks. The hardest part wasn't being hungry myself. It was hearing my baby cry and knowing I had nothing to give her. Then I heard a knock on my window. My first thought was that it was police telling me to move.
I'm so sorry. I can leave. I just wanted somewhere for my baby to sleep tonight.
I thought even the car wasn't safe anymore. No, you don't have to move. But really, this is for you. I can't pay you back. You don't have to pay me back. Just take care of your babies. It was a good Samaritan, someone who saw me at the lowest and chose not to look away. They gave me food, diapers, formula, but more than that, they gave me hope. So you see, that one act of kindness didn't just help me feed my daughter that night. It reminded me that I mattered and that Savannah still had a chance. And honestly, it saved me. Pardon me, ladies. Excuse me.
We spoke to the maid as she described the individual as a young man, most likely late teens. He ran off, but we suspect he's still in the building.
You can't have him in the building. Find him.
I told you to stay put and be quiet. How was I supposed to know your maid was going to walk in?
We got family on this bitch.
We don't know. Your mom's still looking at some boys since she was a kid. Imagine to know her. Why don't you guys go my mom's nice. If I didn't meet to a women's shelter and they found out our situation,
Harry and David. Honest goodness.
just go on everything. Go.
Oh, can you believe we just found some filthy squatter hiding in your bathroom? I swear, people like that are more akin to vermin than human beings.
Mom, I thought you cared about the homeless.
You know what I care about? I care about you getting your makeup touched up.
Got family in the building.
And you are looking shiny. So hurry up.
Are we ready for this party?
Guests are on their way, and food and drinks were just delivered.
And Alexa, what about the music? It's got to be my new one, right? Play it.
I'm a bad man. I'm a mad man.
I'm not sure this is right for your niece's party. She's turning 5.
Oh, I get you.
And Wayne,
Yeah?
should we cancel the dancers?
Let's reschedule the dancers.
What day would work for you?
Just not today. Alexa, you're good.
Alright. The bass, pull up. King, pull up.
It's your time to move things forward. U.S. Army Reserve.
Tired of sacrificing luxury because of cost? Looking and feeling great shouldn't break the bank. That's why we developed Pure Silk Sheath Cream, specifically enriched with hydrating aloe and other skin-loving ingredients to provide a decadent and luxurious sheen, all at an affordable price. You can come out now.
Yeah, your mom's a real treat, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, appearances are everything to her, but she does a lot of good for the community.
Maybe. You know what? A healthy people should keep feeling close to their hearts. Don't have for wanting attention.
What'd you say? Oh, maybe I'm hearing things.
That's a raised development.
Everybody, yeah.
Hi, baby.
That's what I'm going to figure out. It been quiet all day though, Fambo. LaFonso hopped on for like 5 minutes, and I mean 5 or 10 minutes, and that was it. Nobody else hopped on.
Buildings under new ownership.
Okay.
Raised management sent the final notice out weeks ago.
My mother lived here before me. I'm raising my children here. I've been sick, but I can pay it.
Rode the basement ghost again.
I'm sorry. Just like the final notice has said, you have to vacate today.
We have to leave our house.
Door's been quiet. Evans hopped on. I forgot. Evans hopped on for a few minutes as well.
What you rolling up?
Huh?
What you rolling up?
Nothing. I don't smoke.
The tourists are always okay, right?
I don't smoke.
My family in the streets.
But yeah, I ain't going
It's
nothing.
not true. She literally has a foundation that helps funders for.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a good copy of the video.
So what?
I'm trying to find somebody who got the video a better what? The Carmelo Anthony video that they just linked out.
What are you trying to do with that?
I'm trying to see you get a big because it's all blurry. You can't really see it. What really went down?
No way.
What'd you find?
Yeah, you gotta find one that's not.
To replace multiple low-income housing projects and subsidized living facilities in the area. They're doing this on purpose.
Yeah, it's a lie. All of it.
Well, I hear the truth. What are you gonna do?
Where's my brother? Am I in trouble?
No, honey, you are not in trouble. And don't worry, we'll help you find your brother. But before that, I just need you to do me this one little teensy-wincy little favor. Can you do that for me? Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's bring him inside. Today, we celebrate compassion in action, and not just as an idea, but as something we could see, feel, and measure through the real lives that we change. We also have a very special guest who's going to share with us how our foundation has made an impact. Go ahead, honey.
I want to thank Miss Reyes and the Reyes Foundation for everything they've done for.
What are you doing? I was going to ask you the same thing. Please excuse us. We'll be right back. Enjoy
They were talking about it was some store out there wouldn't let a person in because he had a Carmel shirt on in Frisco. You hear about that?
I I didn't hear nothing about the story at all. To be honest, I just heard from you fanboy when y'all brought it up, but
Yeah,
I don't
it,
know
it
any
was
of the
just
details.
yeah, it was just that somebody came had a free Carmel Freedom shirt, but the store wouldn't let them. They wouldn't let them come in the store with the shirt on.
What store was he going to?
It was some store in Frisco where it happened at. They didn't say what store it was. It was some store. Most likely, it might have been like a little Miles and Pop store. I'm like, yeah, it wouldn't be like that. Even people who have the other person's shirt on, certain stores won't let you in.
If that was a female, they would have let her in. I don't understand.
Maybe,
Like man, ain't no damn maybe. Ain't no damn maybe, man. A woman and a man are not held to the same standard. A woman can come into a store wearing a bikini. That ain't bullshit, bro. You know how many females, bro? When I was at work, what's today? Monday. I was off today, so I was at work on Sunday. Do you know how many females came in that bitch with bikinis on? And I'm not, and Sambo, I'm not talking about bikinis that are two pieces. I'm not talking about two piece bikinis. I'm talking about motherfuckers wearing one piece. No, they wearing two piece bikinis. Tits just hanging all out, ass just all out. And I'm like, bro, if a dude do this shit, they calling the police on his ass. Man, it's bro, women and man's not held to the same standard. The standard is way different. A woman can wear whatever she wants, but then a man, bro, there's some stores, Fembo, bro, there's some stores right now. If you ain't got your shirt on, you can't come in. You can't shop. If you ain't got your shirt on, as a man, a woman and a man got two separate, entirely different things.
I used to go in stores with no shirt on all the time. Walmart, Target, all of them.
When was this? Years ago?
No, like 2 years ago. Ain't that been that long?
I didn't say Fumble. Did I say all stores? I didn't say all stores. I said there's a few out there. If you don't got a shirt on, they won't even serve you. I didn't say all of them, but there is a few. But I'm just saying, man, like women and men got two different standards entirely. If I go to the manager and complain as a woman versus a man, it's not the same thing. If a woman complain about you versus a man, it's taken two kind of ways. A woman and a man has two separate powers. A man, he's more dominant, of course, but a woman, she can put you out the way.
I don't care about his appearances. But guess what, Mom? Kindness isn't about looking good. Doing good. It's a story about you. Yes, it is. Understand. Stray. But no, no, country she grew up in
failed him. She was on gold. She was willing to help any. She needed permission. I just wanted somewhere for tonight.
No, you don't have to move. This is for you.
Can't be.
I've got you.
This is your mom. She's the one who fucked me 18 years ago. Where is she? She ended up in the hospital shortly after the eviction notice. You raised her rent.
I want to be honest about something. What started out as a genuine mission became something else. Somewhere along the way, I stopped focusing on helping people and I started focus.
Oh, yeah, this whole Camilo thing, I didn't even know about it until y'all brought it up. I ain't know nothing about this thing. There's still a whole lot I don't know about it. But yeah, Camilla, hey, Fambo, you actually walked in the store with your shirt on? That's crazy. I don't walk in the damn store with my skin showing. Uh, I be in that motherfucker with hooded, long sleeve, shit, sweatpants. I ain't even think about shorts.
On how it all looked. But there was a time when my family needed help, and someone showed us kindness when they didn't have to. That's what this was all supposed to be about. So going forward, we will continue renovating our properties. The rent will not be increased. And not because it's good for the image, but because it's the right thing to do. And I'm proud to officially launch our new youth housing initiative, led by my daughter, Savannah, focused on providing real support to young people, not just promises, because kindness is not something you perform. It is something you do.
Hey, Mom. You have some visitors.
Hello, Maria.
Well, all your hospital bills are going to be paid for. And Veronica's going to be letting us in your place for a while.
That's too much. No, it's not. It's about time I showed your family the kindness you showed me. Dad?
The alarm on Liam Carter's phone went off at 4:47 a.m., 13 minutes before it was supposed to, because the phone had learned the way machines learn things that Liam was already awake. He was sitting on the edge of the sofa, lacing his work boots in the dark. The apartment was small enough that the street lamp outside pushed a thin orange rectangle through the blinds and laid it across the carpet like a dropped towel. He worked by that light. He'd been doing it long enough that his hands didn't need more. The sofa was his bed. It had been his bed for 14 months, ever since he'd moved the twin mattress into Sophie's room. His daughter was 6 then, afraid of the dark, and the sofa was close enough to her door that he could hear her if she called out in the night. He told himself he'd move the mattress back when she got older. She was 8 now. The sofa had developed a permanent valley in the left cushion, shaped exactly like him. He stood, rolled his shoulders, and moved quietly to the kitchen. The apartment was a second-floor walk-up in Bridgeport, 3 blocks from the highway. In summer, it smelled like cut grass and exhaust. In winter, and it was deeply, unforgivingly winter now. The second week of January, it smelled like nothing, because he kept the windows sealed with weather stripping he'd bought at a hardware store, and applied himself one Saturday afternoon while Sophie drew pictures at the kitchen table and narrated what she was drawing in a voice that expected him to respond every 30 seconds. He'd responded every 30 seconds. He'd also done a precise job on the weather stripping. Both things were true about him, and he was aware of both. That he was thorough, and that he was present, and that those 2 qualities were sometimes a burden, and sometimes the only thing that kept the structure upright. He made coffee in a French press his sister had given him when his wife, Dana, left. His sister had meant well. He used it every morning. He didn't think about Dana often anymore. She was in Portland now, remarried, doing something in sustainable architecture, and the fact that he knew this was because Sophie told him things Dana had told Sophie, and he listened carefully and said the right things and meant them. It was possible, he'd come to believe, to wish someone a good life without wanting to share it. Possible, and, after sufficient time, not even painful, just a fact. Like weather, he drank standing at the counter, watching the snow. It had started sometime around midnight and hadn't stopped. The street below was unmarked. No tire tracks, no footprints. Just a smooth white surface that the orange street lamp turned the color of old paper. He estimated 4 inches already. Maybe 5. That would make the yard at the salvage operation slower to move through and harder to see. Which meant he'd have to be careful. Which meant the morning would take longer than it should. He was okay with that. Long mornings were something he understood. He poured the rest of the coffee into a thermos, clipped it to the strap of his bag, and walked down the hall to Sophie's room. He pushed the door open 2 inches. She was asleep on her side, one arm hanging off the mattress, fingers almost touching the floor. Her hair was splayed across the pillow in every direction. She looked like someone who had fallen from a considerable height and landed without harm. He stood there for a moment, watching her breathe. Okay, he said, to himself or to her, or to no one in particular. He pulled the door back to 2 inches. He left a note on the kitchen table, in large print back by noon. Cereal in the pantry. Don't open the door for anyone, and let himself out into the cold. The salvage yard was 20 minutes by truck, longer in snow. Liam drove a 2009 Ford F-150 with 190,000 miles on it, and a heater that worked on the driver's side only. He wore insulated coveralls over his jeans, and a canvas work jacket over that, and still felt the cold in his wrists, and across his shoulders. He kept both hands on the wheel. The yard was run by a man named Gerald Briggs, who was 63, and had operated the business for 30 years, and possessed the particular combination of reliability and surliness that Liam found easy to work with. Gerald didn't ask questions about why Liam had taken a part-time salvage job when he'd spent 12 years as a licensed electrician. Liam didn't ask questions about Gerald's accounting practices. They got along fine. Liam had a key to the side gate. He let himself in at 5:40 a.m., signed the log in the shed, pulled a cart from the rack, and started his sweep of the south lot. The south lot was where the recent arrivals went cars towed in within the last 2 weeks, waiting to be processed, stripped, and crushed. Most were ordinary. Domestics with blown transmissions, water-damaged SUVs from a November flood outside Calumet City, a cluster of older sedans that a dealership had unloaded. Liam moved through them with a flashlight and a clipboard, noting VINs and visible damage, doing the initial assessment Gerald needed before anything could be logged into the system. The snow made it slower,
It also made it quieter. The city, even Chicago, even at 6 in the morning, seemed to have retreated behind the snowfall, and the only sounds were the scrape of his boots, and the soft displacement of snow as he moved between cars, and the distant moan of a highway that never actually went silent. He heard it at 6:14 a.m. He would know the time exactly. Later, because the detective asked him repeatedly, and he'd had reason to check his watch at exactly that moment, having just finished logging a Ford Explorer, and glanced down to note the time. Thud. A pause. 2 seconds, maybe 3. Thud. He stopped. The sound was coming from his left. The far end of the row, where the new arrivals were parked tightest. He moved toward it without deciding to move. Flashlight up. The car was a BMW 7 Series, black, less than 2 years old by the plates. It had no visible damage, no broken windows, no dents, no sign of a collision or the kind of mechanical failure that sent cars to a place like this. The snow on its hood was undisturbed. It had been here since before the storm, which put it at sometime yesterday afternoon. That was wrong. Gerald processed arrivals personally, and Gerald would never have logged a car in this condition without calling Liam to look at it first. That was the arrangement. Something hadn't followed the arrangement. Coming from the trunk. Liam stood still for 1 full second. He was a practical man, and had a practical man's instinct for not imagining things. The sound was real. The sound was inside the car. He moved to the trunk, found the emergency release seen by feel, and pulled. The trunk opened. He aimed his flashlight. The woman inside was on her side. Wrists zip-tied behind her back, and ankles bound with the same. She was wearing the remains of what had been an expensive charcoal blazer, one sleeve torn. There was dried blood at her temple, not fresh, and a cut above her left eye that had scabbed. Her coat, a long wool overcoat, had been thrown over her like a blanket rather than worn. What Liam noticed most was her eyes. They were open. They had been open before he raised the flashlight. She had heard him coming, and she was watching him with an expression that was not fear, exactly, or not only fear. It was something closer to calculation. She was doing math, deciding rapidly what she was dealing with. How many people are in this yard? She said. Her voice was controlled. Hoarse, but controlled. Just me. What time is it? 6:15. A little past. She processed this. How far are we from the nearest road? Quarter mile, maybe. There's a gate. It's locked. She nodded once, as though confirming a suspicion. Cut the ties, she said. Then we need to talk fast. He was already pulling the utility knife from his coverall pocket. Her name was Emma Reynolds. Liam didn't know that yet when he helped her out of the trunk. He knew she was injured and cold. She'd been in there at minimum 6 hours, in January, in an unheated vehicle, and that she moved with the controlled deliberateness of someone working through pain without wanting to show it. He knew she was wearing clothing that cost more than his truck. He knew she had asked intelligent questions in the right order. He wrapped his canvas work jacket around her and steered her toward the shed. She walked without assistance, which seemed like a decision rather than a capability. As though accepting his arm would have meant something she wasn't prepared to mean. In the shed, he had the coffee thermos and a first aid kit Gerald kept on a shelf above the heater. He set the coffee in front of her and opened the kit. She watched him assess the cut above her eye. It doesn't need stitches, she said. Probably not, but it needs cleaning. She let him clean it. She drank the coffee. It was a few minutes before she spoke again, and when she did, her voice had changed slightly, not softer, exactly, but less compressed. I need you to understand the situation, she said. Before I ask you what I'm going to ask you, okay, my name is Emma Reynolds. I'm the CEO of Reynolds Capital Group. We're a mid-sized technology holding company based in the Loop. 3 weeks ago, I declined an acquisition offer from Halcyon Consolidated, a larger firm run by a man named Victor Hale. Last night, 2 of Hale's people followed me out of a parking structure on Wacker and subdued me. I was put in that trunk. The plan, as far as I can tell, was to hold me somewhere until I was willing to sign a transfer of voting shares.
She paused. I wasn't willing. So they put me back in the car and left me somewhere they thought was out of the way. Liam looked at her. You need to call the police. Yes. But not yet. She met his eyes. If I call right now, in the next 20 minutes, there will be a news cycle before noon. Victor Hale is well connected. He will know I've surfaced before my security team knows I've surfaced. And my security team are the people I need to be able to trust first. I need 20 minutes to make 2 phone calls, and I need to make them from somewhere that isn't this yard, because I don't know if this location is being watched. You think they'd come back? I think they sent someone to verify I was still secured. And I think when that person finds the trunk empty, they'll do one of 2 things, run or report. She set the coffee cup down with a precise, controlled movement. I'd like to be gone before we find out which. Liam thought about this. He was not, by disposition, someone who involved himself in things that weren't his business. He'd spent most of his adult life drawing careful lines around his business and staying inside them. He had a daughter asleep 3 miles away. He had a job, a truck, a French press, and a sofa with a valley in it shaped like him. He had reasons to say, I'll wait with you while you call 911, and then I'm done. He picked up the keys off the hook by the shed door. Truck's out front, he said. Let's go. They drove north on the highway. Snow was still falling. Liam kept the speed down and both hands on the wheel and the heater on full, which helped her side of the cab and did nothing for his. Emma made her calls. The first was brief, 2 sentences to a number she dialed from memory. A woman's name he didn't catch, and afterward she stared out the window for 60 seconds before making the second. The second call was longer. By the time it ended, her jaw was set, and her hands were still in her lap, which he suspected was an effort. My CFO is sealing the share register, she said. My security director is en route to the building. She paused. Victor didn't just want money. That's what I need you to understand. What did he want? Reynolds Capital has a subsidiary, Meridian Systems. We do infrastructure software. Specifically, we have 2 government contracts involving data routing architecture for emergency communications networks. Not classified, but sensitive. Strategic. She looked at him. Victor wants access to those contracts. If he controls my voting shares, even temporarily, he can force a board vote and restructure the subsidiary before I can get an injunction. How long has this been going on? 18 months. It started as a standard acquisition approach. Reasonable offer, reasonable terms. I declined because I didn't trust his intentions toward the Meridian contracts specifically. He escalated litigation, a proxy campaign, regulatory complaints, all legitimate, expensive and unpleasant, but legitimate. She turned to look out the window again. Last night was not legitimate. Liam merged off the highway onto surface streets. The city was beginning to wake up a few early buses. Headlights punching through the snow. A lone figure in a yellow vest salting a sidewalk in front of a pharmacy. Why didn't you call someone last night? From the trunk. My phone was in my coat pocket. They put the code in with me as an oversight. I think they didn't check it. But my hands were behind my back for the first 5 hours. She held up her wrists. There were deep marks from the zip ties, already beginning to bruise. I managed to work the code around in front of me about an hour before you found me. The phone was dead. I've been trying it for 40 minutes. She looked at the bruises, without expression. So, I knocked. He thought about what that meant about the calculations a person makes, in the cold and the dark, deciding to keep knocking on metal and hope. Okay, he said. He didn't say anything else for a while. Emma didn't either. But the silence between them had changed in a way that Liam noticed without being able to name precisely. He pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour diner on South Halsted while they waited for her security director to arrive. The diner was warm and smelled like coffee and eggs and old grease in the way that good diners do. And Emma Reynolds sat across from him in a booth and wrapped both hands around a mug and looked. For the first time, like someone who had been through something, not broken, not shattered, but through something. The waitress was a middle-aged woman named Cheryl, who looked at Emma's cut forehead, and then at Liam, and then back at Emma,
with the particular measured expression of a person who has seen trouble in her diner before and has decided that coffee, and not questions, is the appropriate response. She refilled their mugs twice without being asked. Emma looked at the table for a while. Liam had the sense that she was doing something internally reorganizing, reassessing with the same deliberateness she'd applied to everything else, not shutting down, running a process. Tell me about your daughter, she said. He looked at her. Why? Because you mentioned her when I asked why you came back into the yard for a second sweep, and you said you tell her that if something seems wrong, you don't rationalize it, you check. She looked at him steadily. She's 8. You told her that. She's curious, he said. She asks me how things work. I try to give her the actual answer, instead of a simple one. What's her name? Sophie. Emma nodded. She looked out the window at the snow, which was beginning to slow. I don't have children, she said. I made that choice deliberately, in my early 30s, and I don't regret it. I want to be honest about that. But there's something about the way you said her name. How'd I say it? Like it's the fixed point. Like everything else is relative to that. He didn't answer. She was right, and they both knew it. And answering would have been a less honest response than silence. She waits for you, Emma said, every morning. I text her when I'm 15 minutes out. And she gets up and she's at the table with whatever project she's working on when I come in. He paused. Right now, it's a book about codes and ciphers. She's very interested in how things mean other things. Emma smiled. It was a small, unguarded expression that passed quickly. But it passed through her whole face, rather than just across the surface of it. Not every child has a father who comes home, she said. Then, before he could respond, I mean that as a statement of fact, not sentiment. I know how you meant it. She looked at him again, and there was something in it that wasn't assessment anymore. Not quite. Outside, a black SUV was pulling into the lot. Her security director, a large and precise man named Caldwell, came through the diner door with the particular bearing of someone accustomed to arriving in situations that had already gotten away from him. Emma stood, spoke to him in a low voice for 30 seconds, and then turned back to Liam. I need to go, she said, but I want your number. She paused. For the statement, for the police report. Right, he said, and perhaps other reasons, she said carefully. He wrote his number on a napkin. She took it and folded it once, precisely, and put it in the inside pocket of the coat she'd taken back from him.
Is Samuel still there?
4 hours later, Liam was home by then. Sophie had eaten cereal and was at the kitchen table with the cipher book and a spiral notebook in which she was carefully encoding and decoding messages. He had made eggs. He had sat with her and answered questions about the difference between a substitution cipher and a transposition cipher, with the deliberateness of a man who had looked it up once and retained it because she had asked. The call was short. Caldwell said that a vehicle had been identified on surveillance footage from the salvage yard, a black Escalade. Plates traced to a shell company linked to Halcyon Consolidated. It had been parked outside the yard gate from 5:55 a.m. to 6:23 a.m. It had left heading east. That's 9 minutes after you drove out, Caldwell said. Liam processed this. So they saw us leave. Likely, we're treating it as confirmed observation, not confirmed identification. A pause. Miss Reynolds wanted you to know. He thanked Caldwell and stood in the kitchen after the call. His back to Sophie, thinking. They'd seen the truck. They might have the plate. They knew someone had pulled her out. They didn't know who yet, or if they did, they were deciding what to do about it. Victor Hale was a man who thought in steps, and the first step would be information. Identifying Liam. Understanding what Liam was. Assessing whether Liam was a variable to be managed, or a variable to be eliminated from the equation entirely. Liam was an electrician turned salvage worker, who lived on a second-floor walk-up in Bridgeport. He was not, on paper, a threatening variable. He was also the person who had driven Emma Reynolds away from a location before a Halcyon vehicle arrived to verify she was still secured. That made him a complication, and people who ran organizations that kidnapped CEOs were not people who tolerated complications without addressing them.
He turned around. Sophie was bent over her notebook, encoding something. Hey, he said. How about we do something different today? Get lunch out. That place you like on 31st. She looked up. She had Dana's eyes, which were dark and too perceptive for comfort. You have your worried face on. I have my regular face. You have your worried regular face, she said, which is different from your normal regular face because your jaw does a thing. He touched his jaw. It was, in fact, doing a thing. The burger place, he said. My treat. She considered this. You're going to tell me what's going on. When there's something to tell you, yeah. She closed the notebook. Okay, she said, in the measured tone of someone extending more trust than was strictly warranted, which was, he thought, one of the more accurate descriptions of what it meant to be someone's child. Emma Reynolds held a conference call from the back seat of Caldwell's SUV at 9:15 a.m. He wasn't on it. He didn't know this until she called him afterward and described, in the compressed, precise way she described things, what had happened. Her CFO had locked down the share register and flagged the attempted unauthorized access by 2 Halcyon agents who had tried to contact 3 board members overnight. Her legal team had filed an emergency protective order application. Her head of communications had drafted a statement that she'd rewritten in 11 minutes and released at 9. It's out, she said. The abduction, the general shape of it, how's that going? Predictably. The financial press is running it as corporate warfare. The general press is running it as a crime story. Both are accurate. A pause. Victor released a statement denying any knowledge of or involvement in the incident and expressing concern for my well-being. Do you believe him? No. What do the police think? Detective Hargrove is handling the investigation. She's thorough. She's also been very interested in you. A beat. In the best possible sense, she wants a full statement, but she noted that you didn't call 911 immediately. You told me not to. I did. I told her that. Another pause. Shorter. She was not entirely satisfied with the answer. I'll come in. I've already arranged it. This afternoon, if you're available. She said it in a tone that acknowledged the strangeness of the sentence if you're available, given that she had effectively rearranged his morning. Sophie's at a neighbor's for the afternoon anyway. Good. Then, more carefully. Liam, I want to be honest with you about something. I am very good at being in control of situations. It's not an affectation. It's how I function. This morning I was not in control of the situation. And you were. And that is not a dynamic I've experienced very often. She stopped. I'm not sure what to do with it. He thought about the diner, and the way her smile had passed through her whole face. You don't have to do anything with it, he said. Not yet. A silence. All right, she said. Her name was Patricia Hargrove, and she was 51. And she had the manner of someone who had spent enough time in
You back, Fitbo?
or stopped needing to perform authority.
Yeah.
So do you think he's going to jail or staying in jail?
What'd you say?
Do you think he's going to stay in jail or no?
He can do a little time, but he ain't do the whole 35.
He's going to do a couple of years?
They're trying to get a reappeal.
So now they got a thing where if you defend yourself, if you defend yourself, you can get thrown in jail for that for years.
If you black and white doing it.
More so if you black.
If a black person doing it to a white person, you could get put in jail.
Unless you got lawyers like Go Mike do.
Because you went to, cause the jury had no blacks on the jury.
He didn't have no lawyers either. His lawyers probably sucked. He probably had some bum ass lawyers. You gotta have great lawyers at all. You have to have great lawyers. So that when you're put in these predicaments, you got a greater chance to win. This nigga probably got some bum ass lawyers. If he had Goat Mike lawyers, he'd have been. You know what? He would have got. He still would have got time, but it wouldn't. It wouldn't have been. It might have been just 5 months. Definitely not years.
You've been doing some
35
years.
years wouldn't even been brought up.
You wouldn't get no months
Hell
for no
no.
murder.
And sell it, bro. When you got lawyers like what Mike do, if I'm in self defense, the only reason why I even got 5 months is because the guy was talking crazy, and I started beating his ass with a bat. That's why I got 5 months. But I'm saying, if he put his hands on me, or he made me feel threatened, and I just went and attacked him, I would have got 5 months only. Might have got nothing. But I'm just saying, for a few years, I mean, you should be allowed to commit murder. If somebody is making you feel threatened, and they say it was more than one guy, even if it's one guy, if you try to make me feel threatened, I have the right to attack.
They took
I have that
plus
right.
they took the judge that gave him a bail. They took that judge off the case. And the judge they gave, they was using his dad, and the judge was friends.
You could pay off the damn judge. You could pay the judge off.
The judge and him was the one who got killed. His dad and the judge is friends.
Yeah, but the point, yeah, but Fambo, money to change people. If you offer the right amount of money, that motherfucker judge gonna, man, that motherfucker judge gonna say, look, I love you, bro, but I'm gonna throw that shit out.
It depends on the judge, because some judges ain't money hungry.
No, but there's more than just paying the judge. There's other ways you can go about it as well. There's a whole lot of things you can do to get out of these type of situations. But the thing is, you got to be smart enough to execute in these situations. In these situations, if you don't got the right people in your corner, and you got to go to court in this situation, you're fucked. He just might get 35 years or at least 10 years because he don't got the right people in his corner. I had the right people in my corner. That's why I only got 5 months. And I had a damn weapon.
What color the person was?
White.
What is it, a
I was
trial?
swinging the hell out of that damn bat.
Was it a trial?
I don't quite remember all the details of it. I just know when I got to court, they read off everything. They said, "Hey, man, you could easily get at least a couple years in jail because you got to think assault with weapon, causing somebody to get paralyzed. Well, almost paralyzed. He didn't get paralyzed, but I almost paralyzed him. I could have easily got 2 to 3 years, give or take, maybe longer because I am black. But I'm just saying, like, when you get the right people in your corner, you can win a lot of shit. I'm telling you. It's all about who's in your corner. That's all this shit comes down to. You gotta have a lot of things in your corner. You can't have no bum ass niggas in your corner. going out killing somebody. How did they know he even got killed? How did you? Okay, so if it's one against how many people was it? It was one against how many?
It was four people. Four other people was under the tent with them.
Okay, so he should have just ran because if it's four against one, even though he's in the right, the other three people that didn't get killed, they probably were witnesses and say, hey, this guy he killed him for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like when it's one against four, that's a bad spot to be in because even if you're in the right, it's one. You know what I mean? You still got three against. The odds are tilting towards the four against one. I ain't gonna take that odd. I would have just ran. I wouldn't even let myself be in that spot.
But if it was raining. That's why they was under the tent because it was raining.
Why was you under the tent to do what?
It was raining because it was at a track meet race, but it started raining. Everybody started going under tents. A lot of tents was full. Then somebody called them here, told him to come on over here because he was invited to the tent. But when the trial, a lot of people changed the whole story. Cause like when I was running track, and plus when he was running, when it started raining, you go into the tent, but it have they always have somebody under there, adult, but they had no adults underneath none of the tents. It wasn't organized
So
right.
I want to go. I want to go in no fucking tent. Hell no. My ass would have gone back in the building. I would have took my ass right to the motherfucking entrance and walked in that motherfucker. Why the fuck am I in a tent with a bunch of crazy motherfuckers? Stupid.
You couldn't go back.
Some
You couldn't go in the building.
situations.
They was at a track. They was racing, running track. That's what everybody was. But it started raining. Everybody started going under the tents.
Man, I ain't going in no motherfucking tent with nobody. Hell no.
But you just stayed down
Too
and get
much can
wet.
happen. Huh?
You stayed out there getting wet.
I rather stay out there and get wet than be in a spot with a bunch of motherfuckers. And I don't know what the fuck, but like that's too much testosterone in one fucking spot. No, we all in the same motherfucking tent. I rather get rain to the fucking ground than be around a bunch of motherfuckers and something break out. Hell no. It's like a bunch of niggas being in the same locker room. Don't work. Something gonna happen. I'd rather get wet. The hell you under the damn tent with all these niggas for? Then he probably got some dumbass lawyers. So yeah, his life over with.
Cause that's why his lawyer's trying to get an appeal. Cause like they found out the judge and the father was friends. He supposed to be on that case. If you friend with somebody, you can't do that case. You're not supposed to do that case. You're supposed to pass it on to somebody else.
But how come the lawyers didn't know this beforehand? How can you know afterhand? You supposed to know beforehand. You supposed to have people who supposed to investigate and see what's what. Like for example, if I was going to court, right? I got people that would investigate the judge, see who the judge is, and see okay who they related to, who their friends are, who their family is. My damn lawyers would not found this out after the fact. After the fact ain't gonna help you. You should have found this out beforehand and had this judge, taking off the case. You found out after the fact, and now you fucked after the fact. It's terrible. Whatever lawyer he got, he trash. Whatever he got in his corner, he awful. They don't know what they doing. Terrible corner.
Made with certified clean, high-quality ingredients, delicious and organic bars make it easier than ever to honor your intentions. Trust what you
I'm trying to get Texas on now.
We're doing truth or dare in public. It's a dare. Tell the story of how you lost your e-card.
Don't choke me too hard. No, but then the other. Oh, yes, and take time for me to sit down. Don't bite it.
Don't bite it.
Don't bite it. Take time for it to sit down. Somebody.
Yo, so watch out. Today we are doing truth or dare in a public book, beach edition. You see me? So we're gonna make the ladies them take them beer. So you know what this stuff. You see me? What is up on the beach today? You see me? We'll get them reaction and see what going on. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, follow me on Instagram, _. Yeah, give 7 channels of my God. All right, so I'm here with Ariana. Ariana is a nice looking lady. What brought you to Jamaica?
Just vacation.
Yes. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to have them rate your outfit for today. All right, so you're going to give me a hand. And you're going to do a 360 but with the vibes. Ready? Go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll let you do our next one. God, Jesus, baby. Come again. Stop right here. Can I see? Hola, baby. Yeah. So not 30. All right, I want to know. Your first question is, right? I want to know what's your type in guys.
Dark skinned man.
Why?
I just love her. I don't know.
I love them. Should I say Michael? I don't have anything to do.
Wait, repeat. I'm sorry.
My color isn't good enough.
You okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
You just prefer dark.
Yeah, I do.
You just can't handle light skins.
No, I can. They do too much.
What? No, chill, nigga. Yeah, we'll get to know me, baby. All right, so what's enough? The next question is, right? What's one thing a nigga shouldn't do during sex?
I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head.
Like something you'd be like, oh no, I don't want that to ever happen to me, or no, I want it to happen again. But I say no, fuck no. Turn it up.
Try and put it in my. You can't put it in my.
No, so I said no. Burn up. Get up. Burn up. All right. So what's one thing a nigga shouldn't say while he's,
I don't know.
So you'd be like everything you've been hearing. So.
Yeah.
That's fine. How many inches is enough for you?
8 and up.
Oh my God. So what's wrong with like the 6 and 3 to 4?
Well, I mean, technically, it don't matter about this. Like, it's the motion of the ocean, but I do prefer 8 and up.
You want a big thing?
Yes.
Yeah, you got money, is it though? Can you handle it?
Hell yeah, I can. Sure. I promise. Positive, I can.
Alright, how long can you ride for? This one. It's a last break you are like, look at you can handle it.
Probably a good 10 minutes. I love food.
Why?
I'm so serious.
Chris?
Yes.
No, good.
I do Pilates, so my knees are strong.
Oh, so you can.
But yeah.
Alright, so today we're doing truth or dare in public. So you're gonna pick something, whatever it says, you're gonna do it. Ready? Go.
What happened to truth?
Truth is in there, truth and dare is in it. So like you could get a truth, you could get a truth, you could get a dare. So let's see if we could understand what this person writes. Let your it says dare, let your
They all say the same thing.
No, they're
You're
not.
not fooling me.
This one. See? Different stuff. You got one. Alright, so read what it says to the camera.
It says like
Alright, 10 seconds. So you're gonna do it for 10 seconds. Ready? Set, go. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's your Instagram?
Ariana Arthurton. ARIANNA ARTHURTON.
Alright, no problem. Alright, want to find her? Alright.
No good.
Alright, so I'm here with
Miss Jackson.
Miss Jackson. Looks so good, bro. Like she's so nice, bro. I want to say everybody tea got this coffee. I tell her. You see me? Miss Jackson, I'll give them a 360 for me. Okay. And then we're gonna read the outfit. We can't outfit nice. So y'all give me a hand. I'm gonna do it. Okay, alright, bro. Ready? Set. Roy. Alright, stop right there, sir. Can you clap?
Oh, just some salsa.
Calm down, you shoot. I choose new clinical enamel strength because there's clinical evidence to support that it does strengthen the enamel. Cuddle and save on insurance with the itty bitty.
The line is bundle and save on insurance with Liberty Mutual.
It doesn't make any sense. I have puppets.
Put the puppies down.
I can't. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty.
Alright. Oh, you pull up vibes. I like that. First question of the day is right. Want to know like what's one thing a nigga shouldn't say during sex? So we'll be like, nah, fuck no.
Is this good?
Huh?
Is it?
Is it like ask you?
Yeah, don't ask me. Because if it's bad,
So like the scenario like that happened to you?
yeah, it's a scenario. Like sometimes y'all go copy.
Yeah.
Have copy.
No.
You know what I'm saying? A waste of my body.
Yeah.
Don't ask me. If you want to check out your chop, ask me.
Jano. All right. So what's one thing a man shouldn't do during sex?
I should not.
Should not do.
Oh, what's first one?
Shouldn't say.
Shouldn't say. Should not do.
Yeah.
Ooh, don't slap too hard.
Why?
It hurts.
I mean,
I don't like it.
so say not like when they get rough.
Yeah, my mom rough up. Just don't get me wrong. My mom rough up. But you know what? Too much.
So like,
Don't choke me too hard. No, but then
yeah.
Don't give me the extra.
Don't get extra.
Don't give me
Take shot.
Oh yes, and take time for the tissue though.
What do you mean like?
Take time. We are not gonna squeeze it, but don't bite it.
Don't bite it.
Don't bite it. Take time for it.
So the next question before we get to what we're doing today, right? Okay. I want to know, like, what's one of the freakiest things you have ever done that you want to do? Something that you haven't done that you want to do?
I don't want to say that in public.
Oh, that's too much. Okay, all right. That's all I want to do.
That's all, lady.
Oh, I'm not lying. So, Ms. Jackson, we're playing a game today. We're doing truth or dare in public. So, anything you pick up this chat. Come here, baby. Come here. Anything you pick out that one?
Oh, no.
Yes, man. That's what we are doing today. Yes, anything you pick out this man, you're going to have to do it. Yeah, so you're going to read it. Or I might read it for you. Depends on how we first, right? I'm not sure them, right? Choose them. All right. Yeah, shake up the one, guys. Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. Listen. Hopefully we can understand it. Listen, it's a deer. Tell the story of how you lost your e card. Why you that, baby?
I'm so sorry, mommy and daddy.
Yeah, how you lost?
I'm grown now, but I apologize. I'm an adult.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Kill it.
Oh my god, bro.
XPS. There's nothing like extra time to play. Enjoy a complimentary third night of eligible bookings at select properties through MX Travel. There's nothing like playing.
One of the most iconic groups in hip hop history. Fresh off the announcement of their upcoming induction into the 2026 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and gearing up for their upcoming final chamber tour. Please welcome Staten Island's own Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah, yo, we're the motherless fuckers. Yo, space, catch the blast of a high burst. My black burst, we don't know how something works. I go from rocks, I can never contest. Your head goes, you got like the gypsy best.
Yeah, she can go right. It's fucking with me though. I got, you know what I'm saying? Like the video, nigga. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
How are you?
Oh, you doing good? Chilling. Storm. Storm. Got something there.
Louisiana.
Louisiana. I was gonna say, how long you been in Louisiana? This your first name?
Yeah.
Storm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. How many kids you get?
None.
None. How old you get?
19.
Oh, you 19. Oh God. Hopefully, nah,
It's okay. It's okay. It's alright.
Nah, you good. Can I get a 360?
The fragrance destination.
About Giant or Zaxby's Giant Wraps? So Giant, they need their own window. Who's got the sauce?
Bonkers.
Okay. Oh, you got this.
Bonkers is not liable to the actions we are at. Sorry. Really good snacky snacks for dogs. Better when it's bonkers.
See that USA in your Chevrolet. America's asking you to call. Drive your Chevrolet through the USA.
It's a ship. Those flashes of light, those words, it's nothing like any spacecraft I've ever seen. Humanity is alone in the universe, and I'm just with our neighbors.
Where you go? Okay. What made you pick your outfit out? Like, you really pick, so you changed your outfit?
Let's go ahead and car.
Okay. 19, you stay out here?
Frisco.
Frisco? Yeah. To the left, to the left. I'm gonna go to the left though. But listen,
It's okay.
listen though, I can quote with you as a friend though. I feel like you cool as hell as a friend. Hey, she's to the right, bro.
To the right.
To the right.
All right, man, you to the right.
She's to the right. She's to the right. Nah, I fuck with that shit, bro. Hey, we taking a break. All right, we good. Let's take a shot. Take a shot. Take a shot.
I'm good. Hey, Cordo said. Take a shot, nigga. Cause you did way right, nigga. I'm just trying to make sure. Okay.
Look,
I'm trying to see what's going on.
I just want to learn more about her. Okay. You see
Too much liquor. That was too much liquor.
Bro, stop. It ain't even like that, bro. Like, she cool. Like,
so how y'all feeling right now? Like, based upon what's been coming in. You been waiting.
Yeah, you got some cool shit. You got some bad shit, man. I ain't gonna
I'm just trying to make sure, bro. I got some hoes coming along. I'm gonna tell the nigga move up.
How you doing?
Good.
What's your name?
Rain.
Rain.
Yeah.
Where you from, Rain?
Italy.
You from Italy?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
You from Italy?
Yeah.
When you don't speak Italian? You don't know how to speak Italian? How you from Italy?
Well, I was born there, and then I stayed there for some years.
How long you was there?
Like 4 years.
Okay. And then you moved here? When you come out here?
Like when I was 6 or 7.
Okay. So you're from out here, basically?
Not really. I only
6,
came
7?
here after I turned like 12.
You still be going though? You still be going to Italy?
Not really. I'm going back this summer now. I'm gonna stay.
I can come with you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go right. The way he's talking, I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna go right. Yeah, you cool. Okay. Your toes done too, like. Yeah. Hey, everybody's toes.
Everybody should be good.
I'm looking at everybody's toes. All their toes been done, man. Hey, like, everybody's toes been done.
All right, bet. All right, bet. Even the last one. The maintenance be for real though. They don't be getting that shit. Nah, for real. Hey, let me get this.
That's all that matters, man. That's all that matters. Oh God. Hold on. Quiet on set.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Ashley.
Ashley?
Yes.
I got one question, and that's the only question we finna ask the whole time you do. You freak?
I'm a Scorpio, so what
Are
does
you
that
a
say?
freak?
I mean, yeah.
Right. We going right, man. We going right. Hey, man, I forgot her name.
She said free. Scorpio. Like the video, nigga.
Hey, listen. One by one. I don't want to.
Hold on, before you start. You good? I got you. 3, 2, 1. I ain't gonna lie. My nigga in control the traffic.
Oh,
He said, fuck that. Let's do it.
What's her name?
Kaya.
Kaya. Stop being shy. Look
Kaya.
when you talking. Look when you talking.
This nigga sauce.
What's your name?
Kaya.
Kaya. How old are you? 21. What's your name?
Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Oh yeah, you from Mississippi? What part?
Chris Springs.
For real? That's crazy. I'm from like Brandon, Jackson area. Like, you know.
It's like 27.
No, it's not. It's like 30. It ain't that far.
No.
Why you don't want to smile?
Hey, look.
Left. Why y'all laughing? Why y'all laughing?
I ain't gonna say left. I'm gonna say right because he's from the same place I'm from. I fuck with
She
you.
so.
Yeah, you rep that city. I fuck with it. I fuck with it. You right. Nah, come back. I'm gonna go left.
Like the video.
I'm gonna go left, man.
She gone.
Not the toast. Right.
She hit the toasties.
I ain't never seen her hit the toast.
Hey, y'all ready?
She knows what she's doing. All right, come on, best friend.
Bestie.
I want the thick one. Hey, look, I'm gonna go right.
Right.
I'm going right.
Chicago.
Yeah.
He already right.
I'm gonna go right.
But you gotta still get your answer, bitch.
No. Everything wrong. No box to the left. That shit, bro. Oh God, like big. Oh. They got white toes. You got white nail polish.
Oh, bro. I think y'all niggas jinxed me, bro. Because as soon as y'all said that was green, 2 of them wasn't green. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, them toes said a lot. I'm gonna do them.
Hey,
they cool though. They cool as fuck.
Hell no, you gotta do what you gotta do, bitch.
She cool though.
See?
What? Nah, it's the morning back. Where the fuck they go?
Got 2 left, y'all. They said they got it. That's what they told me before they got here. Yeah.
Hey, one by one.
Go to the blue tape.
One by one. Hey, right. Right. My name? Damn, bro. Yeah. Nah, gang. Fuck it. Niggas can throw the fuck in these say shit, gang. Right. Hey, right. Now, what we doing, nigga? What we doing? Good? We right. It's still right, though, right? It's still right. That's it. That's it. All right, so, hey, how y'all feel about the first round? Y'all found some shit y'all leave with tonight, though. For sure. There's a couple. Hey, look. This yours, you good, nigga. Look, nigga. My bad. Listen, bro, in real life, gonna say some couple shit that I'll fuck. I swear to God, it was just gonna say that. It was just gonna say that. I know he was, but it's some big shit, bro. There's some cool shit like that. All right, big. So I ain't gonna lie, bro. Basically, how this round two gonna go. Hey, hold on. I said 3, 2, 1. Basically, y'all how this round two gonna go, bro. All the girls that y'all see them right. They're gonna come in. I told you to write 2 questions, but if they only got one, this is a real good question. I ask y'all a question, then they're gonna be able to limit it. So they want to stay or they want to go. But at the end of the day, though, yeah, so you can't really get mad at one of the same. You know me. Gotta get ready though. Right, let me get the first lady, man. Let's get straight to it.
Toe fungus. Not the one, right? This is the new Fungi Cure Night Cream. It's a 2-in-1 formula that cures toe fungus and also helps soothe and soften the skin with aloe and shea butter. And I've been using it as a part of my nighttime routine. Starts curing toe fungus in as little as 4 weeks. I like that it works while I sleep. It feels really soothing. going on, and my toes are already starting to feel softer after just a few days. Find Funny Cure Night Cream at Walmart.
Trucks. And then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% APR for 5 years on 2026 Sierra 1500 models.
The summer of play is at main event. New games, all out summer. Buy a $20 arcade game card, get another $20 card free. Main event. Do something awesome together.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Good.
Oh, my question. Why is 3 kids and being 24 bad?
I never said it was bad.
Oh no, it made it seem like it was bad. And then my second question.
Okay, before. What age did you have your first kid?
19.
Okay, that's cool.
And then my second question would be, where do you guys see yourself in 5 years?
5 years.
Mm-hmm.
More money.
Let's not know. Let's not know.
I see myself with him, a lot of money and I feel myself out there in a whole nother time.
5 years, that's what, 2031? I see myself, I see myself on a rapper level, like real life, fucking like rappers, like on a rapper level, but not like really rapping, but on a rapper level. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. 5 years, yeah.
So, based on your answer, what you guys, you staying or you leaving?
Oh, I get the pick. Okay. I was like, yeah.
Yeah. See what I say? You say, bro, they all stand, man. And not leaving. Hey, let me get the name later. Let's do it. We're running through this so fast. Too quick. You ready, friend? Let's do it. It's your shit right here. Let's do it. I want to hear some good questions. Good question, man. Good question. Some shit I never heard before.
So, are y'all really single, or is somebody that don't play about you? I'm asking you. Yeah.
You knew them questions.
Right. You know a good question. That's a good question. Are you really single, or is there somebody who don't play about you?
It's somebody that don't play about me.
Who is it? Your baby mama?
No, I don't have no kids.
You ain't got no kids? How long you been fooling with her? How long you been talking to her? One question. I guess. That was it. That was the last one. How long you been talking to her?
I got a relationship.
Oh, you got a girlfriend. Oh,
I got a relationship.
okay.
Yeah. So, based upon these answers, do you got a question for Logan, bro?
You affiliated somewhere.
Okay. He what? Or he what?
He affiliated.
What you mean by that?
That's somebody I know. So.
No. What you mean by that?
He's affiliated with somebody I know. I was just in your section, like not too long ago.
So you feel like you pulled somebody?
Right.
You got somebody?
I don't know if he got somebody. Do you?
So what you mean by affiliated?
He's affiliated with somebody I know.
Okay, cool.
So, like, based on that,
I mean, I'm staying. I'm staying.
you don't give a fuck.
Okay, fuck.
One more question. Ask one, yeah. Ask one. You good, gang?
Yeah.
Who you like?
Who I like?
Yeah.
You.
Okay.
And
you staying?
I'm staying. Yeah.
Since she's staying, she ain't leaving. She don't give a fuck about no real shit. Got a bad bitch. It's she eating dick. No, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, let me tell you. Hey, let me get the next lady, though.
The rain had finally stopped, leaving the suburban street slick and reflective under the streetlights. Nathan Crawford loosened his tie as he stepped out of the car service, exhausted from another 18-hour day at Crawford Technologies. At 42, he'd built an empire from nothing, but lately the victories felt hollow. His penthouse downtown stood empty most nights, so he'd bought this modest house in a quiet neighborhood 6 months ago, thinking a change of scenery might fill the void that success had carved into his life. It was nearly midnight when he noticed the small figure, standing on the sidewalk in front of the house next door. A little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, with blonde curls escaping from messy braids. She wore a pink dress under a beige jacket, her small feet in worn sneakers. She stood there in the damp evening, wringing her hands and looking up at his house with an expression of desperate hope. Nathan's exhaustion vanished, replaced by immediate concern.
Sweetheart, are you okay?
Where are your parents? The little girl's eyes, wide and blue, and far too worried for someone so young, fixed on him. Are you the man who lives in the big house? She asked, her voice small but determined. I live here, yes, Nathan said, glancing at the modest 2-story home behind him. Big was relative, he supposed. What's wrong? Are you lost? No, I live right there. She pointed to the house next door, a small single story with peeling paint and a sagging porch. Nathan had barely noticed it in the 6 months he'd lived here. Always arriving late and leaving early, too consumed with work to pay attention to his neighbors. Our door is broken. Mommy's scared. Can you fix it? Nathan knelt down to the child's level, his expensive suit touching the wet pavement. Your door is broken? What happened? A bad man came, the little girl said, her voice trembling slightly. He was yelling at Mommy about money. He pushed the door really hard, and now it won't close right. Mommy put a chair against it, but she's crying, and I'm scared too. Tears began rolling down her round cheeks. She told me to stay in my room, but I heard her crying, and I thought maybe you could help because you look strong and your house has good lights. Nathan's jaw tightened. A bad man, a broken door, a frightened mother and child in the middle of the night. What's your name, sweetheart? Emma, she said. Emma Rose Taylor. I'm 4 years old? Well, Emma Rose Taylor, I'm Nathan. And yes, I can absolutely help fix your door. But first, let's go talk to your mommy, okay? She's probably very worried about you being outside. Emma nodded and slipped her small hand into his with complete trust. The simple gesture hit Nathan somewhere deep in his chest. When had anyone trusted him so completely, so immediately? In his world, every handshake came with contracts and contingencies, every agreement hedged with lawyers and fine print. The front door of Emma's house hung slightly ajar. The frame splintered around the lock. Nathan could see the chair wedged against it from inside. He knocked gently. Hello, ma'am? My name is Nathan Crawford. I live next door. Emma came to get me. She said you needed help with your door. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of the chair being moved. The door opened to reveal a young woman, probably in her late 20s, with light brown hair pulled back in a ponytail and eyes red from crying. She wore jeans and a simple sweater, and the moment she saw Emma, relief flooded her face, followed immediately by fresh tears. Emma, oh my God, Emma, you can't just leave the house. She scooped her daughter up, holding her tight. I told you to stay in your room. You scared me so much. I'm sorry, Mommy, Emma said, patting her mother's face. But the door is broken and you were crying. I remembered the man next door. His house has good lights, so I thought he could help. The woman looked at Nathan over her daughter's head, embarrassment and desperation warring in her expression. I'm so sorry. I'm Rachel. Rachel Taylor. I didn't even know anyone had moved in next door. I work 2 jobs and I'm barely home and... She stopped, took a breath. I'm sorry. You don't need my life story. Thank you for bringing Emma back. I'll figure out the door. Nathan could see her hands shaking as she held her daughter. He could see the fear still lingering in her eyes, the exhaustion in every line of her body. Ms. Taylor, Rachel, I have some tools in my garage. Let me take a look at the door. It's not safe for you and Emma to spend the night with a broken lock. I can't ask you to do that. It's midnight. You just got home from work. You didn't ask, Emma did. And she was very persuasive. Nathan offered a small smile. Please. It'll take 20 minutes and then you can both sleep safely tonight. Rachel hesitated, then nodded. Okay, thank you. Really, thank you. Nathan retrieved his tools from the garage, a comprehensive set he'd bought when he purchased the house but had never actually used. Too busy to do any of the home improvement projects he'd vaguely planned. He examined the door frame, noting the way it had been forced open, the splintered wood around the deadbolt. This was deliberate, he said carefully, keeping his voice low so Emma wouldn't hear. Rachel had settled her daughter on the couch with a blanket and a stuffed animal. Someone kicked this door open. Rachel, have you called the police? Rachel's face tightened. The man who did it was my ex-husband, Derek. He's Emma's father. Technically, though he gave up that right when he left us 2 years ago. He showed up tonight demanding money, said I owed him for some imaginary debt. When I told him to leave, he got aggressive. She wrapped her arms around herself. I told him I'd call the police if he didn't go, and he left, but not before kicking the door. I can't actually afford to call the police. If there's a domestic dispute on record, my landlord might use it as an excuse to evict us. This neighborhood isn't great, but the rent is manageable and I can't afford to move. Nathan felt anger rising in his chest, not at Rachel, but at the system that made a woman choose between safety and housing, at the man who terrorized his own family, at the unfairness of it all. Let me fix this tonight. Tomorrow I'll have a security company come install a proper deadbolt and a camera. And if Derek comes back, you call me first, then the police. I'll make sure you don't get evicted. I can't accept that, Rachel protested. The security system alone would cost... Nothing you need to worry about, Nathan interrupted gently. Rachel, I run a technology company. Security systems are what we do. This is literally the easiest thing in the world for me to arrange. Please, let me do this. For Emma, if not for yourself. Rachel looked at her daughter, now dozing on the couch despite the night's excitement, clutching her stuffed animal. Okay, she whispered. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. You don't need to repay me. You just need to be safe. Nathan worked for the next hour, reinforcing the door frame, installing a temporary lock that would hold until morning, making sure the door was secure. Rachel watched, occasionally handing him tools, and they talked in low voices. She told him about working as a waitress during the day and cleaning offices at night, about Emma's daycare that was cheap but not great, about student loans from a nursing degree she'd had to abandon when Derek left and she became a single mother. I keep thinking I'll get back to it, Rachel said. The nursing degree. But there's never time, never money for the classes I need to finish. I'm just trying to keep us afloat right now. Emma deserves better than this. She gestured at the small, sparse living room. She deserves a safe home, good schools, opportunities. Instead, she has a scared mother and a broken door. She has a mother who loves her enough to work 2 jobs, Nathan said firmly. A mother who's doing everything she can. That's not nothing, Rachel. That's everything. It doesn't feel like enough. Nathan set down his drill and looked at her directly. I built a billion-dollar company from a garage startup. I have more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes. I have a big house and expensive cars and people who jump when I say jump. And you want to know what I don't have? Anyone who needs me. Anyone who depends on me. Anyone who looks at me the way Emma looks at you, like you hung the moon and stars. He paused. I'm not saying your situation isn't hard. I'm saying you're doing something that matters more than anything I've ever done. Don't diminish that. Rachel's eyes filled with tears. Thank you for saying that. And thank you for this. She gestured at the door. You didn't have to help us. Yes, I did, Nathan said simply. Because it's the right thing to do. And because I've spent 6 months in that house next door. And I didn't even know you existed. I didn't know Emma existed. I've been so buried in work and my own isolation that I forgot to pay attention to the world right outside my door. You're reminding me how to do that. When Nathan finally finished and the door was secure, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Emma had fallen fully asleep on the couch. Rachel walked him to the door, exhaustion and gratitude mixing in her expression. The security company will be here at 9, Nathan said. I'll make sure they have everything they need. And Rachel, if Derek comes back or if you need anything at all, I'm right next door, day or night. Why are you doing this? Rachel asked softly. You don't know us. We're just neighbors you'd never even met. Nathan thought about his empty house, his empty life, the way Emma's small hand had felt in his, trustingly, hopefully. Maybe I'm tired of having everything and nothing at the same time, he said. Maybe I needed someone to remind me what actually matters. Emma did that tonight. True to his word, Nathan had a security team at Rachel's house at 9 the next morning. He'd called in favors, pulled strings, and by noon, Rachel's house had a new reinforced door, smart locks, a comprehensive security system with cameras and motion sensor lights. The team worked efficiently and professionally. And when Rachel tried to discuss payment, they smiled and said it had all been handled. Nathan stopped by that evening after work, earlier than usual, deliberately coming home at 6 instead of midnight. Emma answered his knock with a huge smile. "Mr. Nathan." The doorman came. "They put in cameras and everything." She grabbed his hand and pulled him inside to give him a tour of all the new security features, explaining each one with the seriousness of a 4-year-old expert. Rachel emerged from the kitchen, looking more rested than she had the night before. "Nathan, this is too much. The system they installed is probably worth—" "Don't," Nathan interrupted gently. "Please. This is my gift to you and Emma. Call it a welcome to the neighborhood present. 6 months late, the most expensive welcome present in history." Rachel muttered, but she smiled. "Stay for dinner?" "It's just spaghetti, but it's the least I can do." Nathan found himself saying yes before he could think of all the reasons he should say no. Dinner was simple: spaghetti with sauce from a jar, garlic bread, a salad. Emma chattered throughout the meal, telling Nathan about her day at daycare, about her best friend Sophia, about the picture she'd drawn of a house with good lights and a strong man who fixed doors. "That's you," Emma explained, showing him the crayon drawing. "That's your house. I made it happy because you're nice." Nathan looked at the simple drawing, a house with exaggerated windows full of yellow light, a stick figure man with a smile, a smaller stick figure holding his hand. He couldn't remember the last time anyone had drawn him a picture, had thought of him as someone worth commemorating in art. "This is the best gift I've received in a very long time," he said seriously. "May I keep it?" Emma nodded enthusiastically. "You can put it on your refrigerator. That's where the important pictures go." Over the following weeks, Nathan found himself spending more time at home, more time next door with Rachel and Emma. He'd stop by after work with takeout, insisting they were doing him a favor by saving him from eating alone. He'd play with Emma while Rachel caught up on rest or paperwork. He'd help with small repairs around the house, a leaky faucet, a stuck window, loose cabinet hinges. Rachel gradually opened up about her struggles. The daycare was raising rates again. Her car needed repairs she couldn't afford. The nursing program she'd abandoned required 2 more years of classes, and she had no idea how to manage that while working and raising Emma. "What if I helped?" Nathan found himself saying one evening after Emma had gone to bed. They sat on Rachel's small porch, the security lights casting a gentle glow. "Not charity," he added quickly, seeing her stiffen. "An investment. You finish your nursing degree, get a better paying job with better hours, and you pay me back over time. Think of me as a private student loan with a much better interest rate than the banks offer." "Nathan, that's tens of thousands of dollars." "I spend more than that on a car I barely drive," Nathan said. "Rachel, I'm not being noble here. I'm being selfish. These past few weeks, coming home to you and Emma, having dinner and conversations, and someone who actually cares if I had a good day, it's the happiest I've been in years. Let me invest in your future, because your future has become important to me. Both of you have become important to me." Rachel looked at him for a long moment. "You really mean that?" "I really do." "Okay," she said softly, "but I will pay you back. Every cent. That matters to me." "Deal," Nathan agreed. "Though I should warn you, my interest rate includes regular dinner invitations and Emma's artwork for my refrigerator." Rachel laughed, the sound warm and genuine. "I think we can manage that." The nursing program accepted Rachel's application for the spring semester. Nathan hired a tutor to help her brush up on prerequisites. He arranged his work schedule to be home earlier so he could watch Emma while Rachel was at classes or her waitressing. Job she'd given up the night. Cleaning job to focus on school. Emma started calling him Mr. Nathan, and then just Nathan, and eventually, tentatively, Uncle Nathan. "Is that okay?" Rachel asked one evening when Emma had skipped off to play. "If she calls you that, I can ask her to stop if it makes you uncomfortable." "It's more than okay," Nathan said, his voice rough with emotion. "It's an honor." 6 months passed. Rachel excelled in her classes, her natural intelligence and work, ethic carrying her through the demanding program. Emma thrived with the stability. Her daycare upgraded to a better program that Nathan had researched and helped arrange. The neighborhood began to feel different to Nathan. Not just a place he slept, but a home. He knew the other neighbors now, the families with kids, the elderly couple 2 doors down who waved when they saw him. Derek showed up again one Saturday afternoon. Nathan was in Rachel's front yard, helping Emma plant flowers in a little garden they'd started. The security camera alerted him before Derek even reached the door. Nathan stood, positioning himself between Derek and the house. "Can I help you?" Nathan asked calmly. Derek was in his early 30s, with the hard look of someone who'd let bitterness consume him. "Who the hell are you? Where's Rachel?" "I'm a friend. Rachel's busy. You should leave." "That's my wife. That's my house." "No," Nathan said, his voice steel beneath the calm exterior. "Rachel is your ex-wife. This is her home, and you have a restraining order that says you need to stay at least 500 feet away. You're in violation right now." Derek's face reddened. "She told you about that?" "Man, this is none of your business. Everything that happens to Rachel and Emma is my business now," Nathan said. "You can leave voluntarily, or I can call the police and have you arrested for violating the restraining order. Your choice. You have 10 seconds to decide." Something in Nathan's voice, the absolute certainty, the authority of someone used to being obeyed, made Derek hesitate. He looked at Emma, who'd hidden behind Nathan's legs, then at the security cameras clearly visible on the house, then back at Nathan. "This isn't over," Derek muttered. "Yes, it is," Nathan replied. "You gave up your family. You don't get to come back and terrorize them when you feel like it. Leave now, or I make one call and your life gets much more complicated. I have lawyers who make careers out of ensuring people like you face consequences." Derek left. Nathan called the police anyway, filing a report, ensuring there was documentation. Then he called his legal team and had them look into strengthening Rachel's restraining order, making sure Derek understood that any further contact would result in immediate legal action. "You didn't have to do that," Rachel said later after Emma was asleep. "I could have handled it." "I know you could have," Nathan said. "But you shouldn't have to. Not anymore. Not when you have people who care about you." Rachel looked at him, and something shifted in her expression. "Nathan, can I ask you something? Why us? You could have anyone, do anything, go anywhere. Why are you spending your evenings in my tiny house? Watching Disney movies and eating simple dinners?" Nathan thought about how to answer, about how to explain the transformation of the past months. "Before Emma knocked on my door, I was successful, but I wasn't alive. I was going through motions, building empires, making money, and feeling absolutely nothing. I'd forgotten how to connect with people, how to care about anything beyond the next deal. Then a 4-year-old asked me to fix a door, and suddenly I remembered what it felt like to be needed, to matter in a way that had nothing to do with stock prices or market share." He paused, gathering courage. "But it's more than that now. Somewhere along the way, you stopped being the neighbor. I was helping and became the person. I couldn't imagine my life without you and Emma. You're my family now if you'll have me. Not an uncle or a friend or a neighbor, but something more. Something real." Rachel's eyes filled with tears. "Nathan, I'm not in your league. I'm a single mother working on a nursing degree, living in a rental house. You're a billionaire CEO who's completely in love with you," Nathan interrupted. "Who looks forward to coming home because you'll be there. Who wakes up smiling because I get to have breakfast with Emma. Who's finally figured out that success means nothing if you have no one to share it with." He took her hand. "I'm not asking you to change anything. I'm asking if I can be part of what you've already built. This family, this life. You don't need to move into my house or change who you are. I love who you are. I love Emma. I love this life we're building together." "You really mean that?" Rachel whispered. "I've never meant anything more." Rachel kissed him, soft and sweet and full of possibility. "I love you too," she said. "I've been scared to admit it. Scared it was too soon or too complicated or that I was reading everything wrong. But yes, you're part of this family. You have been for months." The evening rush at Riverside Bistro was just beginning to wind down. Claire Bennett wiped down the outdoor tables one more time. The sensible canvas sneakers she wore during her long shifts. At 26, she'd been working at the bistro for nearly 3 years, ever since. She'd moved to the city with dreams of becoming a teacher, only to find that paying rent while attending night classes was harder than she'd imagined. Claire had platinum blonde hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, and she wore the bistro's uniform, a crisp white button-down shirt beneath, a navy blue apron that tied at the waist, paired with black pants. The uniform was simple but professional, and Claire took pride in her. The rain came down in sheets across Interstate 40, the kind of relentless downpour that made even experienced drivers slow to a crawl. Jack Meadows had been driving trucks for 32 years, and he'd seen every kind of weather the road could throw at him. At 59, with silver threading through his dark hair and beard, he'd logged more miles than most people could imagine, crossing the country countless times in his big rig. Tonight he was hauling electronics from Tennessee to California, running a little behind schedule, but not worried. Jack had learned long ago that pushing too hard in bad weather was a good way to end up in a ditch or worse. Better to take it slow, arrive late, but arrive safe. The highway stretched ahead of him, his headlights cutting through the rain and darkness. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and traffic had thinned to almost nothing. Most sensible people had pulled off to wait out the storm. Jack was considering doing the same when his headlights caught something. That made him ease off the accelerator. People walking along the shoulder of the highway in this weather. Jack squinted through the rain-streaked windshield, hardly believing what he was seeing. A man and a woman, both soaked through, walking with hunched shoulders against the driving rain. Between them, 2 small children, boys. It looked like maybe 7 or 8 years old. One child wore a blue jacket and carried a backpack. That looked too heavy for his small frame. The other wore an olive green vest and clutched what appeared to be a duffel bag. The woman carried a bag slung over her shoulder. And even from this distance, Jack could see how exhausted they all looked. What in God's name were they doing out here? Jack pulled his truck onto the shoulder about 50 yards ahead of them, leaving his running lights on so they could see him. He grabbed his rain jacket from behind the seat and climbed down from the cab. The rain immediately soaking through his jeans despite the jacket, he walked back toward the family, who had stopped moving and were watching him with obvious wariness. Up close, Jack could see they were in even worse shape than he'd thought. The man was probably in his mid-30s, with dark stubble and exhaustion written across his face. He wore a denim jacket that was completely saturated, and his jeans were muddy up to the knees. He positioned himself slightly in front of the woman and children, protective, defensive. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s as well, with long dark hair plastered to her face and shoulders. She wore a dark jacket and looked like she was using every ounce of willpower just to stay standing. Her eyes met Jack's with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. The 2 boys were shivering, their lips tinged with blue. They clung to the adults, looking small and frightened and utterly miserable. "Folks," Jack called out over the sound of the rain, keeping his distance so he wouldn't seem threatening. "You all okay? Do you need help?" The man hesitated, clearly trying to decide if accepting help from a stranger on a dark highway was more dangerous than continuing to walk in the storm. "We're fine," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Car broke down a few miles back. We're trying to get to the next town." Jack looked at the children, who were quite obviously not fine, and then back at the man. "The next town is 15 miles from here. You're not going to make it in this weather. Not with kids. He softened his voice. I'm not here to cause trouble. Name's Jack Meadows. I've been driving trucks for over 30 years. And I've got 2 grown kids of my own. Let me at least give you a ride to the next truck stop. You can get warm, dry off, figure out your next move. The man and woman exchanged a look, having one of those silent conversations that couples have. Jack could see the exhaustion winning out over caution. I'm Daniel Torres, the man said finally. This is my wife, Maria, and our sons, Miguel and Carlos. He indicated each person as he spoke. We appreciate the offer. We've been walking for over 2 hours. 2 hours? Jack said, shocked. In this storm? With children? Come on, let's get you all in the truck before you catch pneumonia. He led them back to his rig, opened the passenger side, and helped first Miguel and then Carlos climb up into the cab. Maria followed, and Daniel came last. The cab of Jack's truck was spacious for a big. He'd paid extra for the extended cab with a small sleeping berth in the back, but it was still tight. Quarters with 5 people. Jack climbed back into the driver's seat and cranked up the heat. He pulled out a blanket he kept for emergencies and handed it to Maria. Here, wrap the boys in this. There are some towels in that compartment behind you. Thank you, Maria said, and her voice cracked with emotion. Thank you so much. As Jack eased the truck back onto the highway, he glanced over at his passengers. The boys were huddled under the blanket, pressed against their mother. Daniel sat nearest the door, dripping water onto the floor mat, his jaw tight with what might have been shame or worry or both. So, Jack said conversationally, what happened with your car? Engine just died, Daniel said. Started making a terrible noise, then stopped completely. Probably the transmission. It's been having problems for months. We didn't have money to fix it properly, and now he trailed off. Where were you headed? Jack asked. There was a pause, and then Maria answered. Phoenix. We were trying to get to Phoenix. Jack glanced at them in surprise. Phoenix? That's still over 1,000 miles from here. You were planning to drive straight through? We didn't have much choice, Daniel said quietly. I got a job offer there. Construction work. It's the best opportunity I've had in years. We packed up everything we could fit in the car and left 3 days ago. Left from where? Jack asked. North Carolina, Maria said. We've been living in a motel for the past 6 months after we lost our apartment. Daniel was working 2 jobs, but it wasn't enough to save up for a new place. When this job in Phoenix came through, better pay, better benefits, a chance to start over. We knew we had to take it, but we had to be there by Monday. Daniel starts work on Monday morning. Jack did some quick mental math. Today was Friday night. Even if everything had gone perfectly, it would have been a tight schedule. So when the car died, he prompted. We didn't know what to do, Daniel said. And Jack heard the frustration and defeat in his voice. We barely had enough money for gas and cheap food for the trip. We definitely don't have money to tow the car or fix it or rent another one. We sat there on the side of the road for an hour trying to figure out options. And then we decided to walk to the next town and see if there was a homeless shelter or a church or something. Somewhere the boys could at least be warm and dry while we figured things out. But it started raining harder, Miguel piped up, his small voice muffled by the blanket. And it got really dark. We were scared, Carlos added. There were big trucks going by really fast. Jack felt his chest tighten. These were good people, clearly. Hardworking people who'd been doing everything they could to build a better life for their family. And they'd been walking on the highway in the dark and rain because they'd simply run out of options. Well, Jack said, you're safe now. We'll get to the truck stop in about 20 minutes. They've got hot food, showers, a place to sit down and rest. We can't really afford, Daniel started, but Jack cut him off. My treat, he said firmly. When you have kids walking on a highway in a storm, money's not the issue. Safety is. They drove in relative silence for a while. The only sounds the drumming of rain on the truck's roof and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Jack's mind was working, turning over possibilities. He was scheduled to deliver his load in California in 3 days. His route took him through Arizona, right past Phoenix, as a matter of fact. He had a big rig with a spacious sleeper cab and an empty passenger seat. And these people desperately needed to get to Phoenix by Monday. It was probably crazy. He barely knew these people. Company policy was strict about unauthorized passengers. There were liability issues, safety concerns, a dozen good reasons to drop them at the truck stop and continue on his way. But Jack thought about his own kids, his daughter Sarah, now 32 and teaching school in Ohio, and his son Tommy, 28 and working as a paramedic in Texas. He thought about how, when they were young and he'd been struggling to make ends meet after his divorce, people had helped him. Neighbors who'd watched the kids when he had to work. Teachers who'd bought them school supplies with their own money. A boss who'd given him advances on his paycheck without hesitation. Kindness had gotten him through those hard years. Kindness and the willingness of strangers to see another person's need and respond to it. Listen, Jack said as they pulled into the truck stop. I've got an idea. Let's get you all warm and fed first, and then we'll talk about it. Inside the truck stop's diner, Jack ordered cheeseburgers, fries, and hot chocolate for everyone. The boys' eyes went wide at the sight of real food. Jack wondered when they'd last had a decent meal. Maria and Daniel tried to protest, but Jack waved them off. Eat, he said simply. We'll talk after. He watched them demolish the food. The boys eating with the single-minded focus of truly hungry children. Daniel and Maria ate more slowly, but Jack could see the relief on their faces, the way the hot food and warm air were reviving them. Finally, when everyone had finished eating and the boys were starting to yawn, Jack laid out his proposal. Here's what I'm thinking, he said. I'm heading to California with a delivery. My route takes me right through Phoenix. I've got room in my cab for passengers, and I've got a sleeper berth in the back where the boys could rest. If you're willing to ride in a truck for the next few days, I can get you to Phoenix by Sunday evening. That gives you a day to settle in before Daniel starts work on Monday. Daniel and Maria stared at him as if he'd just offered them $1 million. You do that? Maria said. You take us all the way to Phoenix? It's on my way, Jack said with a shrug. And it seems like a better option than leaving you here, trying to figure out how to cover 1,000 miles with no car and no money. But what about your company? Daniel asked. Won't you get in trouble for having passengers? I'll handle that, Jack said. Let me worry about the details. The question is whether you're comfortable riding with me for the next couple of days. Comfortable? Daniel said, and he laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. You just saved our lives. You bought us food. You're offering to drive us across the country. I think comfortable doesn't begin to cover it. Why are you doing this? Maria asked, searching Jack's face. You don't know us. We could be anyone. Jack thought about how to answer that. I've been driving trucks for a long time, he said finally, and I've learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is help someone when they need it. No questions, no conditions, just help. People did that for me when I needed it, when I was a single dad trying to raise 2 kids on a trucker's salary. I figure I'm just passing it along. Maria's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you so much. They left the truck stop an hour later, with the boys settled in the sleeper berth on a nest of blankets, already drifting off to sleep. Maria sat in the main passenger seat, and Daniel sat on the fold-down jump seat beside her. Jack eased the big rig back onto the highway, heading west into the gradually clearing night. Over the next 2 days, Jack learned the Torres family's story. Daniel had been a skilled carpenter before the economy tanked and construction. Jobs dried up. He'd taken whatever work he could find, warehouse jobs, landscaping, retail, but nothing paid enough to get ahead. Maria had been working as a home health aide, caring for elderly clients, but her hours had been cut when her agency lost contracts. They'd lost their apartment when the rent went up and they couldn't keep pace. The motel was cheaper than a new apartment would have been, but it meant they couldn't save for deposits and first month's rent. They'd been caught in a trap, working constantly but never earning quite enough to climb out of their situation. The job in Phoenix was with a company that built custom homes, the kind of skilled work Daniel had been trained for. The pay was good, the benefits were solid, and they'd already arranged temporary housing through a friend of a friend. It was their chance to start over, to build stability for their family, and they'd almost lost it because of a broken-down car on a rainy highway. Jack also learned about Miguel and Carlos, who were 7-year-old twins. Miguel was quiet and thoughtful, always watching and listening. Carlos was more talkative, asking questions about the truck, about where they were going, about everything. They were good kids, polite, well-behaved, clearly loved. The boys warmed up to Jack quickly, fascinated by the truck and the experience of riding so high above the road. Jack let them take turns sitting in the passenger seat, pointing out interesting trucks they passed, teaching them about road signs and trucker slang. He heard them giggle for the first time somewhere in New Mexico, and the sound made him smile. At night, they stopped at truck stops where Jack had regular connections. He arranged for the family to shower and rest properly, buying them dinner and breakfast. He called his daughter Sarah and told her what he was doing. "Dad, that's wonderful," she said. "That's exactly the kind of thing you've always done, seeing someone who needs help and just helping them." "I hope I'm doing the right thing," Jack admitted. "You are," Sarah said firmly. "Absolutely you are." On Sunday evening, as they crossed into Phoenix and the city lights spread out before them, Jack saw Daniel and Maria hold hands tightly, their faces reflecting hope and anxiety in equal measure. "This is it," Daniel said quietly. "This is where our new life starts." Jack helped them navigate to the address they'd been given, a modest apartment complex in a working class neighborhood. The friend who'd arranged their temporary housing was waiting, and there were emotional reunions and introductions. Jack unloaded the few bags the family had brought with them, refusing offers of payment he knew they couldn't afford anyway. "You've done so much for us," Maria said, hugging him tightly. "I don't know how to thank you." "You don't need to thank me," Jack said. "Just take care of your family. Make this fresh start work." "That's thanks enough." Miguel and Carlos both hugged him too, and Carlos said, "Will we ever see you again, Mr. Jack?" "Maybe," Jack said, ruffling the boy's hair. "I come through Phoenix pretty regularly. If I'm in the area, I'll look you up." He exchanged contact information with Daniel and Maria, then climbed back into his truck. As he pulled away, he looked in his mirror and saw the family standing together, waving. Daniel had his arms around his wife and sons, and even from a distance, Jack could see they were all crying, but they looked like happy tears. Jack continued on to California, made his delivery, and headed back east. Life returned to its normal rhythm of long drives, truck stops, and solitary meals. But something had shifted inside him. The loneliness he'd grown accustomed to felt different now, less like an inevitable condition and more like something he might be able to change. He started paying more attention to the people around him, fellow truckers, waitresses, families struggling with car trouble. He started offering help more readily, buying meals for people who looked hungry, giving rides to stranded travelers when it was safe to do so. Small acts of kindness that rippled outward. 3 months later, Jack's phone rang with an unknown Arizona number. He answered it to hear Daniel Torres's excited voice. "Jack, I've been trying to reach you. I wanted to give you an update." "Daniel," Jack said, genuinely pleased. "How are things going?" "Better than we ever imagined," Daniel said. "The job is great. I'm working on beautiful homes, doing the kind of craftsmanship I trained for. Maria found work as a school nurse. The benefits are incredible. We saved enough for our own apartment. The boys are doing great in school. Jack, we're doing it. We're actually making it work." "That's wonderful," Jack said, feeling warmth spread through his chest. "But here's the real reason I'm calling," Daniel continued. "My boss, the owner of the construction company, his name is Robert Hayes. He's opening a new division focused on disaster relief construction, building homes quickly for people who've lost everything in floods, fires, hurricanes. He needs someone to manage the logistics, supplies, transportation, coordination with relief agencies. It's a big job, and he's offering great pay and the chance to travel, but it needs someone who understands logistics, who knows trucking and transportation, who can handle complex schedules." Jack frowned, not sure where this was going. "Okay. I told him about you," Daniel said. "About how you helped us when we had nothing. About your years of experience driving, your knowledge of routes and regulations. Robert wants to meet you. He thinks you might be perfect for this job. And Jack, this isn't driving. This is management, planning, making a real difference for families in crisis. Would you be interested?" Jack sat in stunned silence. A new job, a chance to use his skills in a different way. Work that had real meaning, helping families rebuild after disasters. "I'm 60 years old," Jack said slowly. "I've been driving trucks my whole adult life. So you understand the work from the ground up," Daniel countered. That's exactly what Robert needs. Someone with practical knowledge, not just someone with a degree who's never actually been on the road. Come meet with him. What have you got to lose? 2 weeks later, Jack flew to Phoenix and met with Robert Hayes, a straight-talking man in his 50s, who ran his construction company with integrity and a genuine commitment to quality work. Daniel tells me you drove his family across several states when they had nowhere else to turn, Robert said. That tells me more about your character than any resume ever could. I need someone I can trust to handle the logistics for this relief division. Someone who will treat our clients, people who've lost everything, with respect and compassion. I think you might be that person. They talked for 2 hours about the job, the vision, the logistics. By the end, Robert had offered Jack the position, with a salary that was more than Jack had ever made as a trucker, plus benefits and the chance to make a genuine difference. Jack accepted on the spot. He gave notice to his trucking company, sold his personal truck, and moved to Phoenix. For the first time in decades, he wasn't living on the road. He had an apartment, regular hours, colleagues, and he had work that mattered. Coordinating the delivery of supplies to disaster zones, working with relief agencies, ensuring that families got the materials to rebuild their homes and their lives. Daniel and Maria became like family to him. He spent holidays with them, attended Miguel and Carlos's school. The fluorescent lights of the big box store hummed overhead, casting everything in that particular brightness unique to retail spaces during the holiday season. Christmas music played soft.
Summer Walker presents the Still Finally Over It tour with special.
Callan claims he doesn't go down on ladies, but I bet you'd eat me if I was covered in gravy.
Apparently, black people barbecues and white people barbecue.
How are you?
Isn't weed illegal?
You're not gonna call the cops on this barbecue too, right?
Why is this chicken so spicy?
You know you're not supposed to put raisins in the potato salad, right?
Did you? Why?
You never heard me back that ass up? Can you back that ass up?
You think I haven't heard that song? Oh, since you're conceited.
You don't mind me twerking. Ready to you. What are you doing? The Vietnamese very natty man.
Here's my brother Carter. We are the minorities.
We are only here cause our dad owns MTV.
Okay, you know what? I am literally freaking out right now. I am utterly starstruck. I used to watch Rugrats all the time. Guys, give it up for Chucky Finster! Oh my gosh! I'm standing on stage behind Mariah and JLo. I helped them out with their high and low notes. And if
Maddie, I'm right cool.
Oh my god, DC, nice outfit. I guess they renamed the show Wild and Out of the Closet.
Boy, first of all, your ass built like the lamb drop on a toothpaste. Hold on, wait a minute.
If we were in a relationship, I'd be the man. Alright, walking into his car saying, hey, text me when you get home.
Stay there. Okay, you white people don't listen. You know what your ass built like? A wet French fry. You like this? You ugly girl. You love mayonnaise.
Okay, hold on, I got one more. Alright.
Can I say one more thing?
No! I got one more thing.
Please.
He's ugly.
Something's up, I ain't seen. Give me nothing. Give me Cortez. Yeah, I want Cortez.
Cortez, you look like E.T. phone home and nobody answered.
You don't get your goddamn pumpkin spice latte, tail face ass the f out of here.
You look like you should be vibrating on Justina's nightstand.
You look like Justina before MTV loved her.
Oh, you're a virgin. Okay.
Give me nothing. Give me getting it off. Sitting there, you ready? Ready?
Ready.
Wait. You sure you want stuff? As soon as we start having fun, she's gonna call the cops.
Hey man, you look like you don't know how to read.
Girl, you look just like a hip hop soccer mom.
Wait, hold on, I'm confused. Hey man, if you're here, who's watching the phone case kiosk at the mall?
Oh! Hey, this ain't dumb white lady staring at me. She ran to that couch, she gonna fall. Shaky.
Hey man, you look like you dumped your chin in chocolate pudding.
Girl, you look like the mama from Brady Bunch.
You're not
No. That one is shaking. Yeah.
The Rams might win the Super Bowl. It's certainly gonna be the Packers. Packers ain't winning shit right now.
Come on, goddamn. Hot this really go back. Didn't shake it like that. Say it just so fast. I keep broke on that. With my coat on the set. I should touch on that. I went on that. What?
TV turned up. Oh shit.
All right, Stevie. Listen up. I've changed my mind. I'm gonna have a triple butter for my dinner.
That's a great decision, boss. take the meat or chicken.
You asked for me?
I'm gonna do the box of salmon.
Sweet potato shrimp.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturing orders, so they can go where others won't. And always means Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Sometimes the messiest part of life is the schedule. When there's zero time, Ryobi brings home all the cleaning, from breakfast on the floor to pet hair, stains, and more. Anytime, anywhere, Ryobi cordless cleaning has the answer. So don't stress the mess. Ryobi. Only at the Home Depot.
He's growing old.
Will Smith, Terrell, Montel Williams. They look great. But that is not how white people age. Okay. We're running like fruits, it's the truth. Bananas, apples, avocados, oh my. Still don't believe me? I'm only 9. Growing old. Damn. Yo, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm slippery when I'm wet.
The topic is date night. Now you are. I'm swiping left. I'm swiping left. I'm swiping left. Now you are not.
You don't look like you're picked. You don't look like you're picked. You don't look like you're picked. Now you are.
Yo, you not my type. You're not my type. You're not my type. Now you are.
That's because I got no wood.
This is my service. You are. You gonna see your mama talking. You gonna see your mama talking.
Yes, only a teeth. Only a teeth. If you can find it. Let's go. Red team sucks. Okay. All right. Listen up, guys. My girl Kenya is so fly.
How fly is she?
She was crowned Miss USA and actually made America great again. Oh my god. Okay, this game makes me really nervous. I'm just gonna. Okay. That's why I get.
The award goes to Ariana Grande.
Yo, this is dope. Okay, I want to say thank you for giving me the I Forgot I Was White award. It's so easy because like this is dope. I'm like, it's so cool. I can't believe I'm here with Wilding Out with my people. It's like so cool. So I just want to thank Mariah Carey for doing what you do and then letting me steal it and make it worse. One more thing, I want to say that God is a woman, specifically a black woman, specifically me.
Okay, man.
It took 2 seasons of Wilding Out, extensive training, and new speakers, but I finally learned how to wild.
Hey guys,
next. She got it. She got it.
Whatever.
Oh.
Okay, ATL, turn up.
Turn up for what?
Yo, my ex-boyfriend's favorite TV show is Wild and Out, so now he has to watch me on TV. What's up, Dave? I hate you.
That's it. Hey, listen, Natty Mayonnaise. I don't know why you were battling. Your ass is so flat, it makes Justina's look like Kim Kardashian.
I got one thing to say. Strong. How come between us, I'm the one who's more feminine? When did they come out with an unflavored M&M?
Hey, come on, okay. But even if you're the last person on Earth, I still wouldn't tap that. This is what I'd look like with the girl filter on Snapchat. What you trying to say, girl? You wanna go?
Oh my gosh! Your mustache looks like a line of ants, but I bet it's than the line in your pants. Oh no, your smile is black. Your teeth are so fake and white, they make me look black. Clint, you're walking around like you're the best, looking like DJ Khaled, but that was success. Khaled claims he doesn't go down on ladies, but I bet you'd eat me if I was covered in gravy.
Hold on. Yo, white girl, you better look out. And tell your mother to stop calling the cops on our cookout.
Oh.
I understand that the hate is valid. But why the hell do your people put little raisins in potato salad?
Oh. Okay. All right. Let's get one more for Clips. One more for Clips.
Yeah.
If you walk 10 steps, I don't think you could go further. Martin Luther King Jr. bacon cheeseburger.
Talk your shit.
I'm thinking man cave.
I'm thinking my office.
Couldn't say, but rest assured, you're covered. Massey's termite.
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Pressure Podcast Out There Edition. Let's get into it. Let's go. Nobody cares. Shoes on outside. You don't have to put them on in here. All right, and we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Pressure Podcast After Transition. It's been a bit since I've been on, man, so I'm happy to be back. Quick announcement against the show. I'm still doing coverage on the Iran war and peace deal. As you guys know, Trump is in Europe right now. So we'll be covering that. I don't think this peace deal is going to last, but we'll see where it goes. But other than that, we're going to do colleges again probably August. While you guys ask for the next school. I don't know yet when school opens first. We're going to wait until the school season starts up and we'll be back on the college campus. So we got 15 schools, guys, where we have uncensored American chapters. So next year is going to be we're going to have a pretty stacked schedule. Fire. New podcast is going well. New guest this week as well. After our podcast, and that's pretty much it. Right? And then Chris. Yo, Bill Marco. Shout out to all Bills, man. Shout out to the girls on the panel. Shout out to Hayden. Yeah, guys, we're here. Today's Monday. We haven't had a show on Monday for a bit. Some hours. So moving forward, it's Monday and Wednesday. So tune into your calendars and stuff like that. And other than that, follow us, me and Myron on Kick, playing Marvel Rivals the other day, man. So shout out to that, man. But I got American. I already lost 3 accounts. Yeah, 3 accounts, bro. It's bad, bro. Yeah. Well, W chat. Let's go. And to our special guest, welcome back, hey, man. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. It's been a minute since I've been here. Happy to be back. My brand's kind of died since the last time I was here, and I got banned on Instagram, and all the online discourse about me is basically true, and I've fallen off, and I really appreciate Myron for having me on the show and even being willing to associate with me. A fan made this. It's a fresh and fit wooden AK-47. But I'm excited to be here. I was feeling like I'm not as racist as I used to be, and then every time I visit Miami, I'm like, oh no, I'm racist. I'm definitely racist. My racism has been inspired once again. Miami's like, there's no white people here. There's white people in Brickell, but I don't know. I had an experience last night on Miami Beach. I almost got murdered by some black guys, some scary black guys in Miami Beach. I don't know if you guys have spent.
Yeah, me and Chris. I mean, you still go there or you avoid? I didn't go there. Okay. Yeah, no, Miami Beach is not, bro.
Yeah, I was, there's some thug-looking, angry-looking young black men walking around Miami Beach at midnight last night. And I was driving through, I was like, oh my God, am I going to get shot? I need to get out of here. And so I don't know. You got to be careful where you go in Miami. Brickell seems fine enough, but, and then there's like not a lot of there's a lot of Spanish speaking out here, billboards in Spanish. Miami kind of feels like Tijuana to me. Maybe it's safer than Tijuana, but yeah, but I'm happy to be back, and it's going to be a good show, and I think there's a lot of fun things to talk about right now. Rest in peace, Oliver Tree. He died in a plane crash yesterday. Do you guys know Oliver Tree?
No.
It's really sad. He's a talented musician, died in a plane crash, and there's theories that his record label killed him. I don't know if that's true, but that happened yesterday morning. That shocked me.
Wow, that's sad. I'll tell you one thing, bro. Helicopters, I'm good off of.
Yeah,
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe, yeah.
Others that
I
hell
refused to
no.
get on a helicopter after Kobe Bryant. Exactly. That's what
Hell
you know.
no, bro.
That's what made me say no thanks. All right,
Cool. Ladies, thank you for waiting.
Yes.
If you don't mind, give us your name, your age, what you do for a living, dating status. Chris, if you want to, of course, your body count. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you. My name is Becky. I'm 25 years old.